News editor. Some of it? Journalist. What did you make of the poetry bit? News editor. Curious. But not for our readers. Irrelevant to the paper. It sounded a load of crap, anyway. Journalist, hesitantly. I thought it was quite revealing, the way it confirmed a pattern in his life. I came across a quote by Nietzsche the other day. News editor, horrified at the intellectualism. Nietzsche. Journalist. He said every man of character has a typical experience which recurs over and over again. It seems to fit Ghent very well, as far as I can judge. His typical experience has been an emotional conflict which has always been resolved by an act of violence. News editor. You're reading a lot into those crappy poems. And I'll bet you a fiver you don't get Nietzsche past the subs. Journalist. The point is that if there is a pattern, then it's going to be repeated. News editor. Ah. So what's he going to blow up next? Journalist, nods. Where was he when he read his own obit? News editor. No one knows. On the run, somewhere. The story was in some local nationalist paper first, but it didn't say where. Journalist, casting around. I wonder if he was with his wife. News editor. The wife. Searches for sheet of paper in file tray, there's some dirt on her dug up by a stringer locally. Pause, yes, here. The marriage had nearly broken down at the time he went inside. It seems to have been given a longer lease of life quite artificially as a result. Journalist. Any children? News editor. No. The stringer says she didn't go short of it while he was a guest of Her Majesty. Journalist, slightly disturbed. Ah. Look, I want a definite line on this story. News editor. The paper's line is very clear and simple. We're opposed to all forms of nationalism within Britain, whether it's the Welsh, the Scots, the Cornish, or the Herne Bay Freedom Movement. This is Great Britain, greater than the sum of its parts, diverse as they may be. And anyway, 2 out of the last 4 prime ministers have been Scots, the Welsh had Lloyd George. What more do they want? So you dig as much dirt as you can, right? Your methods are your methods, I don't want to know anything but the dirt. Right? Journalist. Right. Journalist gets up to go. News editor. And for Christ's sake keep bloody Nietzsche out of your copy. 8 Interior. Kitchen day. Ghent is standing at a working surface, cleaning half a dozen small fresh trout. His back is to the door, and he does not look round as Gwen and son enter. Gwen appears more tense than before. Gwen. So you're cooking yet again? Ghent. Yes, the novelty's still not worn off. I took these down the brook early this morning. It's good to see they're still there to be caught. All this talk of pollution assumed vast proportions in my mind. I imagined great rafts of detergent foam spreading like cancer on the brook I caught trout in as a boy. But it was much the same as when Sadkin was alive. Who's the new water bailiff, by the way? I'll have to go and explain my little ways. He breaks off as he senses something different about the presence behind him, and turns to see Gwen and her son. Son clearly resembles his mother, and equally clearly does not resemble Ghent. Ghent looks at them both for a long while as the relationship becomes clear to him. Ghent, flatly. Your son. Gwen. My son. His name is Angrist. He'll be 5 next month. Pause. Son says nothing, simply stands looking straight back at Ghent, close to his mother who rests her hand on his shoulder, holding him close to her. Ghent. I gave you. Gwen. You gave me freedom to act as I chose. We both had freedom to act as we chose. I chose to have Angrist. Pause, you chose to blow up the Duke of Wellington. Pause. Ghent. Who is the... Gwen. No one you know. It lasted 3 years. An extended affair. Then he went. I sent him away. He was no one you know. Gent. You never talked about me? Gwen. No. He didn't know you. Oh, he knew my, pause, situation. Others told him, I suppose. Gent. We shouldn't talk about it in front of the boy. Gwen. It doesn't matter. He can't understand. Gent, quickly. What's wrong with him? Is he deaf? Gwen. No. He just doesn't understand English. Gent. He doesn't speak English. Gwen. No. It's what we believe in. Gent. We. Gwen. His mother tongue. His mother's tongue, as well. Pause. Gent, violently. Then he can be no part of me. Gwen. He is no part of you. Pause, I'm not the person you took me to be. Gent. No, I realize that only too well. But you certainly took advantage of my thinking you were that person. Gwen. Perhaps I never was. Or it's different now. Gent is silent, turns back to his cooking. He seizes a carrot, arbitrarily, cuts it into pieces very rapidly, puts one piece in his mouth. Gent, to himself. You can't hear so well when you're eating. Pause, strange. Pause. Then Gent in BCU. Gent, to himself. I can change, you know. Pause, then with a little doubt in his voice, I can change. End of part 1, at about 33 minutes. Part 2. 9 Interior. Bedroom. Day. Gent is standing buttoning up a clean shirt, relaxed, happier looking than we have seen him before. Suddenly he stops, undoes shirt. Gent. I can change. Takes off shirt. Goes to cupboard, takes out another, differently colored shirt. Gent, lightly. I have the right to change, I have the will to change. Takes off first shirt, picks up second. Gent. And I choose to exercise it. Anyone can change their life if they don't like it, if they choose to. Pause, I can change. Puts on shirt, but before he can begin to button it, Christina, completely naked, moves into shot, presses herself against him, kisses him. Christina. You have changed. In the background, the bed on which they have clearly just made love. 10 Interior. Committee room. Night. A committee room of the Language Association. Hind, with Erickson and young farmer who were at the party, Gwen and Christina. Hind. He'll never change. Young farmer. We can't risk it anyway. He's a liability whichever way you look at it, a bloody fool. Hind. No, he's not a fool. Erickson, half seriously. What this movement needs is a martyr on the grand scale. Can't we tell him there's still a job he could do for us? Hind. It might be to our advantage to let people see what sort of hero he really is. We could arrange a tour of our branches for him. The very fact that he addressed them in English would be enough to put him down right from the moment he opened his mouth. Gwen. You can never rely on people taking the effect you want them to in that kind of situation. He's a good speaker. And he does have a certain amount of personal charm. Erickson. What could he teach our people anyway? How to make a mess of blowing up equestrian statues of the Iron Duke. Hind. No, you're misjudging and underestimating the man. Blowing up anything requires a lot of nerve and courage. And none of us have the same experience. Young farmer. None of us want it, either, I should think. Erickson. What did go wrong? That's the most useful thing he could tell us. Hind. Has he told you any more? This last remark is addressed to Christina. It is the first time her presence has been revealed in this scene, it is something of a surprise. Christina, smiles to herself. No. Hind. There's also the question of what he did with the rest of the gelignite. Saxon told me they had over £100 in stock at the time, all made available to Stannis and Ghent, and they used less than £20 on the job. Young farmer. What do we want with gelignite anyway? You'd never carry the members with you if you wanted to start that kind of violence. Hind. I just want to know where it is, that's all. And while it may be politic to agree with the members now, I'll remind you that no small nation has ever succeeded in becoming independent without the use of some kind of violence. The others are silent at this, no one argues, tense faces. 11 Interior. Kitchen/living area/terrace. Day. Ghent's clothes are the most noticeable change about him, but his manner is different, too, that of a man who is confident, has made up his mind about something important. During this scene he is restless, moves about from living area to kitchen, then to terrace, back again, and so on. His movements parallel the vagaries of his moods during the conversation. Ghent, expansively. John Stannis could never remember his socks, God knows why. But he was a most meticulous man about washing, about keeping himself clean. I remember one gig we were doing, and John Stannis turned up just before we were due to go on, the sockless wonder yet again, and you just can't go on and have people saying the bass player isn't wearing any socks now, can you? The bass player's the most energetic, you'd see his trousers going up and down, wouldn't you? And first we thought of tossing up to decide who went without, someone in a less conspicuous position, and then we thought of all going without, as a piece of stylistic uniformity, if you like. Or two of us handing over one sock each and keeping one foot hidden however we could. But finally we noticed some ink in the dressing room there, and we painted him on a pair of blue-black socks, and damn it if anyone noticed. It is only now that it becomes evident to whom Ghent is speaking, the journalist, who is clearly not at ease in the interview. That is, he is trying to be interested in the anecdotes Ghent tells, but they are not what he came for. This is evident in his reply, which is only partly relevant to what has gone before, but it is the best he can do. Journalist, awkwardly. The normal is what is done by the majority. Ghent. Et. Journalist. Er. You were not normal in that you put into practice those. Ghent. You have to feel yourself abnormal, oppressed, the underdog if you're a poet, or a writer of any sort. A real writer, that is. You must feel that everyone has things better than you do, is better off than you are, has things easier, or richer, or longer, or bigger. Otherwise you can't cultivate a proper curiosity, a proper ambition to put down on paper what you see. Even if you don't feel that, then you have to teach yourself to feel it, to be it. Journalist. Yes, but that's not quite what I meant. Ghent looks innocent. Journalist. Since you and John Stannis went out and did what others only talked about. Why? What's the essential difference between you and others? That's what I'm after. Ghent. I know what you're after. I did some journalism myself once, in my early days, in London. Freelance, of course, part-time, too, while I was teaching. Here, I was making some notes for an article once, at a dance, and the local oiks and tiraways beat me up because they thought I was a copper. Pause, I could never really fit it together, that experience. Why did I seem a threat to them, at a dance of all places? I could. The journalist is becoming increasingly impatient. Ghent. Have understood it if I'd been outside writing down the numbers of their motorbikes or something, but why at? Journalist. But what about John Stannis? Ghent. Oh, he didn't have a motorbike. Too scared, John Stannis was. Journalist. No. You persist in misunderstanding my questions. Ghent. You persist in misunderstanding my answers. Journalist. I came here to interview you. Ghent. At your own request, without there being any noticeable advantage to me. Journalist. I came to see you as something of a hero in your own country, to give some substance to what is a pretty shadowy myth as far as I can see. Ghent smiles, unperturbed. Journalist. As for what's in it for you, I should have thought that what you're trying to do needs all the publicity it can get in England. Ghent. From your paper? Journalist. From any paper. Ghent. But you've never given us a fair hearing, or anyone else's nationalism for that matter. Journalist. The paper stands for the large nationalism we want, barriers broken down, not set up. Surely that's logical? The bigger the nation the better, until it. Ghent. I haven't noticed you extending it to the blacks yet. Reaction shot, journalist. Ghent. There's a barrier for your paper to break down. And if I remember rightly, you were outright anti-Semitic before the war, right up to a couple of weeks before the war started. Journalist, tartly. I wasn't on the paper then. Ghent. No, but your proprietor was. Ghent turns, goes into kitchen. He starts dismembering a plucked duck. The journalist follows him into the kitchen. Journalist. Okay, so I'll act the bum and ask all the stupid questions. And you put me down each time. Ghent says nothing. Journalist. So why did you agree to see me? Ghent. I didn't. I can only think the arrangement was another act of malice on the part of my wife. Pause, my ex-wife. Pause, I let you in out of common courtesy, or something. Wanting to know who you were. And now I can't physically remove you because you're younger and stronger than I am. Pause. Stalemate. Journalist decides to try throwing himself on Ghent's mercy. Journalist. Look, I've got a job to do. You know what it's like, fall down on a big one like this and I'll be out. Ghent looks skeptical. Journalist. I beg you to help me. Ghent laughs. Journalist. Will you at least answer some questions straight? Ghent says nothing, carries on preparing wild duck soup, has drumstick in hand as journalist goes on regardless. Journalist, mock intensely. What's the philosophy behind your work? What's the meaning of it? Ghent smiles to himself at this stupid question, does not answer. Journalist. Do you still hold those opinions you did 8 years ago? Ghent, tiredly. Yes and no. Journalist. What kind of an answer is that? Pause, are you still a nationalist? Ghent. I was born in this country, I can never be anything else, I can't resign from that, can I? Journalist. But will you use violence again to support your nationalism? Ghent. You don't imagine I would tell you anyway, do you? Journalist. What was it like in prison? Ghent. You haven't done your homework if you have to ask me that. Journalist. I want to hear it from you. Ghent, parodying his earlier self. You have to float. If you don't float you go under. Journalist. Would you go under if you went back inside again? Pause, you'd go down for a long time if you blew anything else up, perhaps 20 years. Pause, does this affect the strength of your beliefs? Or your will to put them into action? Do you think about it at all? Ghent, in same mood of self-parody. The whole of life is a prison sentence, some people say, usually Christians. Not me. Life is a holiday from the great nothing, a vacation from the void, and, like all holidays, it seems interminable. The journalist does not know which way to take this, tries yet another tack. Journalist. You read about your own death while you were. Ghent. No, I didn't. Journalist. My information is. Ghent. Your information is wrong. Journalist. But you were on the run? Ghent. On the walk, really? Journalist. Where? Ghent. From pub to pub mainly, as I remember. Journalist. Which part of the country? Ghent. I don't remember that. One pub looks much like another. Journalist. Don't remember. Pause. Why didn't the bomb that killed Stannis kill you too? Ghent pauses, looks up. This question has hit him, jolts him out of his former mood. The journalist sees this, presses his advantage. Journalist. You took off, hadn't you? You weren't going to be the patsy, you weren't. Ghent, exploding. Patsy. Bloody Americanisms. Look at you, dressed up like a fancy cowboy. Have you ever thought that you live in an American colony, that you ape American fashions and American so-called culture? Have you no national pride of your own, no English national character? Who do you think you are to talk to me about my country? We have our own language, unpolluted by Americanisms. You ought to be starting a resistance movement yourselves against that sort of corruption and pollution. Every sort. You can't know how far it's gone. I can, comparing it with 8 years ago. I thought I knew English, but the extent of Americanization that's gone on makes you more and more unrecognizable. Unrecognizable. Pause, look to your own next, scum, before you foul ours. The journalist clearly sees he can achieve nothing, is taken aback by this attack, but not moved by its validity. Journalist turns, leaves by kitchen outside door, not shutting it behind him, disappearing alongside of house right, that is, in the same direction, but outside, that Ghent will presently take. Ghent goes back to cooking, picks up duck drumstick, then looks up. Ghent, to himself. Meaning. Meaning. Puts down knife, turns, goes out of kitchen into living area, across and onto terrace. There he leans over the parapet, waves duck drumstick wildly to, unseen, journalist presumably departing down path from house to road. Ghent, triumphantly. Meaning. What's the meaning of duck soup, Duck soup. 12 Interior. Doctor's study / consulting room. Night. Doctor and Ghent, very friendly, close. Clearly it is outside consulting hours, late at night, and they have been drinking. Doctor offers Ghent another drink. Doctor. Another before we unlock Joanna Southcott's box? Ghent. No, let's do it while we're still sober. They both go over to where 2 large safes, of the kind in which a doctor would keep dangerous drugs, are standing. One looks as though it is used a great deal, the other does not. It is the latter which the 2 men go to. It is of the kind which requires 2 keys to unlock. Both Ghent and Doctor produce separate keys and place and turn them in their separate keyholes. The doctor turns the handle, pulls, the door stays shut. Both pull, and the door swings open. Inside there are a few files and other medical containers, clearly old stock and disregarded, and an old fiber suitcase. Ghent removes the suitcase and places it on the desk. He tries the catches but cannot budge them. Ghent. Did we lock this? Doctor. I don't even remember having keys for it. The doctor tries the catches, with a little force they give, and the lid is opened. Inside are neatly arranged cartons with labels indicating that they contain blasting gelignite. There are also smaller cartons marked as containing detonators. Ghent and Doctor are silent as they look into the suitcase. Ghent looks up, lost in thought. Doctor glances at him. Doctor. You don't still blame yourself for what happened, do you? Ghent. No, I never did. I've always been quite certain that I didn't short across as I was wiring up. Did I tell you Rimmer was a Peterman in his day, amongst other things? Doctor shakes head. Ghent. Well, Rimmer told me that he'd known similar things happen. There can be a freak short, some unsuspected current, totally unknown, perhaps static electricity on someone's clothes. No one knows, and such accidents are unexplained because the only person likely to know is dead. Another silence. Doctor. The longer gelignite is kept, the less sensitive and dangerous it becomes. Gent. Yes, so Rimmer told me. Doctor. I didn't rely on hearsay. Since I had it as a house guest for so long, I took the precaution of looking up its endearing characteristics in a dictionary of chemical technology. Gent. I'm sure it didn't tell you what to do with it when it does get old. Rimmer told me you simply use a. Doctor, still friendly. I don't really want to know. It's not as though I'll be using it again. Silence. Doctor. Our initial mistake was haste, I've always thought. Gent. John Stannis wasn't quick enough. Doctor glances at him with just a hint of disapproval. Doctor. We've read the textbook way, and we chose to disregard it. Some would say that was amateurism. I wouldn't though. Gent. The way we left the place was bloody professional. I'm sure you've never driven like that again. Doctor. If you'd both set out the charge, and then run the cable back together, as the textbook. Gent. Then we'd both have been blown up together. I'm positive it was caused by nothing the textbooks could have warned us against. Another silence. Gent, suddenly. I'm going away. Doctor, after a pause. This time our correspondence should be free of the need to say everything in one letter a month. Gent, warmly. I shall write. Doctor, reciprocating. I shall be here. 13 Interior. Kitchen. Day. Gent is in the kitchen, he gingerly sniffs at some cold food, makes a pained face, moves out of kitchen door towards living area. 14 Interior. Living area. Day. Most of the furniture in the living area has dust covers over it, and the room shows other signs of the house being about to be shut up for a long period. Christina sits reading a newspaper in an armchair with its dust cover thrown back. Enter Gent from kitchen. Gent. Now I've got stomach trouble. I suppose it was inevitable. Christina. Have you read this? Gent, deliberately. My stomach and I have been acquainted for 40-odd years. I thought I understood it. I've never known it behave. Christina. But it's libel louse. Gent. I thought the Mad Bomber bit was quite funny. Christina. They also make you out to be a writer of pornography, a lecher in general and an adulterer in particular. A liar. And probably a murderer. Gent. I didn't laugh so much at those bits. Christina, distressed. Laugh. And what about me? It doesn't give my name, but it'll be obvious to anyone around here that I'm the woman living with you. Gent. Flaxen-haired beauty is the gem of a phrase they used, isn't it? Christina. And that explains the phone calls. 3 times this morning there were breathers. Gent. Breathers. Christina. Just breathing at the other end of the line, nothing else. Pause, surely you'll sue them for libel over this? Gent. I could do. But I'm a jailbird, and they think they're safe to say anything about me. Pause, besides, I'm going away, aren't I? Christina. You don't seem worried by it all. Gent, resigned. This is just the latest of a long series of caricatures of me, and in some ways it's the funniest. Barely recognizable. Picks up paper, reads aloud, I never knew this house was a mountain fastness, did you? My father thought of it as good arable hill country. Sex is a marvelous idea, only God could have thought of it. They quote that as though I said it yesterday. Christina. But did you say it? Gent. Yes and no. It's a line out of a play I wrote years ago, 20 years ago. Pause, poor Gwen doesn't come off too well either, does she? I should think she could successfully sue for libel. Though they're only telling the truth about her having the child. Pause, Oh, and this is a bit I like a lot, guilty secret of frightened. Phone rings. Christina answers it. Christina. 353. Pause, hello. Pause, hello. Christina is distressed, looks across at Ghent. He comes across and takes the phone from her. Listens for a moment. Ghent. You'll have to breathe harder, it's a bad line. Smiles, waits a moment for a possible reaction, then puts down phone. He consults a small notebook, picks up phone again, and dials a long, STD, number. Christina. I don't know how you can find it funny. Ghent. I don't know how I can do anything else. Pause, laughing at other people is really only saying that they are not like oneself, which we all knew already, of course. Pause, then to phone, hello? Russian embassy? Reaction shot, Christina puzzled. Ghent, on phone. Hello. I suppose I want to speak to some sort of cultural attaché. Pause, I'm a writer, a poet, Ghent. 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 Pause, you must have heard of me. Pause, yes, yes. Pause, well, I want to defect. Embarrassed but sincere, defect. Choose freedom in Russia. Pause, defect, don't you understand? I want to leave this bloody country to go to one where minorities are not oppressed. Pause. Reaction shot, Christina cannot tell whether he is serious or not. Ghent, on phone. Think of the propaganda value. Pause, Ghent. Ghent. I was on television a few nights ago. Released from prison after a 12-year sentence for political offenses. Ghent. This could mean a tremendous amount of. Phone goes dead, he puts it down. Ghent, annoyed. Put the phone down on me. Must think I'm a crank, I expect they get dozens on the phone every day. I'd better go there myself when I'm in London. Christina, very puzzled. I didn't know we were thinking of going to Russia. Ghent, looking round room. There's a lot of me in this house. Literally, when you think of it. I've spent 30 years here, and most of the skin I shed in that time must be in the dust, in the crevices, in the air. Christina, brusquely. What a curious idea. Ghent. No, you know our skin is constantly being shed, rubbed off and renewed. Well, it must go somewhere, mustn't it? That's how places literally become one with the people who live in them a long time. Christina looks dismissive. Ghent. No, it's not a whimsical idea. I felt it as we were converting the place. This section, from about here, indicates, was a long barn, a continuation of the same structure but intended to house farm animals. I suppose what they'd left behind was joined with what we had when we knocked the old kitchen and the barn into this one space. Rubbed skin, pared nails, the odd spot of blood, there's a lot of me in this house. Pause, nothing I can't do without. Christina. What makes you think I want to go to Russia? Ghent, severely. Nothing makes me think you want to go to Russia. Silence. Ghent, to himself. There was a time in this house when Gwen and I were so close that I could say about love, I lived up there, at night the whole of me would live up there. Christina has realized that he is not going to take her with him, wherever he is going. She stands, comes across to where Ghent is now putting on his coat. Christina, sadly, genuinely. I was going to make you into a great poet, remember? Ghent, gently. Don't you see I only needed the poetry while I was in prison? Pause, it kept me sane. Pause, I'll take you back to Hind. Then you too can get on with your life's work of seeing that a decent burial is given to our language. And there's something else I have to leave with Hind, too. 15 Interior. Newspaper office. Day. Clothes on the fiber suitcase, last seen containing gelignite at the doctor's house, being carried fairly swiftly up some stairs and through a door, follow it as it is swung up and onto a desk. Ghent, VO. It's the Mad Bomber. Widen to reveal news editor, startled, seated at desk behind suitcase. Reveal it is Ghent who has placed it there and stands menacingly in front of him. Ghent. Where will he strike next? News editor says nothing, looks petrified. Ghent. Death is a marvelous idea, only God could have thought of it. Pause, ha. News editor starts at this as he was meant to. Ghent. You know, for someone who's shown such a deep interest in me for the last few weeks, you have very little to say. Pause, or don't I look like any of the caricatures by which you think you know me? Pause, you don't mean I've come all this way, stropped by the London traffic, and you're not even going to say hello? Stropped by the traffic, stropped. Do you like that? Do you think that's poetical? Don't find language like that in your paper, do we? Of course, you couldn't mention I was a poet. The Mad Bomber poet? The Mad Poet Bomber. Doesn't sound right, does it? News editor seems transfixed by the suitcase. Only very occasionally can he bring himself to glance at Ghent's face. Ghent goes across to a chair, sits in it. Ghent. Perhaps you think I'm here to indulge myself in a confession to a total stranger? News editor finally manages a glance at his office door, which is still half open. Ghent. Yes, someone might come in. But it wouldn't make any difference. To you, that is. It might to them. Pause, tell us a joke, then. You journalists know all the filthy jokes. It's a long while since I had a good laugh. Pause, we know who your stringer is in the village. He won't be letting you know many more. Filthy jokes. Save you a bit, that piece of information. Silence. The two of them stare at the suitcase for a few seconds. Then an unexpected noise outside the door makes Ghent leap quickly to his feet and go over to the suitcase. Ghent. This is how we set it? Watch. Carefully, pretending precision, he clicks open both catches but does not open lid. Ghent. There. This is said with dramatic overemphasis, its intention being to transfix the news editor even more. Then Ghent suddenly makes a very quick exit from the room. The news editor sits staring at the suitcase for about 10 seconds in increasing fear. Then his eyes go to the door, then back to the suitcase, then to the window. It is clear that he thinks he stands more chance if he throws the suitcase out of the window than if he makes a run for the door. Another long stare at the case, then news editor suddenly picks it up and throws it through an already open window. 16 Exterior. Newspaper office block. Day. Tight on upper floor window as suitcase comes through. The catch is being undone, its contents begin to spill out as it falls, papers. Widen to follow fall. The suitcase hits the ground, spills the rest of its contents, all papers of various sizes and descriptions. Close on papers, it is clear that they are poems, and that they are by Ghent. There is no sign of Gelagnet. Come up off papers to see Ghent on his own in middle distance walking away from camera. Credits over last shot. Not counting the savages. Editor's note. Not Counting the Savages was commissioned by the BBC in 1971 for the series 30-Minute Theatre. It was broadcast on BBC Two on January 3, 1972. The cast consisted of Hugh Burton, the husband, Brenda Bruce, the wife, Fiona Walker, Rosa, and William Hoyland, Jerry. The director was Mike Newell. The screenplay was later published in Transatlantic Review 45. A black and white home recording of the broadcast was recovered in 2012 and screened at the BFI South Bank on December 2 that year. Characters: husband, wife, Rosa, their daughter, Jerry, their son, woman patient, aged 60, anesthetist, nurse. The drawing room and kitchen of a professional class house in say, Maida Vale / St. John's Wood, London. Early evening, May. Kitchen. Husband and wife are eating at home, informally, or, rather, he is eating, she is in attendance, agitated over something she has not yet told him, indecisively moving between cooker and draining board. Husband is coarsely feeding, finishing what remains of a huge main course. He is fat, expensively dressed, though in shirt sleeves now, tie loosened. He is ignoring the wife, she moves about behind him. He may have been late for dinner, he is gross, getting down to his food piggishly. He is about 50, so is the wife. She is very well dressed, even for the kitchen, this more than anything else gives the professional class of the couple. Husband is an ugly, lumpish man. He finishes his course, pushes plate away from him, cutlery splayed anyhow. Wife tidies away plate immediately, automatically putting cutlery in the conventional closed position, then she brings a large bowl of half a dozen different fruits, and a cheese board just as varied. Husband cuts a whole camembert cleanly and precisely in half, eats with his fingers, messily, but is careful to wipe them afterwards on linen napkin. Wife pours coffee for him from an electric percolator, spilling some at first into the saucer. It is doubtful whether this was an accident or an attempt to gain his attention. She clears away both cup and saucer, fetches clean ones, this time pours successfully. Husband still gives no indication of having noticed her agitation, even her presence, reaches for the other half camembert and eats it even more grossly. When he has finished this, he sits back and wipes his mouth roughly with the napkin. His hands are noticeable, beautifully clean, manicured, supple, totally at odds with the rest of his person, with the way he has been behaving over his food, the hand movements deft, precise, as he takes up coffee cup. Husband. Well. Wife looks at him with animosity. Husband. You want to say something. Pause, I can tell. Wife overcomes her hostility, obviously does want to talk, is relieved. Wife. I went out to see Georgie today. Pause, to see how the grave was looking, pause, after the winter. There wasn't much on it, it was a terrible winter for George. For the grave, for the garden. Pause, as you know. That moss you planted has done well, though, green as green, and those seed things on the end of their tiny hairs, stalks. It's nearly all over the grave now, I'll have to cut it back too. Husband. So. Wife. You know where it is. Pause, 2 or 3 graves from the edge, from the fence. And there's a sort of public footpath through the woods on the other side. Well, I was kneeling down, tidying up as best I could, with my back to the fence, when suddenly I heard voices, 2 men carrying on a conversation. One of them called the other John, I think. Pause, I didn't look round, of course, but when I went round to tidy the other side of the grave I became aware of a man standing close up against the wire fence. Pause, at first I thought he'd caught his handkerchief or something white on it. Pause, then I realized what it was. Husband. What? Wife. He was exposing himself. Pause, exposing himself. To me. Pause. Husband takes large gulp of coffee. Then hawks. Husband. You've seen one before. Husband takes coffee cup, but not saucer, gets up from the table clumsily, noisily, and begins to move away. Wife. But it upset me terribly. Pause, you can't know how distressed I was. Pause, I still am. Wife never quite breaks into tears, as though she never does, this is the limit of her emotion. Husband stops on his way out, cup in hand, turns. Husband. Why? You're an old woman. Why should you be upset? Pause, it was play acting. You're an old woman. Exit husband. Wife's face, from being distressed, sets into a bitter stare. Drawing room. Husband goes across to a calendar on the mantelpiece. The date can be changed on this kind of calendar by turning a knob at the side. Husband twiddles idly with the knob, not quite changing the date, which is the 16th, then suddenly gives it a quick twirl which sends the date several days wrong, preferably ending up partway between two numbers. Then husband turns, coffee cup still in hand, goes across to a bow-fronted chest, puts coffee down, and from the top drawer takes out a flat object about 3x8x4 made of polished hardwood. He carries this to a table, puts it down, undoes a catch and unfolds it to reveal that it is a piano keyboard of the kind on which pianists practice when no piano is available. Husband seats himself before this keyboard and launches into what appears to be a full-scale bravura performance of a romantic sonata. A professional pianist, however, would be puzzled at the exact sequence of notes husband is hitting. He would think it more an exercise of the fingers than an attempt to interpret any piece of music. Again we notice the precision and strength of the fingers as he works at the silent keyboard. The sound of the front door opening and shutting in the hall outside. Then come up off husband's hands to see the drawing room door facing him open and admit Rosa. Rosa is their daughter, a striking-looking girl of about 30, fair, tall, sharp features, an air not at all butch about her, but certainly she appears independent, self-contained, hard. Rosa starts slightly when confronted with the sight of her father playing, but recovers immediately and, without saying anything, she moves across the room past him towards the kitchen. Husband looks up when Rosa enters, but his expression does not change and his playing continues as before. Kitchen. Wife is still sitting as last seen, staring ahead. She turns at Rosa's entry, slightly surprised. Rosa. I came as quickly as I could. Rosa sits down at table with wife. During the following conversation it becomes clear that Rosa can give her mother only the outward, formal aspects of sympathy. She can say the right words, make the appropriate gestures, but there is no genuine feeling behind them. Rosa. How sickening for you, mother. And you say it was while you were at Georgie's grave, too. Wife indicates she wishes to be physically comforted. After a moment's hesitation Rosa puts her arm round her mother, squeezes. But it is only a gesture at a gesture. Rosa. Well, it's over now. Why don't we have a large drink together? Rosa gets up, wife relaxes a little, stares down at the table now. Drawing room. Rosa crosses to drinks cabinet, takes out decanter of whiskey. Husband takes no notice, goes on playing as before. Rosa glances at him, almost with contempt, as she passes towards kitchen again. Kitchen. Wife as before as Rosa comes back with decanter, takes glasses from shelf, ice from fridge. Rosa. You told the police? Wife. Yes, I ran to the cemetery keeper and told him, and he said it has happened before. He phoned the police. They said it happened before, too. Rosa. The same man? Wife. Yes. Rosa. Then why haven't they caught him? Wife, more upset. I don't know. They seem to treat it all as a joke. The cemetery keeper could hardly keep a straight face. Rosa. Didn't he go and try to find the man? Wife. Yes, but by the time he'd reached the other end of the cemetery he'd gone, of course. Pause. I was wearing my gardening gloves, and when he saw those it seemed to set him going twice as hard. Rubber gloves, John, he said, and as if. Rosa, firmly, tritely. Mother, you must try to come to terms with it. I know it's hard to get it out of your head, but you must realize it's no good going over it again and again. You've got to accept it and become bigger than the experience. Not let it dominate you. Wife looks at her daughter. It is clear that this advice is no help at all to her. Rosa sees this too, puts out her hand to touch her mother's. But wife removes her hand, picks up glass to cover up for the rejection, drinks deeply, stares ahead again. Rosa. It's the police who ought to do something. And what about the doctor? Have you been to the doctor? Wife. No. Yes. Not mine, they sent for a doctor. He gave me those. Wife indicates pill container on shelf over sink. Rosa takes them down, looks at them as if professionally, then throws them suddenly and accurately into the sink waste disposer. Rosa. A placebo. Mother, you should know them all by now. Wife is distressed, looks almost longingly towards the waste disposer. Wife. They seem to do me some good. Rosa looks skeptical, dismissive. Rosa. Mother, is there anything more you want to tell me? Wife is halfway to being cowed, changes direction towards stubbornness, shuts up, closes her mind. Wife. No. What do you mean? Pause, no. Rosa. Well, what's he doing about it? Exit Rosa from kitchen towards drawing room. Drawing room. Husband still playing, with even greater concentration, dedication. Rosa enters, stands in front of her father, having decided to try to transfer guilt for her own failure of sympathy onto him. Rosa. What are you doing about it? Husband takes no notice. Rosa. You fat pig. Rosa moves closer, forces her attention on him. Husband looks up but continues playing. Rosa. Can't you see she's very upset? Haven't you any sympathy for her? Pause, for anyone? Husband stops playing suddenly. Rosa. At least you could find out what the police are doing. Husband, quietly, reasonably. What use would it be if the man were caught? Pause, does she want him caught? Wife has entered from the kitchen. Wife, so hysterically it is almost comic. I want him hanged. Hanged. Husband stands up awkwardly but very quickly, snaps the release catch on the practice keyboard and goes as if to bang the two halves shut violently. The two women react accordingly, but husband, his timing is perfect, holds back at the last possible moment so that the women relax momentarily, then he slams it shut with a considerable bang, but which is not as loud as it might have been, finally to startle them. In the same movement he picks up the keyboard, then crosses the room and places it carefully in the same drawer from which he took it. Then he picks up his coffee cup from where he left it, drinks most of the contents at one gulp and then tosses the remainder of the coffee grounds accurately at the roots of some exotic houseplants in an imitation log trough. He then looks round to make sure that the two women are expectedly disgusted at this uncivilized act. They are. Husband, humorlessly. Go mad for their coffee grounds, they do. Pause, can't live without them. Pause, been having them for years, ever since they came to live here at my expense. Reminds them of their natural habitat. All day long there the coffee beans fall off the trees. Pause, happens all the time in their native equatorial. Cruel not to help them to acclimatize. Pause, go mad for them they do, mad. Husband tosses dregs again, hardly any this time, close up on roots of exotic plants, husband stares at them. Wife turns away from him, showing hardly any reaction to what is apparently his normal gross behavior. She goes across to the calendar and tetchily sets it correctly at 16 again. Rosa. Something similar happened to a friend of mine. Husband. Similar to what? Rosa. To what happened to mother this afternoon. She was at an underground station, going up the escalator, and she happened to glance up at a man coming down looking at the advertisements, and he had his. Sound of the front door bell. Rosa glances at her mother, then goes out of drawing room to answer it for her. Close on husband. Close on wife. Rosa and Jerry can be clearly heard talking out in the hall. Rosa. Jerry. Jerry. My dear sister Rosa. What's this about someone flashing it at the mater, then? Rosa. Oh. So she phoned you too, then? Jerry. Wasting his time, Wasting his time. Must be centuries since she knew what to do with one. Enter Rosa and Jerry. Jerry is the couple's other child. Younger than Rosa, late 20s, tall, lean, sandy hair, sharp-featured. He is not a hippie, though there are certainly hippie elements in his clothes, e.g. a long pendant. Casual expensive suede jacket, jeans, a t-shirt bearing some such statement as Goba Desert Sailing Club, or how can I fail if I'm sincere. His accent is basically public school, though he can turn on a working class or hippie variation for effect. On the surface he appears bright, sharp, fashionable, underneath there is little but decadence, as far as that word has any meaning. Jerry. Well, well. A real gathering of the clans. Not even at Christmas is the whole family met together like this, pause, always excepting Georgie, of course. This last remark is directly addressed to husband, who stares back at his son with just a hint of anger which he immediately controls, then he goes and sits down in armchair, takes up Evening Standard. Wife goes to greet her son, embraces him, although the two of them are poles apart in thinking and appearance, it is clear that wife can respond to the outgoingness of Jerry to become closer to him in a way she never could with Rosa. Jerry is over-effusive, even adopts an old-fashioned turn of phrase to communicate with her. Jerry. Mummy. Poor old you. You must have gone through it. Jerry shepherds his mother over to the sofa solicitously, and sits down with her. Rosa sits on the opposite side of the room, pretending disinterest, stares at her father, but is listening. Wife. The worst part of it was the things he kept saying. Jerry. What things, Mummy? What did he say? Wife. Oh, I couldn't repeat them. They were dreadful, filthy things. Ugh. She is becoming upset once more. Jerry. Come on, Mummy. It'll do you good to get it off your chest. Pause, what did he say? Pause, I'm over 18. As you well know. Pause, how old was this flasher, then? Wife. Flasher. Pause, oh, about your age, I should think. I don't exactly know. Pause, it wasn't only the words. He was talking to someone else I couldn't see. That really frightened me. Here's a fair bit of grumble, John, was the first thing he said, and this John answered in a sort of a mumble, grumble and grunt, grumble and grunt. I don't know exactly what he meant, but from the tone it was obvious. Jerry, guessing. John. What sort of voice? Like his wife. Now you come to say it, yes, but. Sort of indistinct though. Jerry. John Thomas. John Thomas. Jerry roars with laughter, wife is puzzled, Rosa is unsmiling, and husband's expression does not change. Wife. John Thomas? Jerry. John Thomas. He was throwing his voice to his John Thomas. Using it like a ventriloquist's dummy. Jerry laughs even more uproariously. Wife, to do her justice, does allow her face to break into a shy smile, Rosa does not. On husband's face there is a suggestion of a smile. Wife. Of course. Perhaps you're right. Jerry. But what was the conversation all about? Rosa gets up angrily, she has not found it at all funny. She is also put out that Jerry has found a way of alleviating wife's distress, accidentally or not. Rosa. Oh Jerry, for God's sake stop badgering her. Jerry. You want to know just as much as I do. Come on, Mummy, tell us what he said. Husband's eyes narrow as he listens intently. Wife. No. Pause, I'm feeling a little better now you're both here. Telephone rings. Wife, can't. I must try to forget it, you're right dear. This remark addressed to Rosa, who then goes to sit on the other side of wife on sofa. Jerry is nearest the telephone, which is on a table next to his end of the sofa. Jerry. Center Point Regional Seat of Government? Pause, no. Yes. Pause, it was a joke. Pause, yes, it is. Pause, yes. To his father, it's for you. They want you to go and give a talk about your life and work. Husband shakes head firmly, says nothing. Jerry. He says he's not at home. Pause, what? Pause, you're a non-profit making organization? Well, that's probably because of the way you run it. Husband gets up angrily, goes across and takes the phone brusquely from Jerry. Husband. Yes. Pause, no. Husband puts down phone even more brusquely, goes back to chair. There is an awkward pause. Jerry. Don't you want to know about my latest cinematic epic, then? Rosa. He ceased to be interested in anything we do long ago. Husband, ambiguously. No. Jerry. It's set at a fictitious agricultural college called Sod Hall, and the leading character. Wife. You can't be serious. Jerry. Of course I'm serious. Rummages in fashionable type bag, here's the script. Pause, a line taken at random. A student of animal husbandry speaking, girls are all very well, but they're not like the real thing, are they? A single, loud belly laugh from husband. Jerry. That's my audience. The dirty old men in raincoats. Only now they tend to be wearing Crombies or sheepskin duffel coats. Want to know how it goes on, old man, daddy? Pause, most of the action takes place in a field, and a nearby copse, but there's a scene in a barn full of some very sharp agricultural cutlery for the sados, of course. Husband sits looking at his son, he is certainly paying attention, but from his face it is impossible to know whether he is interested or repelled. Jerry. You've got to cater for the sados these days or you're nowhere box office wise. Rosa. Scum. Jerry. Who, me, or the sados? Wife. Both. Jerry. If she was in the CP, they'd call her a hardliner or a boot-faced Stalinist. But what do they call you, Sister Rosa? Rosa. A patriot. Patriot. Truest Blue. Jerry. Perhaps you'd like a part in my Truest Blue movie, then. Rosa. Ponce. Jerry. Tart. Pause, untasted, of course. Husband gets up, moves out of this fracas towards kitchen. Jerry. Having a bit of trouble with the title, though, we are, at the moment. Fun on the farm didn't seem quite right, and slaughter at Sod Hall was not acceptable for London transport posters. Rosa. Sheer filth. Jerry. Yes, that's quite good. Sheer filth. Or perhaps it should alliterate, just call it filthy film. Yes. I like that. Filthy film. Though I should think that some sharp operator has already registered that as a title. Did you know that you can? Rosa. You're despicable, degenerate. Jerry. If you go on being nasty to me, Sister Rosa, I'll tell Mummy and Daddy what we used to do up in the railway room. Rosa. Ha. They know. Pause, he does, anyway. He used to spy on us. Jerry. Pause, of course. Funny. Why didn't I realize that before? Jerry gets up, goes towards kitchen. Kitchen. Husband is eating fruit, grossly, hands full of cherries at a time, spitting the stones out anywhere. Jerry slightly recoils at the sight on entering. Jerry. Christ, you're even fatter. I bet you can number the layers of fat against the great meals you've stuffed down you. Husband says nothing, continues eating. Jerry. It's almost as if you're trying to commit suicide. Or help nature do it for you. Died of a surfeit of everything, your obituary will read. Guts. Still no reaction from husband. Jerry. And since we've happily met by chance like this, let's have another little chat about the money Auntie Anne left me. Husband spits out a cherry stone. Husband. Sue me. Jerry. I need it at once. I'm setting up this cassette company. Husband smiles. Jerry. Once you've got set up you can't fail to make a bomb. All I need is the capital, and if I had the bread Auntie Anne left me then I wouldn't need to be scratching around down Wardour Street trying to raise a few bob. Husband. I like the idea of Auntie Anne financing the making of pornographic films. Jerry. You'll release the money, then. Husband. No. Jerry. Why not? Where is it? Husband. Sue me. Jerry. You bastard. What have you done with it? Husband. Sue me. Husband takes more cherries, moves off towards drawing room. Jerry. If that's the only way, I will do. Drawing room. Wife and Rosa are still sitting on the sofa. Enter husband. He goes to the calendar on the mantelpiece as before. Jerry follows as far as the kitchen door. Wife. In such a state. Can't remember the journey home at all. Rosa. Were you driving? Wife. No. They brought me home. The police, I think it was. Yes. Pause, but I took the car must still be there at the cemetery. This thought upsets her out of all proportion to its seriousness. Rosa. Don't worry about the car. I'll fetch it later for you. Pause, wasn't Auntie Anne subjected to some similar filthy performance? How did she take it? Pause, in the war? Wife. In the war. Pause, oh yes, I remember, it was in the blackout, on her way home. You had to feel your way along, almost, then. She said she could tell there was someone in this doorway, and as she approached he shone his torch on himself. Pause, down there. Jerry. Ah. Hence the origin of the term flasher. Wife. She just ran and ran. Then she bumped into a policeman who asked her what was wrong. When she told him, he said that's him I'm after, and ran off. When Anne told us about it, your father asked her why she hadn't hit it with her umbrella, but how could she, it was pouring with rain at the time. Husband is slowly turning the calendar back from 16, 15-14 13-12, one digit at a time. The two women stop to watch him. Husband. You mustn't think I condone his action, or approve of it. No one really approves of conduct which is at variance with his own behavior. Jerry. Epigrams now? Husband. I myself don't need to expose myself to elderly women in cemeteries. It's not something which would give me either pleasure or profit. Pause, the only remotely similar incident I can recall gave me a great deal of embarrassment. I was attending a conference in Moscow at the time, and the sole of my shoe became unstitched along one seam. The weather was inclement, and I'd brought only one pair of shoes with me. I therefore went to the first shoe repairers I came to and attempted to communicate my need to the lady behind the counter by hopping on one foot and pointing to the damaged shoe. But far from understanding my problem, she appeared outraged, and went to the back of the shop and fetched her husband. He was even bigger than she was. Again I did my little mime, hopping and pointing. The husband also reacted with anger, and then himself performed a little mime to indicate to me that all this time my flies had been undone. Jerry roars with laughter, enacts his own version of the mime. Jerry. I see it. I can see it. Husband returns to rewinding calendar, 11-10-9-8-7. Wife. He's never been to Moscow? Rosa. Where was your interpreter? The Russians never let you out without an interpreter. Husband. You shouldn't believe all you read in the newspapers. Or what the Foreign Office tells you before they let you go. They put the fear of God into you about spying and being spied upon. Quite unnecessarily, in the vast majority of cases. It stops one having ordinary. Telephone rings. Wife is nearest, and answers it. Husband carefully turns back the calendar again, 6-5-4. Wife. 611-1234. Pause, yes. Looks distressed, it's a woman, for you. Husband, takes phone. Yes. Pause, no, I'm on call tonight, stand by. No. Pause, of course, of course. I'll phone you tomorrow. Pause, I said I'll phone you tomorrow. Lunchtime. About lunchtime. Husband puts down phone, goes back to calendar, reverses direction of movement 4 to 5, then stops. Husband. Yes, the Foreign Office must imagine half the Russian people are trained linguists who sit up listening to tapes of the conversations of their foreign visitors. I couldn't even have an ordinary, simple friendly relationship with my interpreter. Though she was a pleasant enough girl. The Foreign Office had warned me she would as a matter of course be reporting everything I did and said back to her superiors, to them, whoever they were. It should be obvious by now that long speeches by husband are something of a rarity, an occasion, hence the others listen to him at least out of curiosity, and he has a certain authority. Husband. What she had to report I can't think. Though there might have been one thing. We were in the south, at a city called Tbilisi, in Georgia. Shortly after she'd seen me to my hotel room I was aware of a painful irritation in my right eye. It had happened before, and I knew that if I couldn't remove it myself within a few minutes then it had to have expert attention. I couldn't remove it. And this is where the dilemma began. I'd been told that they barely spoke Russian at reception, let alone English. And of course I knew no Georgian, which is a sort of Turkish. So I was faced with the prospect of presenting myself at my interpreter's bedroom door and saying I had something in my eye. She couldn't fail to take this as the crudest of advances. I'd been warned by the Foreign Office in the most solemn way about blackmail in regard to sexual indiscretions, you see. And everything about the girl seemed to fit, if she had been put up to something. That is, she wasn't a raving beauty, or I might have been suspicious. Nor was she ugly, or obviously I wouldn't have been tempted. She was just a nice, ordinary, pleasant sweet girl, and of course I thought, that's just what they'd do. You see now what I mean about poisoning relationships before they even start? Rosa. I don't see how it would be possible to blackmail you. Nothing anyone told me about you, however bad it was, could possibly lower my opinion of you. Jerry. But what did you do? Pause, about the thing in your eye? Husband. Well, there was a further complication in that I didn't know the number of my interpreter's bedroom. All I knew was the direction she'd seemed to be taking when she left me. So I would have had to have gone along the corridor knocking at every door until I found her. You can imagine how I regarded that prospect. Rosa. No. Jerry. But you're so good at mime. Husband. I sat down and shut my eyes to think about the situation, and suddenly noticed that the pain was eased greatly when my eye was shut. So I therefore decided to try to get to sleep. Pause, and fortunately I did, fairly easily. Jerry. Is that all? Husband. Next day I told her about it, and she arranged for me to see one of their top eye men. It was a tiny sliver of glass. Jerry. No, I mean. Wife. But he's never been to Russia. He's never been there. Husband touches the knob of the calendar, pauses, then twirls it sharply. The calendar goes quickly through 5-4-3-2-1 and comes to rest at 0. The bizarreness of a calendar with 0 on it should not go unremarked. Wife. I'd have known if he'd been to Russia. Pause, sometimes he frightens me. Wife is clearly very distressed again. Rosa stands up, Goes directly to her father. Rosa. Sometimes I think the things we're frightened of are more frightened of us. Husband. Like cancer, for instance. Like cancer? Rosa turns back to her mother. Rosa. Mother, if I go to fetch the car now, will you be all right? I'll take a taxi, so I shouldn't be more than half an hour. Wife nods, clearly she is not all right, but Rosa's staying will not make her any better. Rosa turns to go. Husband restrains her by her arm at the door. Husband. If it is all chaos, then any attempt to understand is just useless. Don't you see? Pointless. Or even if it only seems to be chaos, then trying to rationalize about it is just so much wasted effort. Wasted. Rosa ignores him, removes his hand from her arm distastefully. Rosa. Mother, do you still leave the car keys under the front seat? Wife looks up, nods. Exit Rosa. Jerry. She's still trying to win the Duke of Edinburgh's award for courage and initiative. Wife, slowly. Sometimes I feel like a spectator of my own life. Outside. You know? Jerry comes over, sits down beside his mother, comforts her. Jerry. Yes, yes. Pause. Now, what did he say, Mummy? Wife. Who? Jerry. The flasher, Mummy. The nasty man. Wife. Never you mind, darling. Mummy protect you from nasty men. Don't you bother your little head about such things. My baby. Husband. My mother said. Jerry. Your mother. Husband. Your grandmother would. Jerry, raucously but unjocularly. My grandmother would be 133 today if she'd lived. Sings. Happy birthday dear Gran. Happy birthday dear Gran. Happy birthday dear Granny. Happy birthday to you. If she'd lived, of course, if she'd lived. Close on husband. Jerry. And what about Auntie Anne? Husband. Sue me. Husband goes over to television set, switches it on, seats himself in front of it. Wife has clearly regressed to some earlier stage of her life, her voice is fainter, her eyes partly closed. Wife. We never left you alone even for 10 minutes, you know. Never. There was always someone there to look after you, someone fully competent. Jerry. Competent. Wife. Fully competent, oh yes, you deserved nothing less, you little darling. I would never grudge paying out to give you the best, the very very best. You do understand that, don't you? Jerry has become more and more concerned about the state in which his mother appears to be. Jerry. Yes, Mummy. Wife. And whatever happened we always tried to do what we thought was the best for you, for. The phone begins to ring. Jerry has his arm round wife, is too concerned with her to answer. When this becomes clear to husband, he protestingly gets up. Wife, can't. Your future, that was all we cared about, I could put up with the other things. If only. Husband, on phone. Yes. Pause, when? Pause. Jerry. She's ill. Wife may be going through the early stages of a heart attack, or she may be faking in order to gain sympathy, it is difficult to determine which. Husband. I'll come at once. Husband puts down phone. Jerry is holding wife as they sit together on sofa. Jerry. She's ill. Look at her. Husband. They want me at work now. Jerry. It's Mummy. It's your own wife? Husband. I must go to work now. Jerry tries to get up, but he dare not for fear of worsening the condition of wife. He is reduced to shouting at his father. Jerry. Bastard. Bastard. Exit husband. Pause. The front door bangs. Jerry. Bastard. Operating theater. A pair of hands being washed in a hand basin, pull back to show arms, the forearm turns off the long lever tap. Come up to see that it is husband with a look of seriousness, dedication on his face which he has not shown before so far. A nurse hovers behind husband with gown, mask, and so on, as she prepares him for the operation. Husband, voice over. Yes, it is a terrible word. A frightening word. Cut to file/case history, pick out keywords in montage of notes, charts, x-rays. 1. Terminal carcinoma. 2. Dr. Noon. 3. Urgent. The 1 BCU of the patient concerned, a woman about 60, worried, but with an intelligent, open face. Husband, voice over. But something like 5 times as many people are cured of cancer as die of it. Husband's voice is infinitely concerned, compassionate, reassuring. In as many ways as possible his manner is diametrically different from his earlier behavior. Husband, voice over. I've had people sent to me who had been told no one can save you. And I pointed out to them that if you take away the space between no and one, then it spells my name. No one can save you, Noon can save you, do you see? BCU patient's face, hesitantly smiles, relieved, thankful, admiring, and so on. BCU Noon's face, tense, dedicated. The mask is placed over the lower half of the face. An abdomen with broad, colored felt tip marks on it. A scalpel makes a precise, large incision appropriately. BCU Noon's face, concentration, compassion. Montage of operating theater details, bringing out that this man who has been seen behaving so cruelly, abominably, as an object of hatred, a failure socially and as a father, is in fact worthy of admiration and respect for the one thing at which he is superbly skillful and compassionate. BCU Noon's eyes, the concern, the care. Fade in Phillips B07148, Billie Holiday/Teddy Wilson. When you're smiling, vocal lasts for 40 seconds for end credits. Compressor. Editor's note. Compressor is one of the most mysterious of Johnson's later works. The manuscript is dated May 1972, but it is not known who, if anyone, commissioned this play for television. Possibly it was intended as another contribution to the BBC's 30-minute theatre series. It includes some speeches originally written for one sodding thing after another, and also some material which was shortly afterwards incorporated into Christy Mallory's own double entry. Characters. Private Asterisk. Sleeper. Porter. Woman squash player 1. Woman squash player 2. Asterisk. This part was written with the actor William Hoyland in mind. Tied on a Matchbox model saloon car. A white, battered Austin 1100. Superimposed title. Compressor. Hand comes into shot, pushes car along. Car noises, starting and moving off. Red line as if along road. Track with it. Made vocally over by private. Widening slightly to show the red line is. Painted on a polished woodblock floor. Widen further to show arm of hand is in. Battle dress sleeve, hold, continue. Tracking along red line with car. Sleeper, VO, you know we've always said there were no new ideas. Pause. Nothing new. Pause, ever? Longer pause. Continue tracking as before, without response or reaction. Car reaches a T-junction on red lines. From the road at right angles suddenly appears a large road tanker, same scale. Matchbox model, propelled by the other hand, also in battle dress sleeve. The sleeper, VO, well, I think I've had a tanker is halfway across the road. New idea. Pause, check me. Turning into the direction of the 1100. When the latter is sent hurtling into it, hands arrange the accident more satisfactorily, that is, tanker jackknifed. 1100 on its side and nearer tanker than it. Finished up after being violently pushed. Widened to show that the man playing with the two model vehicles is a private soldier, dressed in his best or walking out uniform of circa 1945. He is in his mid-20s. We do not yet see his face, as camera is looking down and from behind. Those who play the game may recognize the red line markings as being those of a squash court. To others there is no indication of the place yet. Widen as private reaches out to an sleeper, VO, after some unspecified old plumber's carpet tool bag, takes out a number of years, he decides to change model motorcycle and rider, returns to the rules of the game. For this purpose, point at which 1100 started and sets off, he feels it necessary to split himself into guiding motorcycle fast in same 3. One part stays wherever it is, but direction just before the motorcycle is sends the second part down to insert a about to hit the 1100/tanker pileup, he bun in the oven of a virgin living at the stops. Eastern. Private, damn. Private lifts off motorcycle, reaches sleeper, VO. End of the into carpet tool bag again and takes out a Mediterranean. Her husband is short length of model wire fencing. This understood to be a very understanding. He places carefully beside the red line. Man. When this child is born, it turns out opposite the upright of the T-junction to be surprise. The third part of. He then returns the motorcycle to first himself. When this third part grows up position and speeds it towards the. He goes around stirring up a right load of pile up. As before, he releases it so it trouble, gets on the wrong side of the. Goes anywhere, then tidies it up, he local law, and ends up dead. He then sends the motorcycle one way, under the. Proceeds to join the other two parts of tanker, and the rider flying towards the. Himself in wherever, which is now called fence. Heaven. Private, to himself, the wires cut through him like a cheese cutter. Sleeper, VO, you don't think it's new? Private indicates over shoulder to camera, for the first time his face can be private, they've heard it all before. Seen. BCU sleeper, also seen for the first sleeper, like that. On the epilogue time. He is about 60, fat, bald, jovial. They both break into loud laughter. Full shot of set. The two men are on a squash court. A carpet bag identical to private's and belonging to sleeper is in the right corner of the front wall. Cameras are generally looking at court from back wall position. Sleeper stands with his back against the front wall. He is dressed in a long, striped winceyette nightgown which stretches to his ankles, and is barefoot. On his head he wears a tasseled red nightcap. Sleeper stops laughing suddenly, is serious. Sleeper, I haven't been feeling myself today. Private, you want me to do it for you? Sleeper walks slowly but directly to where private is squatting with cars. Overturns tanker with bare big toe. Delicately. Sleeper, I'm beginning to feel sad about my extremities, too, particularly the smaller ones. Private begins packing the models Away in his bag. Private, sometimes you treat me as though I'm from another planet. Sleeper, but you are, aren't you? Private fishes in bag, brings out a book entitled Essays, David Hume. Private, how about Hume? Sleeper, whom? Private, Hume. Pronounced Hume. Of. The Standard of Taste. Sleeper takes book, opens it, begins. Sleeper, yes. Of the standard of reading. Taste. Men of the most confined knowledge are able to remark a difference of taste in the narrow circle of their acquaintance, even where the during this speech, established detail of persons have been educated under the squash court, cu of comers, red lines at same government, and have early various levels, different material of imbibed the same prejudices. But those lower board, and so on, who can enlarge their view to contemplate distant nations and remote ages, are still more surprised at the great inconsistence and contrariety. We are apt to call barbarous whatever departs widely from our own taste and apprehension, but soon find the epithet of reproach retorted on us. And the highest arrogance and self-conceit is at last startled, on observing an equal assurance on all sides, and scruples amidst such a contest of sentiment, to pronounce positively in its own favor. BCU private. Private, eagerly, you mean it doesn't matter what they think of us? Sleeper, no, it doesn't matter. Though it may be painful. Private, it's all subjective opinion? Sleeper, yes. Private, so what does matter? Sleeper, me. Pause, and perhaps you. Private, me. And perhaps you. Sleeper, me. Sleeper, me. Pause. Sleeper, there you are, then. Private, there you are. Sleeper, where? Private takes from his bag the smallest 8mm home movie projector available, sets it up to face front wall. Gets up, takes plug lead towards back wall. Just before he reaches the flush door in back wall, it opens, a West Indian. Immediately door opens, sound of a railway porter hands Private a tea. Diesel express passing at high speed. Tray, 2 mugs of tea on it, with one through a mainline station. Hand while with the other he takes the projector plug and lead. Exit porter. Sound off immediately, door shuts. Door shuts. Private puts tray down on floor, goes back to projector, switches it on. Shown on front wall is now a film of a squash court with 2 women, pretty, athletic, early 20s, playing squash very well. Establish beyond doubt that the 2 men are on a similar court by widest shot of music over, distantly, the sound of a full set to include them, the projector. Boys bugle band rehearsing in a tin front wall and as much as possible of hall side walls. BCU private watching screen as though he had never seen either women or squash before. BCU sleeper calm, taking it in his sleeper, to himself, a man taking stride. Pictures of a man taking pictures, there is something in that. Sleeper crosses to projector, switches it off. Private, but what happened in the end? Sleeper plugs in another lead, i.e. at a take-off point, which trails from his own bag. On the other end is a miniature slide projector, e.g. Ilford Elmo CS, which sleeper sets up to throw on right side wall. Private, once more you're in the forefront of non-stop developments. Sleeper, it's my nature, don't crucify me for it. Private, I wouldn't crucify you with. Sleeper smiles, settles himself. Someone else's nails. Punches up the first slide, which is of a biblical pastoral scene, hills, shepherds. Of the cheapest printed kind, crude colors and drawing, as given to Sleeper, the change in the rules of children at some Sunday schools. The game is that anyone can now gain entry to this place called heaven. The trouble is that the regulations for entry are rather obscure, and there's no way of telling whether it's worth going to. Anyway. New slide, El Greco's Christ expelling. At the same time as heaven was. The money lenders christened, two other parts of wherever were renamed Purgatory and Hell. Purgatory is a sort of halfway house between heaven and hell. There is also another place called Limbo, which is BCU private, sulking, where he has sent all those unfortunate enough to have been born between himself and the third part of himself. Residents include such all-time favorites as Moses, Job, Socrates. Change slide to Roman soldier, grinning. Heraclitus, the unknown centurion, and, foolishly, Julius Caesar. Few actual details of Limbo have been allowed to seep out. But it does not appear to be as bad as hell. Nothing, it was said, could be as bad as hell. Change slide to another pastoral scene. To qualify for entry into any of the new, of same type as before, places you had first of all to be dead. Then, if you had satisfied the regulations, and been what was accepted as good. Change slide back, as if by accident, to you were at once translated to heaven. Grinning Roman soldier. And given over to endless pleasure. Whether you felt like it or not. If you had. Private begins to get restless, fiddles. Not been good, then you went to hell. To change reel on his own projector. Which was very painful and also without end. If there was any doubt about whether you had been good or not good. Proper slide replaces soldier, which is of. Then you did a stretch in purgatory while Frank Lloyd Wright's house falling. He sorted things out in what might water presumably be called his mind. Later you would be posted either up to heaven or down to hell, though these directions, up and down, must be considered. Change slide to Still of Skylon at 1951. Metaphorical, of course. But even if you Festival of Britain made it into heaven, you still had to watch it. There were examples of people being chucked out for one kind of maffing about or another. Private finishes changing reels. Once you were in hell, however, you had to settle down to it. You were not allowed out, however good you tried to be through the unimaginable pain. Silence. When it is clear Sleeper has finished, Private starts his projector. On front wall is now projected a film loop of a dolphin leaping out of water up towards an object held high, failing to reach it, and falling back again into the pool. Loop repeats endlessly during following conversation and until indicated. Private, proudly, indicating screen. That's a genuine Turkish bath. Sleeper, the Turks overran these parts. Private, nods, yes. They were bastards then, the Turks. Sleeper, mildly, we been bastards ourselves, in our time. Private, yes. Not now, though. Nor the Turks. Sleeper, How come there's still much bastardy about, then? Private, must be. Others. Sleeper, other who? Private, other Turks. Sleeper tosses fluorine at Private in token contempt. Private picks it up, flips it high in the air, catches it, looks at it. Private, 1961. Did you know that you can read that upside down? Sleeper comes across to him, takes the coin back. Private, do you know the next year that will happen? Pause, at the next year you'll be able to read the date upside down as well as right way up. Sleeper, bored, no. Sleeper moves away towards front wall and lies down prone on his back, parallel with the left side wall. Private, I'll tell you, then, shall I? Pause, you could work it out, though, if you wanted to. Pause, it's 6,009. 6,009. You could guess there'd be 6s and 9s. And noughts in it, couldn't you? The dolphin is still leaping unsuccessfully on the film loop. Skylon remains projected by slide projector. Private, discouraged, the stupidest thing you can do is to behave as though you were right. Hold. Then Private reverses his role, imitates the bearing of a high-ranking officer, maintains it as he goes over to look down at Sleeper and asks Private, pompously, why did you join the army? Sleeper, youthful persona, another reversal of roles, well, because I chose to, sir. I admit that I could have done all sorts of things when the moment came to choose, I suppose, when I left school. That is, I could have tried to be all sorts of other things, I knew that, sir. And when I think of it, I could have done something pretty exciting, too, knowing what I now know about myself and the way I am good at certain things. But, well, sir, when I left school it seemed the best thing open to me to do, joining the army. I think we always choose the best of the choices we think are available to us, don't you agree, sir? Private, that's not saying very much, is it? Sleeper, oh, I don't mean it always turns out to have been the best choice, sir. But it seems so at the moment you have to make the decision. Well, when I had to make the choice about what to do for the next few years, the army seemed the best thing. You know how when you're young your thoughts are dominated by sex, completely dominated. Well, mine were, sir. I don't know about everyone, though my mates seemed to think of nothing else as well. So there must be something in it. But not many people, especially as they get older, seem to realize it, or remember it. When you're 17 or so you can be so eaten up with sex that it seems to affect everything you do. Certainly that's how it was with me. I could see that girls felt proud to be seen out with a man in uniform, of being out with a soldier, sir, which meant you were a man, a real man. And that's really why I made the decision, sir, stupid as it may sound now. Private, but you stuck by it, eh? Sleeper, oh yes, I made the best of it, sir, and I found that in doing that I actually got something better. Do you find that happens, sir? It's as though if you expect nothing, then anything you do get is a bonus. And I found after a while I actually liked the limitations, the regularity of everything, even the Discipline. When your choices are limited, so are your responsibilities. Aren't they, sir? For a long while the only thing irregular about my life has been my bowel movements. Funny that, isn't it, sir? As though some part of me had to revolt against the routine. Private suddenly changes role to that of a doctor, whips out stethoscope. Listens to sleeper's stomach. Private, serious, yes. Pause, yes. Pause, I think you've got a touch of everything. Pause, needles. I see needles. Darning needles. Pause. 2 of them. Pause, at least 2. Then, as an aside, directly to camera. What we call the Munchausen syndrome. Patients who deliberately swallow objects so that they can get themselves looked after in hospital. He probably wrapped the needles in cotton wool to get them down him. But we don't know which sort he is yet. There's 2 sorts, you see. One kind are masochists who actually want to undergo a serious abdominal operation. The other kind merely want to rest in bed at the expense of the public, and they almost always make a run for it as soon as surgery is mentioned. Fiendishly, but some of them we catch, of course, and operate. Sleeper stands, rheumatically. He has. Sleeper, you don't help. Pause, does. Reverted to role as at start of play. It mean nothing to you, the old cliché. You'll be like me one day? Private 2 now reverts to first role. Private, it's exactly because I'm so aware I shall be something like you one day that I'm enjoying not being like you. Now. Sleeper rubs his scalp, removing his nightcap to do so. Sleeper, almost to himself, bald as a badger. Private, badgers aren't bald. Sleeper, bald as a badger. Private, your trouble's alliteration. Sleeper, one of them. Sleeper pulls himself together. Moves purposefully towards the door in back wall, collecting tea tray as he goes. The tea undrunk. Private, mockingly, with antique flourish, Godspeed. Sleeper, has he? That accounts for the atrocious weather we've been having. Sleeper opens door. Immediately. Express noise as before, sharply. Porter enters as before, hands plug. Lead into sleeper, takes tray in other hand, shuts door. Sound off. Sleeper drops plug lead on floor. Unplugs his own lead, goes over to his slide projector and begins to pack it away. Private goes over to his projector. Begins to pack it away. While they do so, superimpose caption, the dual of dictionary words. Superimpose each of the following captions over recipient's appropriate reaction. Sleeper, venomously, gasconade. Superimpose caption. Gasconade equals boaster. Pause. Private, surprised, then hitting back. Saurian. Superimpose caption, saurian. Equals reptile. Pause. Sleeper, dacoit. Superimpose caption, dacoit. Equals thief. Pause. Private, android. Superimpose caption, android. Equals man-like automaton. Pause. Sleeper, magma. Superimpose caption, magma equals dregs. Pause. Private, palterer. Superimpose caption, palterer. Equals equivocator, etc. etc. Pause. Sleeper, androgyne. Superimpose caption, androgyne. Equals hermaphrodite. Pause. Private, hermaphrodite. Superimpose caption. Hermaphrodite equals androgyne. Pause. Private, Roanish Cenobite. Superimpose caption, Roanish. Cenobite equals scabby monk. Pause. Private, acrisis. Superimpose caption, acrisis. Equals an excretion. Pause. Sleeper, triumphantly roll. Changing again, coprolite. Superimpose caption, coprolite. Equals fossil turd. Private opens mouth, hesitates. Closes it, defeated. Sleeper, pressing home, coprolite. Coprolite. Superimpose caption, coprolite. Coprolite. Equals fossil turd, fossil turd. Private is still for a long pause. Thinking. Then he suddenly leaps up and dances a long, weird dance round Sleeper. Actor to improvise. Sleeper relaxes in his triumph. Ignoring Private. Private finally stops dancing, goes. Private, you know, in the 20s it. Over to his carpet bag and places. Was said that anyone in the second half. Projector inside it. Of this century who could not use a typewriter and a camera would be a new sort of illiterate. Sleeper laughs, Private joins in. Almost immediately, until they are both laughing immoderately. Private stops, at length. Private, ah well, back to work. Private takes out surveyor's tape. Measure from bag, begins measuring the squash court. Business with tape pulling. Each end in turns, snapping back into case, ad lib. Sleeper watches incuriously. When Private does succeed in measuring a dimension, he writes it in large black felt tip characters on white side wall right. Sleeper, straight to camera. Streamers, we call them, I don't know why. I've known them stay 2, even 3 years in one place, set up a home garden, a kid. Then off they go. And when the poor girl tries to check, they can't find a trace of him before she knew him, either. Streamers. What do you say to the kid? You say, of course, now you're a child and can understand, you know you were once a baby, and now you're a child. Well, next you'll be a teenager, then a girl, then a woman. Perhaps a mother, then a matron, then a lady, then an old lady, and then you'll be dead, you'll make a lovely corpse. Perhaps, if all goes well. Sleeper goes across to front wall. Starts writing with a large red felt tip. The following slogans. 1. Never is the most terrible word. 2. I'm not talking metaphors, I mean the lot. 3. Your life has been bought, steal it. 4. One can learn lessons from anything. Unfortunately. To avoid unnecessary boredom, jump. Cut the above after it is established what Sleeper is doing, and some slogans may just pop on. Private joins in at this point. Abandoning his measuring, with his black felt tip. The following are joint efforts between the two. 5. Change is the only constant. 6. We are eggs in the hands of a blind juggler. 7. Society is a carnivorous flower. 8. All periods are transitional ones. 9. Contradiction is worth more than yes-saying. Finally, standing together, they both independently but at the same time write, I am beside myself. They look at one another, stare each other out. Private is the first to break away, rubs elbow. Private, I think I've got rid of my tennis elbow at last. Sleeper, yes. Pause, how? Private, by not playing tennis for 3 years. The two men stare at each other again. This time it is Sleeper who breaks. He turns deliberately, walks slowly towards front wall. Private equally slowly walks to left. Side wall. Change to full shot of set. Private reaches side wall, Sleeper reaches front wall. Both remain facing walls. Then Sleeper turns and, at the same time as he begins speaking, camera begins slow movement in on him. Sleeper, it seems he always existed. Finishing tight where indicated below. Or alternatively he created himself. There's no doubt he claims to have created the world, however, which must be understood in context to mean the universe as well. Or universes. There's no doubt, too, that games are one of his chief diversions. Into this world he places various other creations, roughly interdependent, though a certain amount of jockeying for position is evident in the early stages. Amongst these creations is man and, shortly afterwards, woman. He gives this couple something called free will, which means they can act as they like. If they act in a way he doesn't like, however, they will get thumped. Practically the first thing they do he doesn't like. It turns out that he knew this was going to happen, because he is slowly, didactically, omniscient. It also turns out that he could have stopped it too, since he is, slowly again, omnipotent. Pause, the couple are of course quite baffled. But they take the fully tight in BCU, thumping in reasonably good grace, and even go on to procreate 3 sons. That's that, you must be thinking. End of story. Incest not being allowed by the rules, the family must die out. But no. He's been making it all up as he goes along, like certain kinds of novelists. And he now reveals the parallel existence of some tribes who have, pause, women. 2 of the sons thereupon made. And his game can be carried on. It's important that the game carries on. Suddenly, as from inside the court, the game is everything. Sound of squash being played, the explosive detonations of the ball on the various surfaces. Wide shot of front wall, Private has, while camera was off him, moved up to stand about 2 yards away from Sleeper. Both men react to the sounds as though the squash ball were hitting them, and as though it were a bullet. Private is more active, acting out the part of a wounded man energetically, even overreacting. Sleeper does not react with the whole of his body, only with those parts which may be supposed to have been hit. In turn, neither falls. After between 5 and 10 seconds of this fade-up superimposition of 2 women squash players, the same 2 as in the 8mm film earlier, playing on the same court/set. The women must mime to wild sound. Use of an actual ball is impractical in the studio, since all 4 walls could not be made solid enough to produce the genuine sound. In any case, the ball is so small and is hit so hard that it would not generally be seen on television, hence no coverage of the sport. The women are not, of course, aware of the men, since the 2 shots are distinct. Both men and women mime to the same wild actuality sound. Both shots are from the same wide, locked off camera. They can conveniently be taped on after the other before or after the rest of the play, and superimposed in the final. Editing. Superimpose end credits over. Continuation of above. Down Red Lane. A lunchtime theater play. Editor's note. Down Red Lane was written towards the end of Johnson's life, and first performed after his death, in a lunchtime production at the Open Space Theatre in 1974. The diner was played by Timothy West, the waiter by Simon Callow, and the belly by Martin Coveney. In the later radio production, broadcast on BBC Radio 3, May 5, 2002, Timothy West again played the diner, the waiter was played by David Timson and the belly by Roy Hudd. Characters: waiter, diner, belly. Time, the present. A gastronomic restaurant. A table set with good cutlery, a single flower, all in careful taste. The tablecloth reaches to the ground on all sides. The waiter, hovering, sees a guest enter whom he recognizes with a great show of pleasure. It is the diner. He is gross, fat, enormous, but likable, aged anything between 50 and 70, dressed in dinner suit, but it is carelessly maintained, yet he has a certain dignity, even when he behaves grossly, he still has a human dignity. Waiter. Good evening, sir, how good to see you this evening, sir. The waiter fusses around diner whom he obviously knows and respects as a good customer, pulls chair out for him, seats him with no little effort. The diner appears flushed, out of breath with the effort of crossing the room, sitting down. He slumps, hardly acknowledging waiter. Diner. Almost to himself, Maxim's last night. Pause, canard à l'orange. Pause, duck. Pause, then with contempt, duck. Waiter. Yes, sir, well, sir, what do you? Diner. Even greater contempt, duck. Pause, I saw it coming, too. It still hit me. Single unfunny laugh, ha. Duck. Waiter. Yes, sir, how disgusting, sir. Diner. Duck. Waiter. Confidentially, I'm told, sir, they were inspected last week, and the department found an Alsatian in the deep freeze. Pause, jointed. Just as well you didn't have the venison. The case comes up at the next quarter sessions. Short pause, quarter. Diner. Unhumorously cuts him off, ha. Diner settles himself. Waiter. Aquamine roll, sir. Diner looks at him with contempt, as though he should need to have to ask. Waiter exits. Diner settles himself further, as though he were uncomfortable, belches, slumps over the table, moves in so that his stomach is as near as may be underneath the table. Waiter returns with mineral water, pours it, presents menu, exits. Diner drinks, belches visibly but only just audibly, pauses. Waiter returns for order. Diner ignores him, studying menu. Diner. Nothing new. Waiter. The classics, sir. One cannot improve on the perfect. Sir. Diner. Ha. Pause, nothing new. Waiter. Grossly flattering, how could one hope to presume to give a new gastronomic experience to a man so justly famed for the all-embracing wideness of his knowledge? Diner. Ha. Diner stares at menu. Long pause. Mouth, slavering movements. Grossness business. Pulls out handkerchief, wipes forehead, neck. Waiter attentive, as if bated breath. Diner. Suddenly, you call them hordabaji. Does that mean you now have a Hungarian chef, et? Waiter. Covering up, no, sir, but. Diner. Then they're not hordabaji, are they? They're just bloody pancakes stuffed with leftover meat and cream and paprika. Waiter. On his medal, fresh veal, sir, fresh cream, sir, gratine. Diner. Ha. Silence. Diner. I'll start with the hortobagi, then. God help you if they're wrong. A long drawn out, just heard wince or groan from the direction of Diner's belly. It can go on throughout the following exchange. A pause. Waiter. May I recommend the salmon, sir, spécialité du jour tronquin de saumon Philise Gilbert. Diner. How? Waiter. Philise Gilbert, sir. Diner frowns. Diner. Remind me. Waiter. The cavity stuffed with a julienne, sir, of truffles, mushrooms, carrots and celery hearts braised in butter, the whole poached in sherry, sir. A louder groan from belly indicating some unease. Waiter. And served with. Diner. Who was Philise Gilbert? Waiter. Glibly, a gentleman, sir, an old gentleman. Diner. Did he die of it, his speciality? Waiter. It is not recorded, sir. Diner. He died of something. Pause, a way to be remembered, omelette Arnold Bennett, giving one's name to a dish, leaving something behind to be remembered by. Smiles maliciously, perhaps not the salmon. A sigh of relief from belly, who, if it is not obvious by now, is played by an actor or actress concealed under the table. Diner. Are the whitebait good? Waiter. Of course, sir. Diner. Stowe records that during the season one could lower a basket on a rope from Old London Bridge and bring it up brimming alive with Thames whitebait. Waiter. Laughs unhumorously, not now, sir, not now. Diner. Let's be simple. Whitebait. Pause, no, I'll have a dozen Clares. Alarm from belly, the groan assumes the drawn-out words. Belly. Oysters. Oysters. Waiter. The larger ones, of course, sir. Diner nods. Groans appropriate from belly throughout at each new assault following. Diner. No, make it 2 dozen. It'll give me time to think about the entree. Waiter. Certainly, sir. And the wine? The usual? Diner nods. Exit waiter. Diner settles to a further study of the menu. Groans continue from belly, the words blending with groans but gradually, as he begins to become more and more articulate, becoming more distinct. The accent should be London working class. Belly. Oysters. Cream. Veal. Pancakes. Oysters. Oysters. Enter waiter with white wine, sets it out, pours, diner tastes, says nothing, at which waiter assumes it's acceptable and pours full glass. Diner drinks it at once. Belly makes brrrr noise as though cold. Waiter. We have just 9 bottles left of the Vale Lawns, sir. Diner. Keep them for me. Last about a fortnight. And after that? Waiter. A good successor, sir, though as you know yourself there's never been anything since as good as the 67. Exit waiter. Diner drinks again, belly again shivers. Diner. Appreciatively, ah, yes. Belly. Oh, no, the acid, the cold acid. Waiter returns with first course, the rich pancakes. Flames them over spirit stove if you can afford it. Sets them before diner with flourish, acting his part. Exit waiter. Diner tucks huge napkin into his collar, then eats quickly, grossly. Belly. Here they come, the front runners, on top of this sour Chablis, Premier Cru, what does it matter, by the time it's down here, Premier nothing, for the last 30 years, Chablis with paprika tonight, God save us. Groan, pause, paprika. Paprika. Belly makes short, sharp noises as if burnt. Diner breaks off to take an enormous draught of wine. Belly. Shivers again, ah, The old torture treatment, hot and cold, first this, then that, no doubt the other soon, dogs, whose dogs, slavering, comically giving in. All right, I'll tell you all you want to know. Don't torture me anymore. What do you want to know? Not the paprika again. No. As if burnt sounds, oh. I can't stand it. No. Series of groans, coping noises, gradually wins through, out of breath. Belly's victory coincides with Diner's completion of this course. He wipes his mouth roughly, farts hard. Even as he does this there is still a dignity about him, that is, he does not fart in a polite nor a mannered way, it is simply a human function performed naturally. Diner takes another draught of Chablis, which sets off Belly into shivers again, more sorrowfully than painfully. Enter waiter with oysters, clears previous course, refills glass. Diner takes large draught of mineral water, belches again before starting on oysters. He sprinkles lemon juice on a few, tosses first back without biting. Belly groans progressively louder as half a dozen or so are wolfed down without pause. Belly. At least bite them first. Kill them. The buggers are fighting each other down here. It's a right pun hup. What you don't realize is that they think they're back in their native element down here, you've never realized it, they get all lively, until me hydrochloric acid gets them, and we all know there's not enough of that to go round. You can't go on doing this to me, let alone the others, one of us'll crack soon, you must know what I'm talking about, I've been warning you all these years. Diner pauses, gasps with sudden pain at gripe in stomach, this can be coordinated by belly actor tapping shin of Diner actor. Diner pours mineral water, swallows draught, then another. Diner. Diner swallows another glass of Chablis. Belly makes drowning, glugging noises. Diner resumes wolfing oysters. Belly. 2 dozen he has tonight? That must be 8. Another 16 to go. Diner. 15, actually. There's one here I don't like the look of at all. It is the first time he has answered Belly, it ought to be acceptable by now. Belly. Small mercies. Diner. There may be more. You can't tell until you squeeze the lemon on. Sam taught me that. Only the 3rd time I had had oysters, in my young life, and in Paris. His eyes were bad, Ginny saw him feel for the ashtray with his little finger before tapping his ash, later he did it in the sugar bowl, we averted our eyes. I used to like oysters, he said to me, young, I used to like oysters too until once when I put the lemon on I saw the creature wince. Pause, if they don't wince they're no good, if they don't wince they're dead. Pause, though we happily eat other corpses. Silence. Diner continues knocking back the oysters and Chablis. Mounting groans from Belly, culminating in another stab of pain felt by Diner. Belly. Take that, you slippery sliders, you oily swine. Diner grunts, pauses. Belly. Vengefully, you're beginning to pay. Diner recovers, with an effort, more mineral water, finishes remaining 2 or 3 oysters, sits back with a practiced satisfaction, wipes mouth. Diner. Finds Claire's. So different from the fat, oily Whitstable natives I had the first time, a stall on the front, where was it, most unlikely, I was a young lad then, really only. Diner gulps, his gorge rising, controls himself with difficulty. Belly sighs with relief. Enter waiter. Begins to clear. Waiter. And to follow, sir. Diner belches. Waiter. May I recommend the venison, sir, filets mignon with juniper berries, the sauce. Diner. After what you told me about Maxim's. Waiter clears away, in a huff. Diner studies menu. Rumblings from Belly. Diner finishes Chablis. Waiter returns, professional smile. Waiter. For the entree, sir. Belly. Something light? You'd enjoy something light? Diner. To himself, it must be substantial, nourishing, as mother would say. Pause, now she says nothing. Pause. Belly. Something light? As a feather? Preferably nothing. Diner. Shut up. Or I'll order a chili, in between whiles. Belly. Panic, no. No. Silence. Diner ponders menu. Waiter hovers, not daring to make a further suggestion. Whimperings from belly. Diner. At length, the beef, then. Waiter. Sir. Belly. All right, then, I'll accept the beef, under protest, but nothing fancy, just plain beef, I can't take some of those sauces, nothing fancy. Diner. Where's the pepper from? Belly. No. Nothing fancy. Waiter. Improvising, the pepper, sir. Curacao, sir, I heard the chef ordering it myself, sir, only this morning. Diner. Liar. Waiter. Sir. Not from Curacao itself, of course, sir, from the wholesalers. But I could have sworn it was Curacao, he said. Belly. Don't have it wherever it came from. Not pepper. Diner. Pause, you're sure he ordered it this morning? Waiter. Yes sir, gospel sir. Diner. So it should be fresh, wherever it came from. Waiter. Yes, sir. Diner. I'll take the steak au poivre, then, just sealed, no more. Belly. Groans, no. Look, it's not only me, it's the kidneys, too. Waiter. Offended, yes sir, as usual for you, of course. Diner. With lyonnaise potatoes and perhaps a green. No, asparagus, yes asparagus. Belly. Sparrers arse, no. In butter they'll be. Diner. In butter. Belly. Oh. Waiter. Sir. And no doubt the Gavry Chambertin with it? Diner nods. Exit waiter. Belly. Now look, don't say we haven't been warning you for months now. I'll have a word with the kidneys. Whispered consultations, other groans from Belly, who appears to be mediating with someone else. Diner gives increasing and various signs of physical discomfort from now on, though as he is a large man they are not noticeably dramatic. Belly. Flatly, look, one kidney's not answering, and the other says he's had all he can take. He's up to the gills in bloody pepper as it is. Any more, and he says he's jacking it all in too. Pause, for good. Pause, liver's not looking too bright, either. Pause, in pain, do you hear? Diner takes no notice, appears to be wrapped in thought, apart from occasional shifting of position on chair. Belly. In distress, do you hear? Your last kidney's on the blink, and liver's asking for his cards. Waiter returns with burgundy, opening, sniffing, tasting business. Diner drinks whole bottle throughout entree course following. Belly. As though listening, what's that? Pause, yes, they're all at it now. Spleen says he's hanging up his boots. Spleen. You know, your spleen. Diner. I don't know them all. Appendages, how should I know? Belly. Appendages. Nostalgically, appendix. Remember appendix? Diner. Ah, Munich. Belly. Ah, appendix. Appendix. My appendix. How I miss her. 40 years we were together. Diner. I nearly died. Belly. I with you. Diner. The two of us. Belly. I with you. Diner. Both one. Belly. Together. Pause. Silence. Sudden rumbling. Diner drinks deeply from glass, refills it. Diner. Nearly had my appendages, that dog. Must have been the day before I went into hospital. Vast beer garden in Munich, fat, ugly waitresses. Dog was tied to a table leg, green, cast iron, out in the open. I was with fat, ugly girl. All I could get. All I could get, then. Probably all I deserved. I thought she was boring. Nothing to say. We drank, she matched me stein for stein. Nothing to say. I stared at the dog, stared him out. Was it a bitch? Were they both? I'd never stared out a dog before. They are easily aggravated by a staring match, I found. I won, of course. Twice the dog passed the point, twice leapt at me, fell back on the lead, frustrated. What did the owners look like? Pause, no recollection. The dog was a black mongrel about the size of a badger. It must have disturbed the table, a dog that size, caused the beers to shake, destroyed any meniscus there might have been. Pause, then I forgot about it. I suppose the fat Fraulein must have made some proposition worth considering. I forget. But the dog didn't forget. I suppose it had nothing better to do than watch for its chance. On the way out I walked near its table, and it leapt again at me. Providence saved my appendages that day, for the length of the dog's lead was such that it restrained its teeth by a matter of an inch from connecting. It swung round in an arc, snapping and nipping, within an inch of my flies. No doubt I ducked backwards from the waist, no doubt I took steps away, but only when I had seen the danger, only when he had committed himself. Gnashing he swung, brushing my I had nearly said balls. Belly. Ha. Diner. Are you still there? Belly. Still here. Groans. Diner. Gnashing. It was a very narrow miss, nearer than an inch, I wasn't measuring accurately. Diner imitates with teeth, swinging his head in an arc in the action the dog performed. Then drinks. Belly. When did you last see Winkle, anyway? Pause, 20 years ago. Diner. There are mirrors, you know. Belly. In the flesh. When did you last see your Winkle in the flesh? Diner. Does it matter? He still performs one of his two functions. Belly. It's an act of faith, you're believing in Winkle now. Diner. He whittles, therefore he is. Winkle. 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 Pause, he used to come at my call. Pause, I don't need to see him. Belly. But when did you last see him? Diner. Bratislava. No. Zvolen. Belly. Swollen. Diner. Zvolen was where they started, where the idea came from. Belly. And ours. Diner. And ours. But Bratislava. Belly. Ah. Diner. They just built the new bridge over the Danube. Belly. Ah. Diner. Bratislava. Enter waiter with next course, sets it out during following. Belly. Yes, they just built the new bridge over the Danube, fine modern design, nothing like it in Europe. Diner. Ah, Bratislava. Pause. Belly. Your last. As the sun went down. Pause, in the east. Diner. Pause, then starts, in the east. Belly. Sharpen up. Your last true sighting of Winkle. Diner. I still feel for him. Belly. Ha. Diner begins to eat, exit waiter. Diner. What was I doing there? Belly. In Bratislava? Diner. Yes. Belly. Watching the sun go down. Diner. Ah. Belly. And feeling for Winkle. Silence. Diner champs away, drinks. Belly begins to groan, a progression towards the climax. Diner. Suddenly, there's no conviction about any longer. Pause, Winkles at Southend, as a boy. And oysters, too. Belly. Outburst, oysters. The last sod's still not dead down here, bucking and slewing about, my acid's not what it was. Diner. Sharply, what is? Pause, oysters on the front there, was it Nance, with Zulf, late at night, what a feed, one could see why they thought them such good nourishment long ago, and earlier, poor people's food they were too. Belly. The bastards. Me hydrochlorics bubbling. All the sounds, slurping, and so on, of a last-ditch stand against the oysters consumed earlier. Diner meanwhile goes on with his steak, lyonnaise, asparagus, regardless. Belly. All those years. Faithfully serving, dealing with all that working-class muck, surviving the lean years, pretending I could make do with sandwiches and the occasional rock and chips. Ah, I was young then, we all were, weren't we? Pause, and the later affluence, the in-between times, when we didn't know where we were, one day taken out to lunch at the Mirabelle, the next back to rock salmon at Bell's by the Angel. Diner. Ah. Belly. All very well for you. Diner. For us. Belly. Abashed, for us. And then when it set in, the layers of adipose tissue, I bore the torture, the Pavlonian business of stop-go, in-out, on-off, oa. Diner. Pausing between champs, the diets I went on. Belly. The diets. Diner. My favorite was slimming the Eastern way. Belly. Just because the exercises were based on belly dancing. Diner. The food was good, too, shashlik and. Belly groans piteously. Diner suddenly stops eating, quite dramatically, drops cutlery. Diner. Look on the bright side. It has been good. There has been more good than. Don't forget the good times. Pause, there were good times. Brightly, there are always enough good times to make it worthwhile. That's the secret. No doubt. The reason why one does not actually, pause, do it. Look on the bright side. We did enjoy certain things. Don't forget the good times. Belly continues to groan, ignoring him. Belly. The blood. Untreated blood. And the vicious pepper. I give up, even your shirt front spattered with blood, how could you, slobbering outside and in, think about your. Diner. Fiercely, why should I? Belly. I am you. You are me. Diner breaks into sudden wild laughter, for say 10 seconds, then Belly joins in. Sudden stop. Pause. Diner. Soberly, I don't know why I was born with an appetite. Or, if you like, I don't know why I was conditioned to think that my appetite was the most important thing in my life. I do know I have suffered from my appetite, my grossness, my peculiarity. The thought of death even, of shortening my life itself, has been no deterrent. I was digging my grave with my teeth. Many have been those who have quoted that cliché to me. It has not mattered. I am what I am. I have done what I have done. I have followed. That is what I am. That is what I have been conditioned to become. Who can argue with those laws, those? Pause, good teeth they are, too, those I have used to dig my grave. Would I have been given such good teeth if I had not been meant to dig my grave with them? Enter waiter. He begins to clear away, though the course is unfinished, this occasions some flicker of surprise, nothing more. Waiter. Challenging, seeing the state diner is in, and now, sir. Diner. What? Ordering, yes, so long. Ignores proffered menu, profit arrows, of course. So turns with them, what else? No, rich champagne, not so turns, what am I thinking of? Exit waiter with smirk, for diner is slumping lower and lower over table. Belly's moans now continuous, increasing to end. Diner. In Zvolen, where it started, I had rich champagne, but Russian, not bad though not at all as good as they imagined it was, what is, but there also. Pause. Enter waiter with profit arrows, champagne, opens ladder, pours glass. Diner ignores it. Diner suddenly sits up, all attention, bright. Diner. There was the baby, sitting up, with that unbelievably stupid look of hope upon his stupid face. Pause, there was Mahler on at the time, Das Lied von der Erde if I remember rightly, I objected to that, too. And the baby with this look of expectancy, the baby expectorant, ha. Pause, and she said as though she could not have meant it to mean more, pause, sincerely, she said, I shall dry out without you. Pause, I shall dry out without you. Diner slumps again, finally. Diner's eyes close. Diner lifts glass. Belly meanwhile has been reaching towards a climax of distress. At climax, Diner joins Belly at pitch of shriek. Both suddenly stop. Diner's hand pauses, spills glass. Blackout. Short prose. The Travails of Traveling People. Published in Smith's Trade News, April 20, 1963. You must have an agent, they said. So I have this agent. She has a fabulous Georgian house in this top postal district. She has carpets on the walls, and gives me Fuller's walnut layer cake, China tea, and spiel. Like how she's made 10,000 last year for this writer just like me. Point 2 So after some thought I agree to let her do the same for me next year. When my novel Traveling People is finished I take it along to her. Take it, not trusting the post. Besides, it would cost too much, big, it is, to me, 110,000 words, all my own. I had to put it in a lever arch file as they don't make anything else that would take that thickness of paper. Very proud of that bulk alone. Back it comes a few weeks later. It feels very heavy. All this agent will tell me about it is that it is pretentious and unsaleable. According to her expert reader. I ask her if I may see the report, feeling like a schoolboy trying to find out what they have said about him to his mother. She will not tell me. Only that Traveling People is pretentious and unsaleable. What is the point, I even say to her, by letter, of course, of our relationship unless you tell me what I have done wrong so that I can try to put it right next time. That would be to betray a trust, she thinks, to show me the report, so I am answered, at the third time of asking, pretentious and unsaleable, again. I assume the report is appalling and obviously recommends instant expulsion. But however bad it is, not knowing is worse. I quietly disintegrate into fairly small pieces. A sweet friend so very kindly picks up most of these pieces and tidies up generally. Then she gives me the phone numbers of 2 agents whom she has inquired about and found reputed to be sympathetic to first novels. I am skeptical about anyone being sympathetic to first novels which are also wildly unconventional. But what else is there to do? So I ring number 1 on my little list. His phone is engaged. I ring number 2, the last, and can speak only to his secretary. I tell this dolly my business, and end clearly but cynically by saying that much wasted time can be avoided if she indicates whether her boss is prepared to read the unusual, the unconventional, and to try to understand what I am trying to do in Traveling People. This dolly is very put out at this, incensed at my imputation that perhaps her boss does not read every word sent to him. To mollify her I apologize profusely and promise to send the novel. I do not send the novel. I take it myself, that afternoon, with a letter explaining what I think I am trying to do. This agent has a Georgian house, too, with nice lead-flashed dormers and crummy cream paint. In the inquiries office there's this fair old dolly who asks me in what I allow to be a good imitation of the Queen Mum voice whether she can help me. Restraining a natural inclination to explain in hardly necessary detail how not half she could, I give her the letter and my lovely 2¼ thick typescript. She smiles and makes me wish I had bothered to wash and shave. I huddle in my Orson Welles overcoat and hope I look eccentric and mysterious. Then I retire to the Angel 3 and pretend I am anything but a writer. This sweet bird comes and sticks some more of the pieces together. Within the fortnight a civil letter from this second agent. I am delighted that he has seen more or less exactly what I was trying to do in Traveling People, and that he likes it. He makes suggestions for one irrelevant character and one irrelevant chapter to be cut or rewritten, and makes it clear that if I am going to be inflexible about it then there is not much that he can do for me. But I am not like that at all, and I am certainly pleased to know exactly where I stand. So I ring this dolly again and make an appointment to see her boss. Point 4. She's an even fairer old dolly than the one downstairs. And her boss has his carpets on the floor. Very right and proper, I think, wall to wall, too. And he sits me in this splendid green womb of an armchair, next to the oil-filled radiator, under one of the dormers. Mind you, he smokes a pipe, but I try not to hold this against him. I soon learn he knows his kid. Not only did he read English under Levy, but he has been both an author and a publisher himself. He knows Traveling People, too, and his objections to Chapter 2 are reasonable and valid. I agree to cut it 5 though it is like cutting out my own liver. Still, a book can live without a liver. He's read Tristram Shandy, as well, and thinks it marvelous. One of the more useful divisions of humanity is into those who do and those who don't adore Tristram Shandy. By the end of our talk, I am wholly reintegrated. The first 4 publishers find my novel full of promise but are unwilling to spend money to see that promise in print. One of them even invites me out for a drink and we spend a couple of pleasant hours discussing my fullness of promise and his unwillingness to spend money to see that promise in print. Then T.S. Eliot, Herbert Read, Henry Moore, Bonamy Dobry 6 and the other Gregory Trust judges make me the recipient of one of the Gregory Awards for the encouragement of young creative writers. By what I believe to be a genuine coincidence, the next publisher to whom Traveling People is offered by my agent is very interested, and invites me to go to see him about it. I have strange ideas about publishers. I imagine Dickens, for instance, going into his publisher with a great idea for a book, and being told, "No, it won't sell, Charlie. Kill her off in the last chapter, and we'll call it The Death of Little Nell." But this publisher is very different from anything I had expected, a most charming gentleman, and he has no carpets on his walls either, just lots of lovely enviable books. Nevertheless I am very nervous and more or less demand to have a whiskey forced down my throat before I can talk at all. Then when we do talk it is more about the novel than about Traveling People. But finally he wins me over when he says that he found my novel funny, which of all reactions is the one I find most pleasing. Then he starts talking about cuts, flat patches he calls them, but really he's after my novel's kidneys. So I take it away, and cut out the kidneys. To my astonishment, Traveling People is a better book for being without its kidneys as well as without its liver. And I'm sure you don't find many authors saying that the surgery suggested by their agents and publishers results in a better book. It makes me wonder whether people, too, wouldn't perhaps be better without some of their offal. Then one day in August we sign a contract and I receive the first half of my advance. The next day I take off for the south of France. It seems the only thing to do. The only thing I can think of to do, anyway, hackneyed and unimaginative as it may sound. When I come back it is to find that the printers consider certain passages in Traveling People to be obscene. I tell the publisher that my first reaction is to refuse to change a single word. He says good for you, and it is the printers who change their minds. The publisher also lets me have a big say in the typography and production of Traveling People, and I spend a day with the compositor going through the typescript with him page by page, the setting being complex, not to say eccentric. This compositor clearly thinks I am right round the twist. I am also allowed to commission my own jacket from John Holden, a painter whose work I have admired for many years. Next year he is going to publish my poems, and greater love hath no publisher than that he lays out his lute on an author's poems. I think the best agent in London found me the best publisher in London. Bloody Blues. Published in The Observer, April 18, 19657. It was because my father used to swear there that interested me in the beginning. He never used to swear anywhere else when I was around. It became a bond between us, something we had together that my mother did not, unlike anything else, his swearing on alternate Saturday afternoons. This was just after the war ended, and as soon as he was out of the Kate 8 he started taking me and a Pratt's 2-gallon petrol tin to Stamford Bridge. It was the team, of course, which made him, normally restrained to the point of near inarticulateness, swear with a vigor and comprehensibility which surprised and delighted me, Chelsea. It was not as though Chelsea had poor players at that time, either. Those three cost a bleeding packet, I remember him saying, as, with Len Golden and Tommy Walker on either side of him, Tommy Lawton stood waiting for the whistle, rubbing his hands together as if obsequiously, his great shoulders hunched against the cold, shifting his weight and flicking to loosen each ankle in turn. All three were at the ends of their careers, all three had come from other perhaps more famous, certainly more successful, clubs, but all three were typical Chelsea players of that period. Their heads were small in relation to their bodies, their dark hair was cut short, parted in the middle and swept sharply back on either side, and they ran as though they had thought out and invented the mechanics of the action for themselves without reference to evolution, as though each thought himself the first human being to run. The other characteristic of the archetypal Chelsea player then was extreme footballing skill accompanied by an equally extreme inability to produce it at crucial moments. During the kickabout before the start of Tommy Walker's benefit match against Hearts, for instance, I can still see the way Walker killed a thigh-high ball thundering at him with the calmest and most economical of 6-inch movements. Yet when similar use of his brilliant control would have brought him an easy goal during the match, he missed a slower ball altogether. It was at this sort of thing more than any other kind of shortcoming that my father swore. While, by the time I was old enough not to need the petrol tin to stand on, I used to be happy if Chelsea won, he would be happy only if they played well, win or lose. I still find this difficult to understand. In those days of huge crowds we used to get to the bridge anything up to an hour and a half before the kickoff. That was the worst part, waiting. I came to know the roofline from the top of the main banking by heart, flats, acres of chimneys, a green copper dome, the asbestos whale back of the Earl's Court exhibition, and quaintly fretted decorations on the great grey and rusty gasometers over towards the river. In a gap at the back of the main stand steam occasionally fluffed as a train went along the single-track line, its pace oddly unrelated to that of the steam and smoke. This roofline is not visible from the press box at the bridge, which is set so high up under the main stand that only the bottom quarter of the great terrace opposite can be seen. It's not the same, watching a match from the press box, as from that terrace. But, there, the team isn't the same either. A largely home-produced side with no stars has replaced expensive buys from other clubs, but after their most successful season for 10 years my father is still dissatisfied. Perhaps he's right, too, they are basically the same old Chelsea, out of the cup in the semi-finals, and faltering in their challenge for the league after leading most of the season. True, they won the League Cup, but, cruelly, hardly anyone noticed. The first match I reported this season happened to be a major one at Stamford Bridge. Our lot was still doing cricket, Ferrier and Pawson were God knows where, and immediately after I'd phoned my early report through I met my father for a few moments. Chelsea had won well and easily, but he was still pessimistic and cast severe doubts on the parentage of two of the forwards. I left him to go back and write another report for the later editions. From the unpopulated terraces came the strange undercurrent of scratchiness caused by plastic beakers blowing about. By the time the preoccupied evening dog racing crowds had begun to straggle in, I'd finished what was my longest and to me most important report so far. When I saw my father a week later, he hadn't even read it. A fishing competition. Published in the Observer, May 30, 19659. Some came into the Cornamona pub on the night of the competition meeting with the familiarity of daily visitors, others with a deferent sureness that the occasion broke down barriers inherent in their positions as teachers or doctors, and yet others with that shyness which comes from day-long contact with stock and fields rather than with other men, their faces burnt by 2 days' April sun, one in a tubular aerogenous suit, looking strangely like Beckett's Murphy. Word went round among the members of the Blake League that the master's conception of Bildad the Shuhite had come to life and was stalking about. In a green suit, seeking whom he might comfort. Most drank as they canvassed for the exact number of boats and engines available. Then the competitors' names went into a flat cap, and those of the boats into a wet, "I been fishing all day, Trilby." 2 men to a boatman, laughter and consternation at some of the coupling brought up by chance in the draw, a little diplomatic rearrangement, fears about the weather. Last year the competition was held in a storm, and 2 men were drowned, and the meeting went out into the Guinness dark night. Nowhere wider than half a mile, the Doris Peninsula runs 4 miles out into the northern end of Loch Corrib from Cornamona, in Joyce Country, Connemara. The boats were drawn up on the lakeshore at a point where it meets the road about halfway down the peninsula, and parked cars narrowed the road for half a mile on the Sunday morning of the competition. The lake was calm, but heavy. Vertical rain fell, complicating the starting arrangements. Some keen competitors were out promptly at 11:30, others had to be fetched from the pub at 2 by impatient companions or boatmen. All seemed agreed that it was a poor day for fishing. The Corrib trout is a brown trout, that is to say, he has a silver belly shading to bronze on the flank and deep olive black on the back, and the whole length is spattered with ink stain-like splodges, mostly sepia but towards the tail blood red, about the size of an Irish threepenny. The biggest ever caught weighed 21½ pounds, and the average fish is about 1.5 pounds. They generally fight very hard, particularly when they see the boat, and their flesh is a salmon-like delicate orange-pink. He can be taken in a variety of ways, but on this Sunday the rule was artificial flies, sooty olives, black pennels and grand invictus being amongst the favorites, fished wet. Trout and salmon fishing on Loch Corrib is free, and the Irish Inland Fisheries Board is trying to improve it by restocking with 250,000 trout a year and making it solely game waters by removing all the perch and pike. Traps rather similar to lobster pots are used for the perch, and large sprays of twigs for them to spawn on are placed in the shallows and later removed. Pike are caught on fixed, buoyed lines baited with perch. One 45-pound monster caught in this way 2 years ago glares viciously from a glass case in the Cornamona pub, and "Let's go and see the pike" is a pleasing euphemistic invitation to local conviviality. At 6 the muffled crackling of outboard motors was heard out among the lake islands, and the boats began to return. The rain held off briefly as the tailboard of a red lorry was dropped, and the officials climbed up to enact the weigh-in before a crowd of 100 or so. Competitors with sagging landing nets pushed their way through to pass up their catches, and watched edgily as the needle of the kitchen scales deflected, bounced, and settled. 2 fish weighing 1 pound 12 ounces, 5 weighing 3 pounds 14 ounces, a single half-pounder, half a dozen catches under the top so far, and then 4 fish just reaching 4 pounds. But with melodramatic suddenness someone on the edge of the crowd noticed a latecomer just climbing out of his boat with a landing net weightily distended by a single fish larger than anything seen yet, and everyone turned to watch his approach. There were those who thought at first it was a salmon, others who thought it some weird throwback or cross, and yet others who agreed with the man who correctly thought it was a sick fish and who later said, "I asked him if he was going to eat it, and he said his wife liked fish, and I told him if he thought anything of his wife at all he'd persuade her not to like this one." But it was a trout, and it had been fairly caught during the competition at the mouth of the Cornamona River on a black pennel, and, despite the fact that it would have gone nearly double had it been in good condition, it did weigh 5 pounds 12 ounces, and it therefore won prizes for both highest total weight of fish caught and for the biggest fish. 50 competitors caught 32 trout that day weighing 46 pounds together. Some caught nothing and had not even a sunny day on Loch Corrib to compensate them, but all of them, and many others who had not fished, saw the pike that evening. Writing and Publishing, or, Wickedness Revealed. Published in Socialist Commentary, June 1965. Americans sometimes refer to English publishing as a cottage industry. This is not quite true, for publishing in this country has evolved to a somewhat later stage than that, is in fact in economic terms closely comparable with very early capitalism. That is to say, the basic producers of the wealth are not paid even a living wage and are exploited by secondary producers and non-productive entrepreneurs. Every person employed by a publisher, printer, or bookseller makes a living from the publishing of books. Not many make a fortune, certainly, few make a very good living compared with other jobs, perhaps, but nevertheless all make a living. But not the writer, not the basic producer, not the prime mover, not the one factor without whom all the others would not be in business at all. English publishing must surely be the only industry which is still at this antediluvian stage of evolution. How can such a situation exist in 1965? The reason lies in the nature of the labor force. Never can any workers in any occupation have been faced by so many blacklegs. The fact is that everyone, but everyone, thinks they can write, and many of them do, and most of those that do, submit their work. And all of them would be glad to see themselves in print for no payment at all, and such is the, to me baffling, prestige of mere print that some even themselves pay the less scrupulous sort of publisher to bring their work out. There is therefore no hope whatever of any union being formed that would be at all effective. The writers' organizations that do exist, with their collaborative acceptance of the status quo and insistence, when pressed, on the myth that all writers are lone wolves, are demonstration enough of that. Publishers maintain this situation by producing large numbers of books, and paying little to many rather than at least a living wage to fewer, and better, writers. To say that well over 90% of this output is rubbish can be confirmed by simple statistics. Those papers which review novels, for instance, find on average 4 or 5 a week worth notice, say 250 a year. This is roughly 1/10 of those published. Yes, no less than about 2,500 novels a year are published in England. And that figure is for new novels, it does not include reprints. Most of these, of course, are never even noticed in the first place, so can hardly be said to be forgotten. It is as if they had never been. And any reviewer who has had to sort through them will tell you that the chances of a masterpiece going unrecognized by every paper are nil. Of the 250 which are reviewed, perhaps a tenth receive good notices and will still be in print 5 years later, or at all remembered. Let me make myself clear, I am not against people writing, obviously, such intolerance would deserve condemnation. But my attitude is rather similar to that of the National Association of Schoolmasters over equal pay for women. The reward must be commensurate with the higher level of needs, not the lower. In other words, the quantity of books published should not be allowed to depress the earnings of the better writers, the serious writers, the professional as compared with the amateur. And there is no doubt that it is this thundering cataract of rubbish which is responsible for the situation at the moment, and which also engulfs book buyers and literary editors. All real writing has its origin in some strongly personal need to express emotion or redress a wrong. This is all the excuse I make now for discussing my own experience of publishing. I have accepted that to become a writer is a long and hard task, and that while I was learning I had to subsist myself by means of other activity. I decided seriously to become a writer when I was 19, and it was 10 years before I had learned enough about writing to complete my first novel. This was published when I was 30. Having served my apprenticeship, therefore, and moved on to the journeyman stage, it was all the more bitter to discover that publishers paid so badly. I had thought that to learn to write well was the difficult part, and it seemed, and still seems, a gross insult to this difficulty, to the very skill labored so long to acquire, to the profession of writing itself, but perhaps this insult is a reaction on the part of that majority in publishing who are writers' monks. Anyway, for my first novel, the reading public paid some £2,000. Of this I received £200, which was reduced to £180 when I had paid my agent, who earned every penny of his share, I hasten to add. Of the rest of the £2,000, the bookseller took over £660, 1/3, the printer over £300, and the remainder went to the publisher. Now I don't suppose any one of the other three involved made much out of traveling people, but at least they did not make a loss, at least they covered their expenses, at least it contributed in due proportion to maintain the living they are all making from the sale of the books. But £180 did not even recover for me my rent while I was writing it, let alone the cost of food and clothing during the 2.5 years it took, and any sign of profit from the writing of it must be far away. Of course, they say, you didn't write it for money. Of course, I didn't, but since £2,000 has been paid for it, why should not my share at least equal what it cost me to write it? It seems obvious to point it out again, but it is necessary since the whole of publishing does not seem to acknowledge the fact, that £2,000 would not have been made at all without me, the basic producer. Some publishers even trot out that old myth about people writing best whilst starving in garrets, too, and they believe it, despite never having heard an author agree. And, though it almost passes belief, one person engaged in this occupation for gentlemen even assured me that I was lucky things were now somewhat better than in the 18th century, when writers had to fawn before patrons to get published. It is the proportion, then, of the price of a book received by the writer which is too small. When I suggested to another rich shark that he pay me an extra 2 shillings a copy, this publisher said that could not be done without adding 6 shillings to the price of the book. My naive failure to understand the economics of this was met with arguments which merely showed that everyone concerned automatically reacted to keep differentials more or less the same. And there was displayed, too, that sanctimonious concern to keep book prices as low as possible, for the public good, which is largely hypocritical. Ask them to take a smaller share themselves, and see how readily publishers keep prices down. All writers accept this situation, it seems to me, out of sheer conceit and pleasure at being published. Some publishers agree the situation is inequitable, yet they refuse to act unilaterally. I found it intolerable, as should be obvious, but rather than merely bitch about it I decided to do something. I asked my publisher to pay me as much as he did his secretary, putting myself on no higher financial level, conceiving myself at least worth as much to him as she is, for the next 5 years, in which time I should write 3 novels. He refused to value me at even this level, did not value me enough to keep me alive to write these next 3 novels. Nor did several other publishers, but one, Secker and Warburg, has been enlightened enough to acknowledge in practical terms that this system is unfair, and has entered into such a contract for 3 years and 2 novels. The salary is still an advance against royalties, the proportion of which remains much the same, but the risk has been transferred from the writer. I shall no longer have to subsidize the publisher, and at least I shall be able to live during the next 3 years, albeit only at the level of a secretary, doing what I am best able to do. A Marxist would of course point out that publishing is a classic, fossilized example of a capitalist industry in which the basic producer is exploited to the point of not being paid a living wage. And of course there is a classic Marxist answer, too: the basic producers should combine to form a cooperative. Is this possible for writers? I think it is. A group, say 10, of established writers could undertake jointly to employ a printer, buy paper, and so on. Obviously new selling methods would have to be found. It would be difficult to persuade booksellers to take less than the grossly disproportionate third they take at the moment. But this would be no loss, since booksellers are in general ludicrously inefficient and bookshops are largely an anachronism anyway, new selling methods, like direct mail, already very effectively exploited by Paul Hamlin, and completely new ways of promoting books and reaching people who would read if given the slightest encouragement could be discovered by market research. It is yet another indication of publishing's 19th century outlook that no market research has been carried out. Every other industry has been at great pains in the last 20 years to discover why people buy, in what circumstances, and how often, but not publishing. All profit from a book published by such a cooperative, once costs were covered, would go to the author. One drawback would be that administrative work would take one or more of the writers away from writing, but this could be resolved by employing a manager, providing one could be found with sufficient enthusiasm for the project. Relatively little initial capital would be needed, enough to pay the printing bill whenever it fell due. The real capital would be the talent of the cooperating writers. If 10 established authors were to form such a cooperative, it would take only one bestseller to demonstrate the attractiveness of the idea to other writers. And it would knock hell out of publishing as it is now within 5 years. Censorship by printers. Published in censorship, Summer 196,510. If it is true that the degree by which any censorship is concealed makes it in that proportion more pernicious, then the one exercised in Britain by printers, which is generally known only to authors and publishers, must be considered amongst the most dangerous. The most notorious case of this was the first edition of James Joyce's Dubliners, where objections by the printer led to a delay in publication of 10 years. The 3 passages at which the British printer raised his moral thumb, blew his moral nose and lifted his moral eyebrows, as Gorman puts it in his biography of Joyce, were: "A man with 2 establishments to keep up, of course he couldn't." Farrington said he wouldn't mind having the far one and began to smile at her. She continued to cast bold glances at him and changed the position of her legs often, and when she was going out she brushed against his chair and said "Pardon," in a Cockney accent. Joyce's witty and dignified defense of his work, in which he pointed out amongst other things that far worse was published every day in newspapers, is contained in a correspondence with his publisher, Grant Richards. In another letter he says of the printer: "I do not seek to penetrate the mysteries of his being and existence. How he came by his conscience and culture, how he is permitted in your country to combine the duties of author with his own honorable calling, how he came to be the representative of the public mind. But I cannot permit a printer to write my book for me. In no other civilized country in Europe, I think, is a printer allowed to open his mouth. A printer is simply a workman hired by the day or by the job for a certain sum." The passages in Dubliners to which the British printer objected appear ludicrously innocuous today, of course, but the production manager of any publishing company will be able to provide evidence, though almost certainly he will not name names, that many printers are still allowed to open their mouths, still try to write books for authors, and still, in fact, operate exactly the same form of censorship today as they did in 1906. I had experience of this myself over the printing of my first novel, Traveling People, in 1962. The printer considered that certain passages, mainly love scenes which would really have been obscene if they had been less explicit, in it would lead to a case for obscene libel being brought by the Director of Public Prosecutions against the book. I knew at the time that the 1959 Obscene Publications Act required that any book thus prosecuted should be considered as a whole 11, and therefore for the printer to object only to parts was either to reveal his ignorance of that act or to show that despite it he was determined to exercise the power of censorship that he had had before it was passed. The same act also provides that expert, in this case literary, evidence can be submitted in defense of a work. As Traveling People had recently won a literary prize, the printer was told that if necessary the judges of the Gregory Award, who were T.S. Eliot, Herbert Read, Henry Moore and Bonamy Dobry, could be subpoenaed to give presumably favorable testimony as to its literary merit. The publisher resolutely supported my case, being prepared to look for another printer if necessary. At this point the printer capitulated and agreed to set the book as it stood. Had it not been for my stubbornness, however, and, almost fortuitous, knowledge of the 1959 Act, then my book would have been quite unnecessarily emasculated. It was my impression that many first novelists have given in to such pressure out of a natural desire to see their work in print and to cause their publishers no trouble. The following year the same printer refused outright to set my second novel, Albert Angelo, which contains perhaps a dozen uses of swear words known to everyone and, I am sure, used in a printing house every time a case of type is dropped on someone's foot. Fortunately, not every printer felt the same about the book, and another was found who was prepared to accept the work, but the first printer was quite willing to bind the book once the second had printed the sheets, since then his name would not appear on it. Had the decision been mine and not my publisher's, I would not have given him the chance to make money from this piece of gross hypocrisy. There was not the slightest indication by anyone at any subsequent time that either of these two novels was liable to be prosecuted for obscene libel, and this points up the most serious aspect of censorship by printers, for a printer must always err on what he considers to be the safe side, must always be governed by what has been permitted in the past, and is therefore always against experiment and always against any extension of limits. Printers are rarely, I would suggest, good enough judges of literature to know whether a defense of expert evidence is likely to be successful, so they must class literary work which they believe to offend together with pornography. A printer may, of course, choose what he will or will not print, and no one is attempting to deny him this freedom, but when in so doing he sets up criteria which are clearly beyond his province, then, as I suggested in my case, he is either ignorant or desires to act as a moral censor. And of all those engaged in the book trade, authors, publishers, booksellers as well, it is the printer who takes the least risk financially. His only real risk is that a publisher will go bankrupt, and this does not happen so often that it is more than a comparatively remote eventuality. The power he exercises through his censorship is therefore without true responsibility. I can understand that there is nothing for a printer in pornography. The high price this can fetch goes mainly to the author and the publisher, and the printing is no more profitable than it is in the case of a straight book, but unless he will accept the authority of a reputable publisher capable of telling the difference between this and literature, then interference by printers will continue to be bitterly resented. The 1959 Act did make some attempt to exclude the printer from prosecution, and he is not mentioned by name in it, but the wording had to be such as to include anyone in any way involved in the dissemination of matter considered obscene, and this must obviously include the printer. The wider issue is, of course, the law itself, which seems based on faulty premises. No one, to my knowledge, has ever produced any definitive evidence that anyone has ever been corrupted or depraved by a book. An equitable law would state that if a director of public prosecutions was to maintain that a book was liable to deprave or corrupt, then he should be made to produce a significant number of persons that it had depraved or corrupted. This would be difficult. Defenders of the current state of affairs reply to this eminently reasonable argument. Of course it would, but if such defenders agree they have never known persons corrupted, then how can they support the present law? For the law is based on the certainty that people are corrupted and depraved by books, and will continue to be. Obviously, the whole question of obscene publication should receive the attention of those recently appointed to consider law reform in Britain. The particular concern with the censorship exercised by printers, however, is that another Dubliners may be prevented from reaching its audience for a decade, or that it may be caponized out of its true identity, and that only its author and potential publisher will know anything about it. Holes, syllabics, and the secussations of the intercostal and abdominal muscles. Lecture given to students at Belfast University. Written in August 1965, subsequently published in the Northern Review, Volume 1, Number 2, 1966, 12. I want to start by asking myself two questions: why do I write at all? And more specifically, why do I write novels? I write because I have something to say that I fail to say satisfactorily in conversation, that I fail to communicate to most people personally. As a person, I recently went to a wedding where the bride's father thought that, because I was a writer, I could make witty speeches. He seemed disappointed to learn that it was exactly because I could not make witty speeches that I was a writer. There are other reasons, many other reasons: conceit, stubbornness, a desire to get my own back on people who have hurt me, a desire to repay in some indirect way those who have helped me, a great sort of humanistic religion substitute desire to create something that may live after me, the sheer technical joy of forcing wretched intractable words into patterns of meaning and form that are uniquely, for the moment at least, mine, a need to make people laugh with me in case they laugh at me, a desire to codify experience, to come to terms with things that have happened to me, and to try to tell the truth, to discover what is the truth about them. All these are reasons for writing, for me, and there are others, too, I'm sure, that I don't know about consciously, all adding up to a compulsion to write, for me, a quite irresistible compulsion. But why write a novel? Here I make a distinction, maintaining that there is a conscious decision made to write everything except poetry. Poetry just comes, writes itself through me. But my conscious decision to write a novel was governed by a number of things. I was at the time very interested in the theater, but became dissatisfied with the conditions under which writers work there, with the status of writers compared with actors and directors. I saw that, before the writer could reach his audience, he had first to go through the censorship of the Lord Chamberlain XIII, then through the dictatorship of the director, and then through the egocentricity of the actors, all of whom could at worst twist his work into something quite different, or at best filter it. Until we have a theater where the writer is the absolute authority on the production of his play, let alone one where he actually produces it himself, as Brecht did, then the theater must, I think, remain a highly unsatisfactory medium for a writer. Even so, I might have written for the theater had I not come to another conclusion at about the same time, that the theater audiences in London are just not worth writing for, neither the popular one which regards a good show as on a par with the dinner they have before it and the baby cham they have after it, nor the pseudo-intellectual cult audience which will obediently see whatever it is smart or fashionable to see, and which will remain soggily unmoved to action by the revolutionary writing or ideas. Television was out for similar reasons, and so was the cinema, though I consider film to offer potentially the widest scope to a writer as a pure form, but at the moment it is still so hedged around with economic and pseudo-moral limitations that it is one of the most frustrating media to work in. The next most free form was the novel, gloriously free of almost any form of censorship, capable of enormous variations within its compendiousness, a great ragbag of a form in which I could make my own shapes as I liked. Furthermore, it needed no equipment other than a pencil or paper, no entrepreneurs, before I could reach at least a small audience of friends. And, from a practical point of view, there was more chance of what I had to say reaching a larger audience. There were 2,352 novels published in England in 1961, and I doubt if more than 200 new plays ever reached a stage that year. Since this lecture is being given at a university, there is one slight digression I should like to make at this point. It seems to me likely that the majority of writers fall into that section of the population which has been since 1944, and will continue to be, exposed to a university education. This gives the university a new responsibility which I do not think has been generally appreciated. Certainly it was not at my college, where my English year were told if you want to be a great actress or a great writer or something like that, then wait until you leave. You're here at college to get a degree. This active discouragement of writing, for which I had decided at the late age of 23 to go to university, imagining that the best way to learn about writing was to find out how others had written, this discouragement came as a great surprise, and I believe it to be common to many universities, though I hope not here. I repeat, the university has despite itself acquired a special responsibility towards potential writers, and this is not generally realized, I believe. So, after the cramping idiocy of a degree course which gave me a quite useless knowledge of Anglo-Saxon, the time spent on which I still bitterly regret as time utterly wasted, I began to read contemporary novels by writers whom I understood to have considerable literary reputations. None of these appeared to have read Joyce, let alone Beckett, for they were using techniques and conventions as dull and as old-fashioned as ever. Nor were they paying attention to language. It is not their subject matter that I object to, this is often both new and interesting. John Wayne, for example, has, rightly, a reputation for having introduced new subject matter into the English novel, but his technique and the literary conventions he accepts are certainly not new. Wayne, and most other novelists writing today, are working in a traditional novel form which was spent, exhausted by the early part of the century in England. A similar thing had happened with poetic drama 100 years earlier. Keats, Shelley, Browning, and Tennyson all wrote blank verse plays which are thumping failures. But they are failures not because they were written by bad poets, obviously, but because the blank verse form was finished, clapped out. But it would be wrong of me to base the whole of my case on writers like Wayne, Amos, and their school, as I don't think serious critics imagine they are any more than mediocre. I would not criticize William Golding's use of language, for example, but his book Lord of the Flies seems to me faulty in one very important aspect that I want to use as an example of another failing I find in contemporary novels. Apart from the fact that if you don't believe in original sin then you can't take Golding's book seriously, for on those actual occasions when children have been removed from civilizing restrictions, have they reverted to being savages and killed one another? Apart from this, the point I want to make is that the ending of the book is a pure deus ex machina, the arrival of the naval officer just in time to prevent the main character from being killed seems to me a completely false ending, and typifies the harmful effect of narrative conventions on those novelists who seem unable to conceive a novel without a story. A novel may tell a story, but it equally may not, if the writer so choose. And, as far as I am concerned, in attempting to convey my truth it is necessary to avoid telling stories. The child's euphemism for telling lies makes my point for me, telling stories is telling lies. You may object that there is no reason for reading a novel which does not provide some impetus, some forward notion. To which I retort that it is impossible to write two sentences having the same subject without creating a narrative progression, and it is this narrative progression which provides a reason for the reader to go on reading, whether or not there is a story. If he is interested in the character or subject he will go on reading. And I believe, if he is not interested in either of those things he would not go on reading the piece even if it were telling a story, either. I believe, therefore, that not only is storytelling unnecessary, but it also involves a fatal falsification, a fatal movement away from truth in literature. So when I came to write my first novel Traveling People I had these two negative things in my mind: dislike of the technical limitations and uncarefulness of most contemporary writers, and their dependence on the crutch of telling stories. But I also had positive elements, which all added up to what I wanted to say. I had a theme, the conflict between illusion and reality, in a particular example, the refusal of an old man to accept that he is no longer young, a setting, the Llŷn Peninsula in North Wales, and a mass of minor subject matter, observed, amalgamated, and worked out, which I had acquired over some years. From these elements I rethought the novel form for myself. I also reread the chief novelists of the 18th century, during which period the form itself was new in English and all kinds of ideas and possibilities were being tried. The main result of my rethinking was complete dissatisfaction with the convention of using only one style or literary technique for a novel. The range of my subject matter was so wide and so varied that no one style I knew was capable of accommodating it while yet maintaining that truth to reality that I believed to be essential. From this dissatisfaction grew naturally a technique of allowing the subject matter to dictate the style in which it was to be conveyed, and thus to determine it organically. This meant that sections of subject matter would begin and end themselves naturally and not arbitrarily, and could correspond to chapters, each with its own style or convention. This, I remembered, was similar to the method of Ulysses. But I had approached it from the opposite way round. Joyce chose his style and imposed it on his material, whereas I was allowing the material to dictate the style. Traveling People employs 8 separate styles or conventions for 9 chapters. The first and last chapters share one style to give the book cyclical unity within the motif announced by its title and epigraph. This is the shape of the book, a circle. This is its unity, its reason for the reader going on reading. It is not a story. There are interludes between the chapters which serve various functions, usually connected with reminding the reader that he is reading a book and deliberately attempting to destroy his suspension of disbelief, rather in a way that Brecht constantly reminded his audiences that they were in a theater, watching a play. I also use various visual devices to heighten or point certain events and effects. Thus, when a character has a heart attack, a random pattern gray section indicates this visually, a regular gray pattern indicates recuperative unconsciousness, and when the reader reaches a section completely black, then he should not have to call on his knowledge of Stern to know what has happened. In this novel, and in all my later work, I was grateful for the advice and constructive criticism of Anthony Tillinghast, a contemporary of mine and later an academic at Liverpool University until his death last November. At first I showed my work to Dr. Tillinghast as it was written, in a spirit of testing a critic to see what use he was in down-to-earth, practical terms. And the experiment worked surprisingly well. Traveling People would have been a worse book but for his interest in it, and it is appropriately dedicated to him and to his wife. I miss his help. Point 14. The result of all this rethinking is a novel which is in that minor tradition that runs from Petronius and Apuleius through Rabelais, Cervantes, Burton, Nash, and Sterne to James Joyce, Samuel Beckett and Flann O'Brien in this century. The tradition of the stupidly misnamed anti-novel, in fact, which may be anti-conventional but which should really be acknowledged as the tradition of the ultra-novel, the essential novel, the novel for the novel's sake and not for the story's sake. The approach in this minor tradition is anti-conventional, and its spirit is primarily that of the man who realizes the futility of the human condition and can bear it only by laughing at its ludicrousness. Sterne put it best. "'Tis wrote, and please your worships, against the spleen. In order, by a more frequent and a more convulsive elevation and depression of the diaphragm, and the succussations of the intercostal and abdominal muscles in laughter, to drive the gall and other bitter juices from the gallbladder, liver, and sweetbread of his Majesty's subjects, with all the animosicious passions which belong to them, down into their duodenums. Anyone who can make anyone else laugh about any subject at all is on the side of humankind against a chaotic and callously indifferent universe. When Traveling People does not follow all my theorizing, it is invariably for the sake of the comic. I also tried to keep its complexities well this side of obscurity, and to make it as readable as possible. In technique, my second novel Albert Angelo is a logical progression in the direction taken by the first one. That is to say, subject matter and function are allowed organically to determine form and style. But this is one of the few resemblances between the two novels. Since their respective subject matter differs so much, then their respective forms are correspondingly dissimilar. This time, I found the problem impossible of solution, and on one level Albert Angelo is a dramatization of this near impossibility of conveying truth in a vehicle of fiction. The problem, and its solution or avoidance, are epitomized in the quotation from Beckett's The Unamable which forms the epigraph. When I think, that is to say, no, let it stand, when I think of the time I've wasted with these brand dips, beginning with Murphy, who wasn't even the first, when I had me, on the premises, within easy reach, tottering under my own skin and bones, real ones, rotting with solitude and neglect, till I doubted my own existence, and even still, today, I have no faith in it, none, so that I have to say, when I speak, who speaks, and seek, and so on, and similarly for all the other things that happen to me and for which someone must be found, for things that happen must have someone to happen to, someone must stop them. But Murphy and the others, and last but not least the two old buffers here present, could not stop them. The things that happened to me, nothing could happen to them, of the things that happened to me, and nothing else either. There is nothing else, let us be lucid for once, nothing else but what happens to me, such as speaking, and such as seeking, and which cannot happen to me, which prowl round me, like bodies in torment, the torment of no abode, no repose, no, like hyenas, screeching and laughing, no, no better, no matter, I've shut my doors against them, I'm not at home to anything, my doors are shut against them, perhaps that's how I'll find silence, and peace at last, by opening my doors and letting myself be devoured, they'll stop howling, they'll start eating, the maw's now howling, open up, you'll be all right, you'll see. Why invent characters when you know yourself much better? How can an invented character stand exactly for what you want to say unless he is you? So, Albert Angelo sets up a character who is an architect monk and who has to earn his living as a teacher and has lost most of his sense of direction as a result of a broken love affair. Then, after some 160 pages of this situation, I, as author, suddenly and violently break through this character to speak in my own voice and say directly what I had been trying to say less than successfully through the subjective correlative. It is no accident that my hero, Albert, is an architect, for I believe that my aims have much in common with those of many contemporary architects. In this century, architects have been presented with radical new techniques, ferroconcrete, plastics, new finishes, which they are painfully, with many Bosch shots, learning how to use. Similarly, Joyce presented writers with new techniques and concepts which, infinitely more slowly than an architect, a handful of people are trying to learn to use. Various unconventional devices are used in Albert Angelo for effects which I felt I could not satisfactorily achieve by any other means. These methods are adopted solely to solve my problems, the problems of saying what I believe to be true as nearly as possible, and for no other reason. The point is that there are writing problems today which just did not exist even 50 years ago, and to attempt to solve them with the methods and techniques of Dickens and the 19th century is like trying to make new discoveries in physics without taking Einstein into account. I think particularly of a writer like Angus Wilson, a brilliant observer of contemporary mores, but whose style is directly comparable to Dickens, to Wilson's great loss, I believe. Where I depart from convention, it is because convention has failed, has proved inadequate. Each of my books is a specific solution to a specific set of problems. They are not exemplars for anyone else, by definition, no other book could or should be written like them. To turn to poetry. And first of all, to make an elementary distinction which experience has taught me has to be made whenever I speak about the subject, if there is not to be a danger of being completely misunderstood. The distinction is between poetry and verse. Poetry is the art essence, the thing that hits you in the pit of the stomach, a physical feeling that shouts yes. A moment of recognition of some sort of truth. Poetry can be found in all arts, it is, I repeat, the art essence. Verse, on the other hand, is the mechanical putting together of elements of speech into patterns. Different languages take different elements, the Greeks and Romans used quantity, the length of syllables, and arranged them in patterns of longs and shorts. English verse since Chaucer's time has taken the element of stress or accent, and arranged patterns of stress and non-stress. Verse can be taught, poetry cannot be taught. Some verse contains poetry. There is more which does not. In the work of Pope, for instance, there is much wit, intellect, discussion, and satire in verse, but there is very little poetry. This is not to disparage Pope, it is merely to describe his work. Whether there is poetry or not in my work is a matter of opinion, I think there is. It does not seem to me that one can usefully discuss it. One can usefully discuss verse technique. I have already said that blank verse is clapped out, after centuries of honest toil and excellent service. My own problem was to find a verse form, that is, a pattern of speech elements, that was suited to what I had to say. What I had to say was largely anti-heroic, anti-romantic, and I was determined to say it in the language, the colloquial language if necessary, of the mid-20th century. This could not be done in blank verse nor in any other combination of sing-song iambics. Colloquial speech just does not run in patterns of da-da, 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 Da-da. Not real speech, that is. My solution, which I came to independently, though I later found that many Americans had been experimenting with it for a number of years, was to make patterns by using syllables as the speech element of my verse. With this system of prosody, the stresses in a line could fall exactly where they did in natural speech. Furthermore, it seemed to me that since most poetry reaches its audience in printed form, a meter which is easily apprehended visually, as any syllabic one is, would seem to be more appropriate than those meters which depend on sound, like stress or quantitative ones. Syllabic meters can also be recognized by ear easily enough, provided the audience is not expecting a stress meter or is prepared to pay sufficient attention to a different metrical element. I recently heard Natalie Sarraute-15 speaking about her work, and she compared literature to a relay race in which the baton of each generation's new discoveries was handed on. Not only did pre-war novelists in England drop this baton, but now they don't even admit they're in a race. Even now, of writers in English apart from Samuel Beckett, I can think of only Rainer Heppenstall, Philip Toynbee, and Christine Brooke Rose 16 besides myself who are attempting, in different ways, to do something new in the novel, who are accepting that their starting point is where Joyce left off. Some rhetorical questions from Tristram Shandy are in order here. Shall we forever make new books, as apothecaries make new mixtures, by pouring only out of one vessel into another? Are we forever to be twisting and untwisting the same rope, forever in the same track, forever at the same place? And of course critics and reviewers are even further behind conventional writers. They measure anything new up against a set of criteria which are largely invalid, and by which, by definition, anything different cannot be judged. I do not wish to seem ungrateful to those reviewers who have praised my work. But my character is something like Shandy's father, who had such a skirmishing, cutting kind of a slashing way with him, in his disputations, thrusting and ripping, and giving every one a stroke to remember him by in his turn, that if there were 20 people in company, in less than half an hour he was sure to have every one of them against him. I would rather have understanding of what I am trying to do, than praise. And I have had little understanding. Many reviewers regard my technical devices as in some way making the books worse. How, I cannot see, for at worst the devices could have only a negative effect, neither detracting nor improving. Similarly, they did not like my changing styles in Traveling People, but not one of them examined the validity of my reasons for so doing. Many objected to my breaking off Albert Angelo, but not one attempted to suggest another way of solving the problems of conveying truth in a vehicle of fiction, or even so much as acknowledged that it was a problem. Most critics just would not consider my works in terms of its own basic premises, and not those of other, dead writers. Critics are backward-looking in the extreme. Why, in a radio interview I spent nearly 5 minutes justifying to one critic my abandoning of punctuation for 2 pages because I needed to convey that a character was speaking breathlessly, incoherently. That I should have to do this 42 years after the publication of Molly Bloom's soliloquy is quite incredible, quite ludicrous. The weight of prejudice against anything new is enormous and deeply rooted. Experimental is the dirtiest of words, invariably a synonym for unsuccessful. The latest evidence of this is a collection of short pieces called Statement Against Corpses which I published with the poet Zulfikar Ghosh. 17 Critics have tried to discuss this as though these were conventional short stories, in spite of a declared intention, which incidentally has itself been heavily attacked as pretentious, that they were not to be regarded as such. At least 2 of these pieces employ techniques never before used in literature, and yet not one critic has yet mentioned or noticed that fact. I know that it is not done, tasteless, undignified to attack one's critics, and I do so rarely, but it does seem to me necessary, if we agree that literature can be talked about at all. It does matter. But what use is criticism? How dare anyone say that something I have written does not work when they are simply not in a position to have considered the alternatives? What use is such a criticism? Rilke said it all in 29 words, Rainer Maria Rilke. Works of art are of an infinite loneliness and with nothing to be so little reached as with criticism. Only love can grasp and hold and fairly judge them. So to conclude, when a national newspaper returns its review copy of Traveling People saying that it must be a faulty one because some of the pages are completely black. When the Australian Customs sees Albert Angelo and will not release it until they have seen the obscenity they are sure must have been excised by cutting holes in the page. When a printer refuses to print Albert Angelo but is then hypocritically prepared to make money out of it by binding it since his name will not appear on it. When the best thought of but actually the most conservative of paperback publishers refuse to print a book with holes in it. When reviewers attack work for not doing what it was not trying to do. When these, and many other signs, indicate that same kind of bourgeois and reactionary discontent and outright rejection which has always greeted innovation, then I am certain that I am a member, however humble, of that relay team which is moving forward in a significant and meaningful manner in literature. London, the moron-made city, or just a load of old buildings with cars in between. Published in London Life, 23 to 29 October 1965. We live in moron-made cities. We wish to see towns and buildings which do not make us feel ashamed that we cannot realize the potential of the 20th century, ashamed that philosophers and physicists must think us fools, and painters think us irrelevant. Our generation must try to produce evidence that men are at work. This statement of belief and intention was made in 1954 by two young architects, the husband and wife partnership of Allison and Peter Smithson 18, and it echoed the manifestos of the previous generation's avant-garde while at the same time announcing that a new generation was still not satisfied with such progress as had been made. The Smithsons have acknowledged their debt to the modern movement as a whole, to its painters, sculptors, writers, composers, philosophers, and scientists, to Picasso, Klee, Mondrian, Brancusi, Joyce, Le Corbusier, Schoenberg, Bergson, and Einstein. But they have also pointed out that modern architecture is now a historical term which describes a certain period in architectural development. Though the Smithsons originally came from County Durham, they live and work in London. The English don't ever seem to have set out to build a city as such, they say, let alone formed the concept of a city as a work of art, which is of course what we see it as potentially, a collective work of art, that is. And if a city is not a work of art then really it's a nothing, it's a load of old buildings with cars in between. But if a city is this kind of work of art you live in, then the living there itself takes on a marvelous sort of extra quality. You are suddenly made aware of very ordinary things like entering or moving or being quiet, things which suddenly become positive and not residual. That's the trouble with Londoners, they see the city merely as a mechanism with which you can tinker to make it all right, they don't see it as a work of art, a live thing, a living organism, which could make life marvelous. You don't have to start building London all over again, this sort of life can be achieved by symbols, just as you can transform an unpleasant room by a pleasant picture in such a way that you really don't see the room at all. The Smithsons see the demolition in 1963 of Philip Hardwick's arch at Euston Station as a symbol of the jealousy of London, of an unhealthy domination. What the hell did they do it for? Who were they? The Euston Arch was a monument to the railway age, to an age when for the first time for centuries the power which had traditionally resided in the court and the south suddenly came to depend on the industrial energy of the north, on men like George Stephenson, born in a cottage at Willem, near Newcastle, who invented the whole thing from nothing, a man who could survey a line, organize the men, design the track, the engines, the signals, the lamps, name the places, design the lettering, do it all. Everything. One envies him his force, no one really has the will to operate on that scale now. These men suddenly were the power, they put up this monument in London, a simple, marvelous piece of architecture, which just sort of thundered away there, standing for what these men had done. All over London there are monuments to the others which have lasted for centuries, some of them. And since the 1914-18 war the power has come back to the south, largely because all decisions had to be made from one place then, and later London got a stranglehold on the new power, communications. And so they seized this opportunity to destroy the arch, which was a kind of imposition on London, a reminder that what was the empire was based on men working in the dirt up north. Obviously the Prime Minister didn't refuse to act because he knew this consciously, but surely when he was making up his mind or not making up his mind to save it, he must have felt certain that to knock it down was somehow the right thing to do, as if to wipe out the fact that there was a time when the South wasn't dominant. If it had been a monument to Marlborough or someone like that, then they'd have found a reason for keeping it, because he was part of the Southern economic power, he came from where the wealth was manipulated. The Smithsons have what amounts to a reverence for anything into which effort and trouble have been put. This shows particularly in the care with which they made sure that their first London building, for the Economist in St. James's, took into account, blended with, and even flattered the 18th-century Boodles Club on an adjacent site. The Smithsons designed a group of 3 buildings standing on a plaza to replace the corpus of obsolete Edwardian buildings which had solidly filled the site before. On the St. James's Street side they placed a bank building, conforming in scale and achieving great compatibility with the other buildings on that side of this most conservative of streets. Behind this a tower block rises, still conforming in general to the scale of the St. James's area, though it is in fact its highest building, which houses the Economist offices, and an exact half-size copy of this tower stands behind Boodles and contains flats, chambers, and services for the club. Below the plaza on which these 3 buildings stand is an underground car park and various services. The demolition of the building next to Boodles left a long flank wall of the club exposed, and it is in the architectural treatment of this that the extreme, almost loving care of the Smithsons' solution to the problems of this site is seen at its most original. They studied Boodles from what they call an archaeological approach. From the bones and other objects an archaeologist finds, he has to comprehend through interpretation the whole culture, what it was, what made it tick, everything he can about it. Similarly, we had to try to think what Boodles was to its architect, to its time, and then think what it had become, as well. This examination in depth revealed information that led to the solution, the blending and neutralizing of the lines and proportions of Boodles with those of the Smithsons' buildings. The feature which most closely links the two is a new 3-story bay window on the exposed wall of the club, which appears to be construction ally the same as the Economist but which actually parodies its Portland stone facing by being carried out in the modern equivalent of Coeday artificial stone, just as the club imitates in Coeday the masonry facings of buildings of its own period, a delightful, if rather recondite, architectural joke. Not only does the Economist group of buildings embody almost didactically the architectural theories of its designers and fit beautifully into its surroundings, but it has also provided improved civic amenities. It is now possible to walk across the plaza, an area bounded on 3 sides by roads, and quite immune from traffic. It is also possible to stop and rest there on seats. Compared with what was there before, the Smithsons have added light, air, space, and public amenity besides providing better accommodation for a bank, offices, and Boodles Club. This is in marked contrast to most developments, which live off built capital and close in every available site rather than attempt to add new values. The Economist is a magnificent example of what can be done in urban renewal, a practical, successful demonstration of how to preserve the better buildings by restating them in terms of relationships with new buildings. It has obvious applications to St. James's Street itself. The whole of the east side could be developed organically in this manner, and once, as something of an architect's office joke, the Smithsons imposed on an air photo of the whole St. James's area photographs of the model of the Economist on half a dozen other sites. It worked well. Such a redevelopment would make the area architecturally as aristocratic as it likes to think it is historically. But even the redevelopment of St. James's would solve only a small part of London's problem. At the moment they're trying to do something to alleviate the conditions of traffic congestion which already exist, making huge investments at places like Hyde Park Corner which serve only to attract more traffic to them and make conditions worse than they were before. Whereas it would be more sensible if they were to say, let's leave Piccadilly as it is and concentrate on taking the traffic some distance away from it on a proper road designed for that traffic. Piccadilly would then revert to something more like its former condition. This would shunt off energy meaning money and people and everything, away from the existing congestion. You find the same thing in principle right throughout the country. The local civic engineer is constantly tinkering about with his high street, putting bus shelters up, erecting railings, concreting some areas, ripping up cobbles somewhere else, setting aside parking places, and so on. Whereas a couple of streets away it's derelict, or of very little value, and if he was to build a new shopping street there with shops properly serviced from the rear, accessible by bus, with off-street parking, then the big multiple shops would be attracted to it and the historical high street area could go back to its Saturday market, the camera shop, the small grocer, and so on. Maybe part of it would die, and then you could open up spaces, or some houses which had had shop fronts bashed in them could revert to being houses again. The Smithsons believe that the only thing capable of pulling London together, structurally, to make the scattered city more like an entity, is a network of motorways. These urban motorways would also serve to move traffic at the present centers of congestion, and bring new life to areas which are now depressed in one way or another. They have prepared a plan for such a network of new roads, on routes which exploit cheap land adjacent to railways, or if necessary over railways, previously unusable land like marshes, and the backlands or wasted lands sometimes left in odd pockets. Junctions for these roads are sited on or over railway sidings and cheap property, where land is not available exactly where it is needed, the roads merely cross without intersecting and interconnection is made elsewhere, always with the object of avoiding present areas of congestion to divert traffic away from them. Architecturally the roads are intended to present a clear pattern in themselves, and as the same principles apply throughout, it is hoped that the pattern would be apparent in spite of the many versions of junctions, takeoffs, and so on which are necessary to meet the complex conditions of an already existing city. When two roads have to cross, the junction is so designed that only one decision can be made on each approach road. The decision to turn the other way has either been made further back in the system, or will be made further on in the system. The motorways are routed to provide a series of identifying fixes, or places where a relationship to the city structure could be observed. For example, the route along the embankment provides fixes on Westminster and the city, and the route across Hyde Park does the same for the central area. The existing raised portion of the M4 at Chiswick is a built example of what the Smithsons mean by such a road redefining places in relation to each other, such places as Osterley Park and Brentford Football Ground now being able to be seen in relationship to each other and to the road in a way which was not possible before. Routing these roads through the backlands is intended to regenerate old areas by increasing land values. This would happen especially round takeoffs, where increased accessibility and new facilities for garages, hotels, and so on would provide new incentives to redevelopment. To serve these takeoffs, the existing street net has been organized in stop streets, mainly shopping streets which are also bus routes, two-way, with picking up and setting down permitted, and metered parking provided where possible, and go streets, often the present taxi routes, which have been organized into a system of one-way streets feeding into the takeoffs with no stopping and no parking whatsoever. The stop streets, which are really those in which the route itself has no function, would then serve the buildings and the functions of the street itself. There would be frequent pedestrian crossings, laybys, and car park entrances. Intersections on the go streets would be controlled by lights, with filters wherever possible to keep the one-way system flowing. This London road plan, the Smithsons feel, should be supplemented by a public transport survey, but in any case they envisage a rapid transit bus system to serve the whole central area. The buses would never leave the motorway network, there being alighting points at suitable takeoffs at that level about a quarter of a mile apart and also at railway stations and Green Line termini. Such a system of rationalized, subsidized mass transit facilities already works well in Philadelphia, where 2 lanes of the urban motorways are reserved for high-speed buses. There is nothing unfeasible about this plan. It would be expensive, but so is the congestion existing at the moment and which becomes inexorably worse each month. But such a system of urban motorways introduces into the city an element on an entirely new scale, the Smithsons believe, a geographical scale which seems to make the old sort of building totally inappropriate and which implies a new kind of interlocking town structure/architectural form about which they have spent much time evolving theories. These theories have found their most complete expression in a plan for the rebuilding of the city of Berlin made in collaboration with Peter Sigmund, a plan which won third prize in a competition organized by that city, and was the only non-German entry to win a prize, incidentally. In this plan the function of urban motorways to unify and define a city rather than merely to relieve congestion is seen in its most convincing form. A ring of them serve a central area of access roads, upon the net of which is superimposed a pedestrian platform net some 30 feet above the ground, from which it is reached by escalators. The shape of the city is the reverse of a conventional one, having an inverted profile, that is, the center is flat, with a single symbolic identifying fix, somewhat like a navel, with a wall of high office buildings on the outskirts linked to both roads and the pedestrian platform. Green zones define but do not define the parts. Growth and change are built into the city concept. Each sort of development has its rules by which addition and variation are controlled in an organic manner. Such a plan was evolved from many years of continuous objective analysis of the structures created by man and the changes which take place in them in an attempt to uncover a pattern of reality which includes human aspirations. This analysis has also led to the formation of a series of 15 criteria for mass housing, criteria which have that sort of simplicity which makes them appear obvious until it is remembered that no single dwelling in the country measures up to them. 1. Does the housing liberate the inhabitants from old restrictions or straitjacket them into new ones? 2. Can the individual add identity to his house or is the architecture packaging him? 3. Will the lampshades on the ceilings, the curtains, the china dogs take away from the meaning of the architecture? 4. Is the means of construction of the same order as the standard of living envisaged in the house? 5. Are the spaces molded exactly to their purpose or are they byproducts of structural tidiness or plastic whim? 6. Is there a decently large open-air sunlit space opening directly from the house? 7. Can the weather be enjoyed? The English climate is characterized by changeability, therefore a house should be capable of grasping what fine weather it can get. South windows in all rooms and easy access to sheltered patios, roof gardens, or terraces which can be arranged in a moment to catch the pleasures of our climate and then closed up in a moment so that we can ignore it. 8. Can the extension of the dwelling, garden, patio, and so on, be appreciated from inside? 9. Is there a place in the open air where a baby can be left? 10. Where do 3 to 5-year-olds play? 11. Can the houses be put together in such a way as to contribute something to each other? 12. Is the house as comfortable as a car of the same year? 13. Is there a place where you can clean or wash things without making a mess of the whole house? 14. Is there enough vital storage, that is, storage not of a purely residual nature like lofts, built-in fittings, and so on? 15. Is there a place for the belongings peculiar to the class of the occupant, poodles, ferrets, motorbikes, geraniums, and so on? That these reasonable criteria are not those of every form of housing erected in Britain is a condemnation of every responsible authority or private builder. Only in painting, sculpture and, to a lesser extent, music have the pioneers of the modern movement become the establishment in their respective arts. In literature and in architecture the reactionaries who use the techniques of Dickens and put up shell centers are still not only in the majority but even represent these arts to many people. Thus Alison and Peter Smithson are faced with a multiple problem, not only to overcome the opposition of reactionaries to a previous generation, but also to have ideas accepted which are an extension and development of those of that generation. Just to come by the requisite experience is difficult enough. Really, if you talk about it strategically, dealing with London as it now exists and thinking what's going to happen between now and 1980, say, then you speak of something we've simply not had any experience of. No one can say much about it because you have to be given the responsibility before you can think about it meaningfully, that is, you have to say, what is it that you could actually do? With so much theoretical work of obvious validity and importance done over the decade and more since their manifesto, and with one practical example of it built showing what could be done with London, is it not time that the solutions to urban renewal and mass housing put forward by the Smithsons were given urgent, even desperate, consideration? It may not be so disastrous that advances in literature fail to be consolidated, but those in architecture involve more serious and fundamental elements determining the basic quality of living, and we simply cannot afford to ignore anyone who has anything to say as practical and original as Allison and Peter Smithson. On football. Unpublished article for Sunday Times Magazine, World Cup issue. Typescript dated February 8, 1966. The first organized soccer team I played for was formed by a youth club, when I was about 11 or 12. This club was a church one, and after playing other youth club teams on Saturday afternoons we were morally bound to go to church the next morning. Few of the team did, however, being interested only in the club for the opportunity it provided to play football with a real ball on grass pitches. The vicar resented this, and one Monday club night summoned the team into this little office he had, called us all a lot of little heathens quaintly, and said there would be no more football unless we went to his church. For good measure, and partly for other reasons, he also expelled 3 of us. But such was the loyalty the team had built up, playing together for over a year, that the rest left, too, and we played friendlies for the rest of that season until we could enter a junior league. We called ourselves Little Heathens FC. But it is difficult to remember a time before this when I did not play improvised football of some kind or another. As soon as we were through the school doors at break or lunchtime, someone would say out with the pill, and a tennis ball would be unsocketed from a trouser pocket and we would then pass and dribble our way across the playground until we came to our goal, which might be between a window and a downpipe, or one section of the bicycle sheds, or just 2 discarded jackets, such goal being the focal point of just one of many such areas laid claim to by 3 or 4 kids who habitually played together. A tennis ball would fit remarkably neatly into a trousers pocket. Perhaps such pockets were thoughtfully designed with this in mind, but in any case those which were not were quickly distended to accommodate the ball, the result being perhaps a quarter of the school was apparently afflicted by a great wens on their thighs, all except Strickmar, I remember, a brilliant natural footballer, on whose body a tennis ball would disappear as though he had an appropriately sized hole in him. Playing with a tennis ball on asphalt taught one good ball control, as it was so small compared with a proper ball, and indeed with the full-size plastic balls schoolboys use in playgrounds now, and it bounced on asphalt with a higher degree of accuracy than a football on grass. But it did not help with dead ball kicking, as a tennis ball on the ground always had to be kicked with the toe cap rather than with the instep. Thus it was that later, playing on grass or mud with an uneven surface and probably a slope as well, with a much larger ball and what looked like a prairie of open space, organized football seemed almost a different game. We played as Little Heathens in a junior league until we were all about 18, when the team broke up. Some took jobs which involved working on Saturday afternoons. 1 or 2 became so disheartened by their own failure to improve that they took to the vicarious satisfaction of watching professional games regularly, and yet others became involved with girls who resented the competition from anything as interesting as we found soccer. For the team was for many years our passionate interest, a complete, self-sufficient interest. The week was one long irrelevance from Saturday night to Saturday morning, the summer hardly bearable with no match play and only desultory, overheated practice to be had. For all this dedication, however, we never won anything, did not finish higher than 3rd in our league and never reached even the semi-finals of our cup. Not that but we wanted to win, for we did. There was none of this guff about the important thing being to compete, or to be a sportsman. For us, we just liked winning, however we did it. Football so dominated our lives that we could not play enough of it. 4 games in a weekend was not unusual for some of us, and 3 games quite common. Several of us would play for the school on Saturday mornings, Little Heathens in the afternoons, and one or two of the scratch Sunday teams the next day. The Sunday league teams were the weirdest, were made up of the most bizarre combinations of players. A 13-year-old winger might find himself up against a fullback of 50-odd, wing halves would be playing in goal, center halves on the wing, all given a game at the last minute to make the side up. The play was equally unorthodox. Top goal scorers would be defensive inside forwards, goalkeepers would be brought up to take penalties against their opposite numbers, and center forwards would often be found heading off their own goal line. As far as results went, form simply did not exist, and matches would finish with comic scores like 10-1, 8-7, or, on one disastrous occasion, 22-0. Some of the players were, or seemed, of epic, even supernatural stature. The great hairy center forward I once had to mark, called Beetle Crusher by his teammates on account of his studded army boots and who had not, it was said, washed since Dunkirk, who battered his way past me to score 4 times that afternoon, and the unbelievable speed of recovery of one player, perhaps a pro anonymously enjoying a Sunday game, who just once I beat in a tackle in midfield to then hit the ball immediately high down the center where, incredibly, there he was to head it away again. Looking back, some of my most enjoyable football was played in those Sunday matches, on pitches which invariably sloped, or were bald of turf and thick with mud, or had great clumps of something like esparto grass growing here and there, all or any of which turned football into more a game of chance than it could be. But most of all there was the piquancy of knowing that if the FA came to hear about you playing on Sundays, then you could be banned for life from ever taking part in organized soccer again. My father had supported Chelsea for years, standing out in all weathers on that great high banking, the popular terrace, which has only just this year been converted into a covered stand. Indeed, it was on that terrace that I first learned those swear words most beneficially applicable to soccer, from hearing him and others effing and being at the way Chelsea played, for years the most infuriatingly talented and inept team in London to support. So it was to Chelsea that I applied when I considered that I ought to have a trial for a professional team, more to confirm that I was not missing anything I could possibly obtain than from any real desire to live the life of a professional footballer. I travelled on the top deck of a trolley bus all the long way up the straight length of the Edgware Road to the Welsh Harp at Hendon, where I changed in the pub and then played badly and dispiritedly on Chelsea's practice pitch at the back. They talked to one or two of the better players, and told the rest of us we would be hearing if they wanted us. I never heard. Some 16 years after this, however, I still support Chelsea, still try to go to Stamford Bridge whenever I can. This lays me open to the often leveled charge of following the fashionable interest intellectuals now have in soccer, but in my case what amounts to a love of football came years before I was elevated to the rank of intellectual, and so I think it must have done with many others of my generation. The 1944 Education Act may in fact be responsible for this apparent change in the choice of relaxation of those whose occupations qualify them as intellectuals. As one university lecturer who taught me said, in a perhaps unguarded moment, no work of art has ever moved me so much as a good football match. In any case, I never know whether I ought to consider myself an intellectual or not. I write novels which for want of better terms are called experimental and avant-garde. I call their techniques organic, solving each writing problem in the best way I can find, which may sometimes be a way no one else, or few others, have tried, if that is an intellectual activity. But my wife laughs at my being called an intellectual, says I am far too instinctive for that, which probably involves another definition. But simply, I am a writer and I enjoy watching football. Combining the two, I saw soccer reporting as an opportunity to be paid for watching matches from the best seats. And I enjoyed it, too, both the soccer and the writing. It was what appeared in print that was usually such a pain. I would take great trouble to try to make my copy as good a piece of writing as anything else I might do, as good as a poem written under the same conditions, even, imagining anyone would want to write a poem in half an hour in a cold, wind-swept football stadium, and the sub-editors would almost invariably ruin it not only by cutting it, but also by rewriting to some faceless substandard of their own. I would go to great lengths to avoid the use of clichés, and the subs would go to equal trouble to put them back in again. And they won in the end. Of course, all I could do was resign. There is no valid reason why the sports pages should be any less well written than the rest of a newspaper, but all of them noticeably are. One of the chief reasons for this is that heresy believed in by even the posh papers as well, that because a man played a game well, he must therefore be able to write about it equally outstandingly. Nothing could be less true. The evidence is that few of them can write at all, let alone professionally, and one of the sadder sights of the press box is one of these players of yesterday haltingly speaking his thoughts to a young lad who puts them into English for him. But there are a few soccer reporters one can read without feeling insulted. Easily the best of these is the Times Association football correspondent, Geoffrey Green. He alone provides what I want from a soccer report, which is something of the feeling of what it was like to be there, the nearest possible substitute for not actually having been watching, and not just who scored from whose pass in which minute. Green's erudition, his wit, his really skillful, as if poetic, use of imagery, are always a pleasure. Even his frequent overreachings are themselves delightful in their preposterousness. Hugh McIlvany of The Observer writes with a kind of sinuous intelligence about the game, sparing of imagery but exact of effect. Brian Glanville, Sunday Times, has great fluency, but his reports read like written down talk rather than worked out writing, interesting, well-informed talk, to be sure, but not writing. Apart from these three, there are really only the sports writing stars of the popular papers, the so-called heavy mob, who can sometimes be seen moving down Fleet Street as a solid phalanx in their heavy mohair overcoats and heavier jokes, their fur hats and ludicrous images, short arms swinging and shorter parts hanging, red of face and color at the ready. What kind of a hell of a mess they are going to make of writing about the World Cup makes me despondent, almost as much as do the recent performances of the England team itself. After all, the World Cup is not likely to be held again in England this century. A hard glance at the poetry business. Published in London Life, April 16, 1966. If the state of poetry is to be judged by the quantity actually being written now, then it must be said to be flourishing. Never, it seems, have so many people written what they call poetry, but which others might think worthy only to be called verse, and far more of which is just not even prose. And they submit it, too, the editors of those journals and magazines which publish poetry, and those which don't, as well. For that matter, there is a considerable body of enthusiasts who imagine they will be the first poet to publish an epic in the Daily Mirror, receive upwards of 200 poems every week. And never before has it been so easy for a poet to achieve publication of some sort or another. The number of little magazines has increased enormously over the last 5 years, and there now seem to be far more publishers willing to take the risk of a small loss on a hardback volume of poetry in return for the prestige such publishing apparently brings. The public reading of poetry, usually by the poets themselves, has also gained noticeable ground over the last few years, with groups all over the country holding regular meetings. The best of these in London is held not in Chelsea, or Soho, or Hampstead, but in SE22 by the Dulwich Group. The meetings take place in the upstairs room of an enormous, friendly pub, and audiences of over 100, on one sweltering occasion, 300, are common. It is no doubt the fact of being held in a pub, where the atmosphere is informal and where the audience can meet the poets down in the bar afterwards, that accounts for the success of the Dulwich meetings compared with all other poetry readings in London. Those held by the Contemporary Poetry and Music Circle in Kensington, for instance, are very disappointingly attended, and those organized by the literary magazine Ambit and the Weekly Tribune, usually in public libraries, attract nothing like the Dulwich crowds, and Dulwich is far from being the easiest place in London to reach by public transport. These readings are certainly a welcome development. There is no poetry which does not gain something from being heard read by the poet himself. Poor readers as many poets are, and in spite of the fact that their interpretations may very often not be definitive ones, their own words in their own voices provide a direct experience of poetry unfiltered by the intervention of another's sensibility and unmarred by the poetry voice. But nevertheless poetry is still not primarily a spoken medium, and this to me was the one thing cogently demonstrated by the Albert Hall Jamboree organized by the Beats last June. 19 The poems spoken there, when read on the page, as they can be in Holy Communion, a published version of this so-called international poetry incarnation, make a far greater impact and indeed seem far better poems than they did heard in the wedding cake architecture of the Albert Hall. It is in fact a myth that poetry demands sound. It has been addressed to the eye since Caxton's time, and whichever way it is moving, and I think it is indeed moving slowly towards more oral acceptance, print is still by far the most common way in which poetry reaches its audience. No, to me the international poetry incarnation did not seem to herald a new interest in poetry. It was a highly publicized non-event by a group of performers in public, one or two of whom were good poets, Adrian Mitchell, Lawrence Ferling-Heady, which happened to take place at a very favorable moment. It was in many ways a sad, pathetic occasion, too, for I believe it marked the demise of the Beats. The incarnation was in fact their wake, their elegy for a generation passed into middle age. The Funfril, Joyce's brilliant neologism describes the occasion exactly, of the hipsters. Nowhere was this demonstrated more clearly than in the lack of opposition from the audience, for words which have never before been spoken in public in the Albert Hall raised not a murmur. Poetry which was patently absolute rubbish was greeted with reverence during and applause after it, and almost the only heckling came as a result of boredom or not being able to hear certain speakers properly. No, this audience was on the side of the Beats. They were not there for the poetry but for what the readers stood for as rebels, outcasts, and which is now so quaintly passé. However much anyone who writes poetry would wish to read at a public meeting, it is still print which has the authority and status chiefly to attract them. The typical successful poet first appears in weeklies like the Times Literary Supplement, The Spectator, The New Statesman and The Observer, and later has a collection, usually only about 56 pages long, published in a hardback volume by a reputable publisher, that is, one who publishes a wide range of other books besides poetry. Space in journals like those mentioned is naturally limited. Some of them one suspects use poetry to fill up awkward column ends, and usually the literary editors, quite justifiably from their point of view, prefer to print poems by poets who have already made some sort of a name for themselves. Like everyone else in poetry, they too have what appears to others as eccentric taste in their choice of which poems to print. Some even appear to have no policy at all. It is inevitable therefore that anyone unknown should be rejected very often, however good he is, but at the same time every literary editor wants to discover superb poems by an unknown, and this at least keeps them reading through everything they receive. After rejection by the national recognized weeklies and magazines, the great mass of those now writing what they call poetry are faced with three alternatives: to pay for publication themselves in one form or another, or to stop writing, or to write only for themselves. There are many organizations of one sort or another which exploit the vanity of writers and the apparently desperate need of many of them to see themselves in print. A glance at the small ads column of several of the weeklies will discover 2 or 3 often cunningly worded requests for poems. Inquiries in answer to these advertisements usually reveal that they are inserted by jobbing printers who want the author to pay the complete cost of a limited edition of varying degrees of sumptuousness, or magazines which will print every poem sent to them provided that the poet pays a fee and takes out a year's subscription to their usually duplicated organ. Rather more subtle is the advertiser who asks for your poems, writes back enthusiastically for more, and then says that he will prepare a tape recording of them for submission to editors and radio companies all over the world, the poems to be read by a professional actor, who will, of course, require a fee of 3 guineas. All these organizations take money out of poetry, feed off it, rather than contribute towards its well-being, and are in the same class as those poetry competitions which take far more money in entrance fees than are required to cover the cost of prizes and judging. Yet every edition of the Writers and Artists Yearbook contains a warning to authors never to pay for publication of their work. Admittedly, until this year, this warning appeared side by side with advertisements which were nothing if not attempts to extract money from authors by means of an appeal in one form or another to their vanity. For the writer who does not want to pay someone else to print his work, there is what might be regarded as the last resort of the unpublished, starting his own magazine. This can apparently be regarded by the poet's conscience as not exactly paying for his own work to be published, and this method, sometimes the way many good little magazines have started, now seems very popular indeed. Usually it is not print the contributing writers see themselves in first, but duplicated typewriting. The cost of such a magazine, perhaps at first as thin as 8 pages, is relatively cheap, and by his third issue the editor might feel confident enough, and possess enough backing from poets similarly frustrated by other magazines, to go to a small printer and have perhaps a 24-page edition indifferently printed for about £60 or so. Whether all the 500 copies he receives for this will ever reach readers depends on the size of the circle of his friends and acquaintances, and also on the stage at which it becomes too embarrassing for him to sell to strangers. The country is dotted with little groups of friends who have started magazines in this way. Each group believes fervently that it alone represents the way English poetry is going, and that within 20 or at most 30 years copies of their little magazine will be eagerly sought by collectors as rarities, and each poet imagines that it will be for his one poem that each issue will be sought as the fascinating and revealing early work of a great writer who was then unknown and neglected. They may be right, of course. A number of examples of this happening can be found in the history of English literature. And a small proportion of the magazines do go on to become something very good. But there is a paradox here: they only really become good when they start to solicit contributions from established writers from outside their own small circles. Otherwise they remain narrowly parochial, and their editors are forced to print poems for the very reasons for which they, with far less justification, viciously attack the editors of larger magazines: partiality, name-dropping, or slavish following of fashion, publishing friends or allies for reasons which are nothing to do with the quality of the actual poetry. And the greatest paradox of all this jostling and scrambling to get into print is that, of all writing, poetry is the one field where the satisfaction lies in the writing itself rather than in the publishing or in being paid. No great audience reads poetry. No poet has ever made a living out of his work. By definition, once a poet makes communication with an audience more important than expression of his own self, then his work becomes something different which, whatever else it deserves to be called, does not deserve the name of poetry. True poetry is written for the poet's sake, and for no other reason, though of course he is pleased if it later finds an audience. This must be incidental to him. Young poets who are discouraged from writing because they are not published are neither true poets nor deserve encouragement. On Beckett. A Review of Happy Days, Faber, from The Spectator, July 20, 196,220. What does it mean? He says what's it meant to mean? And so on, lot more stuff like that, usual drivel. And you, she says, what's the idea of you? She says, what are you meant to mean? This exchange is from Samuel Beckett's latest play, in the first act of which the main character, Winnie, is embedded up to above her waist in a scorched, grass-covered mound on a desolate plain. Her husband, Willie, very occasionally speaks to her from behind the mound, usually to read tidbits from Reynolds News. It is so hot that Winnie's parasol catches fire. There is no night, and times to sleep and wake are indicated by a bell. There are doubts about the Earth's gravity and atmosphere being what they were. Death no longer exists, it seems, nothing grows, and a live ant is a source of great interest. The remarks quoted above were made by the last people to stray past the mound, sometime in the indefinite past. Winnie's optimism is indomitable, every day is a happy one for her. In the next and last act Winnie is buried up to her neck and can move only her eyes. Every time she shuts them the bell sounds to wake her. Her optimism is hardly less, though she has abandoned prayer, and her husband's appearance in front of the mound and his abortive attempt to reach her make this another happy day for her. Happy Days occupies a place in Beckett's dramatic work somewhat similar to that of the Unamable in his novels. One could, if one needed to, believe in the predicament of Ham, the blind and paralyzed old man in Endgame, just as one could believe in those of the bedridden Malloy and Malone. The apparently arbitrary immobilization of Winnie in the mound, however, is as difficult to accept as that of the limbless Unamable in his jar of rags and sawdust. The difference is that in this latest play the real situation is not made explicit, whereas in the Unamable Beckett makes it quite clear that he is speaking about the writer's condition. Whatever wider applications to the human situation this novel's characters and symbols may have, they are primarily used to convey a statement about the writer's constant struggle to embody truth in a vehicle of fiction and by means of the imprecise tool of language. Saying is inventing, as Malloy says. The writer's condition is clearly what Happy Days is about, to anyone who knows the Unamable, but to anyone who doesn't it is just about a woman stuck in a mound. Quite properly, within his form, Beckett does not provide links in the play for his levels of meaning. This confirms again for me that drama is not the best form for Beckett's own peculiar vision, particularly not for dealing with those processes of the mind in which he is especially interested. And really his reputation as a dramatist is out of all proportion to his achievement as a novelist, for which latter I believe him to be worthy of the most serious consideration and the highest praise. This said, it is not too much to conclude that Happy Days is interesting mainly as a gloss on the Unamable. It is also a refinement of some of the ideas in that novel, and unusual in Beckett's work in that it has a woman as its leading character. Happy Days seems as well to be an answer to those who have mistaken Beckett for a pessimist. Winnie goes on saying what she has to say, considering optimistically how much worse things could be, just as the writer went on working in spite of all difficulties and lack of initial encouragement. Beckett's is not a literature of despair, as Camus pointed out. Even to say that everything is meaningless is a meaningful statement, and a real literature of despair would be a silent literature and therefore a contradiction in terms. Asterisk. A review of Murphy and Watt, Jupiter Books, from The Spectator, December 13, 1962. Some explanation, but certainly no excuse, is needed for reviewing two novels written respectively 25 and 20 years ago. Murphy was published here in 1938, but only a few hundred copies were sold before the rest were destroyed during the Blitz, and What has only been available here in a limited edition printed in France. The importance of the republication in paperback of Samuel Beckett's first two novels is that this should now make general the conviction of most of those who have already read all his novels that Beckett is the finest prose stylist and most original novelist now living, and that, interesting as his plays are, they are no more than dramatist footnotes to the novels. Murphy is the most nearly conventional of Beckett's novels, and the best introduction to his work. It is set chiefly in London, where Murphy is part of a ring of lovers, each of whom loves someone who does not return the love. Love requited, as one character observes, is a short circuit. Murphy short circuits to Celia, a prostitute whom he persuades to give up work in exchange for a promise that he will look for work. This he does very reluctantly, for his real desire is to live only in his mind. Murphy tries to act according to the philosophy of Jehlinx, a follower of Descartes, who believed that the mind was quite separate from the body, and Celia all too tangibly reminds him of the existence of the body. Eventually he finds a job in a mental hospital where he lives alone in an attic and can transcend his body by sitting naked for hours strapped by scarves to a chair. Only then can he come alive in his mind. By no means a difficult or obscure novel, Murphy does demand close, attentive reading and occasional reference to a good dictionary. Often this is comically rewarding, as when, for example, the second element of Trier-Joe's is found to mean testicle. It is one of the funniest novels ever written, and many of its sequences, the chess game against a mental patient who plays all his pieces but for 2 pawns out and back again without Murphy being able to do anything about it, the scene where Murphy consumes 1.83 cups of tea whilst paying for only one, are quite hilariously original. The style of Beckett's first novel is excellent, but it is not original, not that spare, tense, lapidary use of language which is at once precise and definitive yet easily accommodates the fantastic and the grotesque. It was in what that this superb individual style was evolved, a purification of English diction comparable only with Eliot's similar service to poetry in the 20s, and it is all the more remarkable in that it was achieved during the war when Beckett was in hiding from the Germans in the Vaucluse and had no library to which to refer. What is the key work for a proper understanding and appreciation of all Beckett's later novels and plays? In some ways it is also his greatest. It has a narrative progression rather than a plot. What is on a journey to take up a post as a servant to a Mr. Knott, he arrives, displaces his predecessor, serves his term, and is in turn displaced. The book ends with what again on a journey. Like Murphy, what tries to behave according to a philosophic system, this time one based on Wittgenstein. And, again like the first novel, what is very funny, Larry will be 40 years old next March, D.V., said the lady. That is the kind of thing D always V's, said Mr. Hackett, but there is also a bitterness in the humor which looks forward to the novel trilogy and to waiting for Godot. Asterisk. A review of How It Is, Calder, and Play, Words and Music and Cascando, Faber, from The Spectator, June 26, 1964. The work of Samuel Beckett is a vast architecture of exploration, each part standing on the achievement of its antecedents, each part starting from the closing premise of its immediate predecessor. The Unamable took Beckett into an impasse which he has now shown with his latest novel, How It Is, not to be as closed as it appeared. This novel is the nearest any writer has ever come to the accurate literary transcription of a man's thoughts in all their chaotic complexity, with all their repetitions and hesitancies, conscious mind continually diffused by the inconsequential, illogical, irrational interjections of the subconscious. In order to succeed with this remarkable technical effect, Beckett has had to limit, simplify, and refine both situation and action. His narrator tells of a journey, crawling through mud, in 3 parts, before meeting Pym, another old man, with Pym, and after Pym. His repetitious concern with the minimum essential physical acts of moving, eating and excreting are chaotically mingled with random recollections of the past, more or less pointless speculations, and his personal relationships with Pym and some others whom he may or may not meet later. As in the Unamable, the first-person narrator merges with the author, although not until a much later point in the new novel, and breaks the fiction of storytelling. That wasn't how it was, no, not at all, no, how then, no answer, how was it then, no answer, how was it, screams good, there was something, yes, but nothing of all that, no, all balls from start to finish, yes, this voice, qua, yes, all balls, yes, only one voice here, yes, mine, yes, when the panting stops, yes. Cascando, a radio play printed with another, Words and Music, in the same volume as Play, makes a similar point about the writer's condition, the paradoxical uselessness and necessity of writing, and, by extension, about the human one. All I ever did. In my life. With my life. Saying to myself. Finish this one. It's the right one. Then rest. Sleep. No more stories. No more words. And finished it. And not the right one. Couldn't rest. Straight away another. To begin. To finish. Saying to myself, finish this one. Then rest. This time. It's the right one. This time. You have it. And finished it. And not the right one. Couldn't rest. Straight away another. How It is difficult, even exhausting, to read. It is written in short paragraphs, so set that none runs over onto the next page. It is without punctuation of any kind, and it is hard to see what is gained from this. The book is often boring, but this is inherent in the nature of what Beckett is doing. It has been suggested that it helps to read the book aloud, but it added nothing for me. Beckett seems to me to be exploring a cul-de-sac, and while I cannot help admiring both his integrity and his dedication in breaking new ground therein, I deeply regret at the same time that he has abandoned on the way those incidental qualities of language and intellectual exuberance and wit which so magnificently characterize his first two novels, Murphy and What. But let us be very sure of one thing, Samuel Beckett is out there in front. This is certainly the way the novel is going. No writer need cover this particular ground again, but it is his example, towards truth and away from storytelling, which makes it clear that almost all novelists today are anachronistically working in a clapped-out and moribund tradition. Asterisk. A review of Nose Knife, Calder and Boyars, Ejo, and other writings, Faber, and Beckett at 60, a Festschrift, Calder and Boyars, from the New Statesman, July 14, 1967. In 1954 Harold Pinter wrote in a letter to a friend, "The farther he goes the more good it does me. I don't want philosophies, tracts, dogmas, creeds, way outs, truths, answers, nothing from the bargain basement. He is the most courageous, remorseless writer going, and the more he grinds my nose in the shit the more I am grateful to him. He's not fucking me about, he's not leading me up any garden path, he's not slipping me any wink, he's not flogging me a remedy or a path or a revelation or a basinful of breadcrumbs, he's not selling me anything I don't want to buy, he doesn't give a bollock whether I buy or not, he hasn't got his hand over his heart. Well, I'll buy his goods, hook, line, and sinker, because he leaves no stone unturned and no maggot lonely. He brings forth a body of beauty. His work is beautiful." The writer who inspired such violent, total respect is Samuel Beckett, and Pinter, 13 years later, has apparently not bettered this description of his feelings since he contributes the quote to Beckett at 60, which is in some ways a rather embarrassing volume in celebration of the Irish writer's birthday. Pinter was writing about Beckett's novels in this letter, for at the time Waiting for Godot had yet to be staged in England, and this is very relevant to what can now be seen as the dual nature of Beckett's reputation, which reputation has, incidentally, grown from virtually nothing to its present eminence in the surprisingly short time of about 15 years. The wider reputation, the public reputation it might be called, is based on the plays, particularly on Godot and Endgame, which have of course become classics of modern theatre, though it is salutary to be reminded by Harold Hobson in Beckett at 60 just how bad the notices of Godot were, his and Tynan's excepted, and the first production of Endgame was very badly attended. Those who know Beckett by his plays tend to be only vaguely aware that he has written novels, and would perhaps be surprised to hear that those who do know them regard the plays as footnotes to the novels, interesting and worthwhile, certainly, but of far less importance nevertheless. John Calder's introduction to Beckett at 60 mentions members of a strange club, each with his favorite phrases of caustic humor or satisfying disgust. The copies of Beckett's novels belonging to members of this club are defiled or embellished, depending how you look at it, with notes, underscored favorite passages, exclamation marks, and perhaps the meanings of the recondite dictionary words he delighted to use freely in his earlier work, more parsimoniously in the later. Most of us first knew Beckett's work through Godot, but probably came across Malloy as though it were a dirty book in that beautifully proportioned olive, turquoise and black Olympia Press edition. We it is who, reading him, feel the urge not for interpretation but for celebration, not exegesis but exultation that anyone can write so well. Nose Knife, the title comes from the last of the 13 texts for Nothing, the screaming silence of Nose Knife in Yeswound, contains all the shorter prose that Beckett is willing to see republished, from the 3 nouvelles of 1945 to 6 to 2 short pieces, Imagination Dead Imagine and Ping, written within the last couple of years, both of which represent the distilled residue of a full-length novel. The 3 nouvelles, Beckett's first work to be written in French, provide an important link between his second novel What and his third Malloy, and have previously been, scarcely, available in England only in back numbers of Evergreen Review. The one called The Expelled is about a man who, after being thrown out of his home, spends the day in a horse-drawn cab driving about and looking for lodgings. After a few drinks the cabman invited me to do his wife and him the honor of spending the night in their home. It was not far. Recollecting these emotions, with the celebrated advantage of tranquility, it seems to me he did nothing else, all that day, but turn about his lodging. They lived above a stable, at the back of a yard. Ideal location, I could have done with it. Having presented me to his wife, extraordinarily full-bottomed, he left us. She was manifestly ill at ease, alone with me. I could understand her. I don't stand on ceremony on these occasions. No reason for this to end or go on. Then let it end. I said I would go down to the stable and sleep there. The cabman protested. I insisted. He drew his wife's attention to the pustule on top of my skull, for I had removed my hat out of civility. He should have that removed, she said. The cabman named a doctor he held in high esteem who had rid him of an induration of the seat. If he wants to sleep in the stable, said his wife, let him sleep in the stable. It is impossible to appreciate Beckett's later work without reference to the earlier, without following his development. Like Joyce, he should be read in chronological order. Anyone who thinks they can tackle something like Ping as their first example of Beckett is very liable to end up sharing the opinions of modern literature held by Cheltenham colonels. The publication of Nose Knife makes it possible for the first time in England to follow Beckett completely chronologically, though it should be pointed out that there are two works earlier than Murphy, a novel called Fair to Middling Women and More Pricks Than Kicks, a volume of short stories, which must remain only bloody good titles to most readers since Beckett did not publish the first and will not allow the second to be reprinted. 21 Calder and Boyars published a severely limited edition of More Pricks Than Kicks last year to save scholars the labor of doing their own version from the British Museum copy, and anyone who has read it will probably agree with Beckett that, apart from perhaps 2 or 3 stories, it does not show up well against the later work. In Krapp's last tape, Beckett used the tape recorder for the first time in drama and exploited its functional qualities and possibilities as an object to such an extent that no one can write a play about a man and a tape recorder without covering at least some of the same ground. This exhaustive exploration of what is possible in each medium is characteristic. Beckett is interested in doing those things which can be done only in that particular medium. Works written for one medium do not translate into another, which is why he has not allowed either his plays or his novels to be filmed. They are simply not films, not conceived as such. But Beckett has recently written a film called Film, the script of which has just been published with the television play Edjo and a short mime entitled Act Without Words too. In film, Beckett uses the camera as a character in a beautifully stylized essay on the text Esse est percipi. I have not seen the film, which has Buster Keaton in the main part, and was apparently shown here only at the London Film Festival a couple of years ago, but it reads marvelously. It is of course a paradox that Beckett should allow a film to be published when he does not allow his books to be filmed, but this script has unusual interest because of a series of notes in which Beckett explains some of his intentions, some of the Y members recording those strange and as if meaningless elements which recur in the canon, the bicycle, names beginning with M, hats tethered by strings, will note with irrelevant and disproportionate pleasure that Murphy's rocking chair is back and that a description of a photograph of a child at its mother's knee exactly fits the earliest known photograph of the author printed in Beckett at 60. The television piece Edjo employs the camera in a way related to the technique of film, but in this case the movement of tracking in on the face of an oldish man is controlled by a woman's voice off-screen reminding him of the past. When the voice stops, the camera moves. When the voice resumes, the movement stops. The effect, as those who saw Jack McGowran in the play may confirm, is an original experience even if the way in which it is specifically televisual is not particularly overt. Recognition came late to Samuel Beckett, as indeed does the birthday volume. He's been 61 for some months now, and of no one is it more true that he has had to create the taste by which he is enjoyed. Those of us who believe that he is the greatest prose stylist and the most original writer living perhaps cannot reasonably, but do hopefully, look forward to many more years for him as magnificently productive as the last 15, to have written as he has, and to be only 61, is remarkable to the point of near impossibility. Introduction to the Evacuees 22. It had never been necessary before, and there will not be time for it in a nuclear war, evacuation. This singular misfortune of the Second World War was experienced by a large proportion of those born between 1924 and 1938. To children of this generation, the more general clonic sense of the word came at some later point in our lives as a surprise. Evacuation had other associations for us, though the new one, as one contributor to this book sees and uses to make a point, was not wholly without relevance. Our allegiances to place may sometimes be curiously divided as between city and village, town and country, even between country and country. Our education may have set us differently by its variety or incompleteness in some way or another. We may have somewhat more sympathy for immigrants and other minority groups. For us certain foods, to others ordinary, may still seem luxuries, butter, bananas, because we cannot remember having had them before the war and our appetites for them could not be satisfied, let alone satiated. During the war, in us the tendency to expect the worst from any situation, to cut our losses and accept disappointment, indeed, to feel something near disappointment in any case when the worst does not happen, is perhaps more evident than in earlier or later generations. It did of course affect everyone involved in a different way, and in an inaccessible number of different ways, but all 4 million who were evacuated in Britain at some time or another during the Second World War must have been marked by the experience. Anyone who wishes to read a full historical account of evacuation is referred to Richard M. Titmuss's exemplary treatment of the subject in his volume Problems of Social Policy in the Official History of the Second World War. It does, however, seem appropriate to give a brief general outline, following Titmuss, here. The evacuation of civilians from cities was seen first only as a counter-move to enemy bombing, to parry the attempt to demoralize the civilian population. This purely military consideration was reinforced by the conviction that there would in any case be a panic flight from bombed cities and that this would greatly multiply any chaos caused directly by the enemy. In early 1931 the subject was considered important enough for the setting up of an evacuation subcommittee of the Committee of Imperial Defense. Its initial suggestion in relation to the two aspects of the problem was to enlarge the police force and, when bombing took place, to throw a cordon round London and the larger cities to prevent anyone leaving. But when its first report was completed in 1934, the subcommittee proposed a different scheme. 3.5 million people living in central London, fathers, mothers, and children, were to be evacuated to billets within 50 miles of the city. Elaborate railway timetables were worked out to move this enormous number of people in the shortest possible time, but less attention was given to their reception. No local authorities were consulted. At no point in the report is the idea of evacuation queried. Dispersal is taken as indisputably necessary. The great increase in the size of the Luftwaffe during 1936–37 led to reconsideration and augmentation of the evacuation plans. By early 1938 they were to a certain extent out of date and in any case had never been fully completed in detail. A government committee, with Sir John Anderson as chairman, reviewed the position and with commendable promptness produced its report by July 26, 1938. The principles laid down, which were to become the basis of the plans actually put into operation in September 1939, were as follows. 1. Except in so far as it may be necessary for military or other special reasons to require persons to leave some limited area, evacuation should not be compulsory. 2. For the purpose of supporting the national war effort and supplying essential civilian needs, production in the large industrial towns must be maintained, but it is desirable to provide organized facilities for the evacuation of substantial numbers of people from certain industrial areas. 3. Arrangements for the reception of persons who become refugees should be mainly on the basis of accommodation in private houses under powers of compulsory billeting. These arrangements will require very detailed preparation in order to avoid unnecessary hardship either to the refugees or to the persons who receive them. 4. The initial cost of evacuation arrangements should be borne by the government, but that refugees who can afford to contribute towards the cost of their maintenance should be expected to do so. 5. To meet the needs of parents who wish to send their children away, but cannot make their own arrangements, special arrangements should be made for school children to move out in groups from their schools in charge of their teachers. It seems that if in fact war had been declared at the time of Munich, September 28, 1938, the arrangements for evacuation would have been far from satisfactory. The London County Council did evacuate some 4,300 nursery and physically defective school children as a precaution, but the signal for general evacuation was never given. As a result of the scare, responsibility for evacuation was transferred from the Home Office to a new unit drawn from the Ministry of Health and the Board of Education. One of the first tasks was to decide into which of three zones each part of the country fell: evacuation, reception, and neutral. It is interesting that not one single area asked to be scheduled for reception, and no local authority declared an evacuation area disputed the decision. 13 million people were in evacuation areas, 18 million in reception, and 14 million in neutral areas. The size of such totals made an initial thinning out essential, and the following were declared priority classes. 1. School children evacuated as school units with their teachers. 2. Younger children accompanied by mothers or guardians. 3. Expectant mothers. 4. Blind adults and cripples who could be moved. The preparation and execution of evacuation plans was greatly complicated by the fact that evacuation was to be basically voluntary, since this made the numbers involved a variable and unknown factor. In the words of Richard M. Titmuss, assumptions had to be made about the probable mental reactions of over 10 million individuals living in, and conditioned by, widely differing environments who, historically, had shown a marked affection for individuality. Various forms of government propaganda exhorted parents to send their children to safety, and there were other pressures operating. It was, for instance, enough for many working-class mothers that there would be no school for their children to attend during the working day if they stayed behind. Bleeding was the only practical answer to finding accommodation for the 4 million people falling into the priority classes. Such alternatives as camps or specially built quarters were impossible to arrange in the time available or with the scale of priorities dictated by rearmament. The bleeding yardstick used was one person per habitable room, and a survey was carried out which, given deduction for rooms unusable for various reasons, provided potential accommodation for 4.8 million people in the reception areas. But by February 1939 1/6 of this accommodation had been privately reserved by the householders for their relatives and friends. The Civil Defense Bill of July 1939 provided that any additional expense caused by evacuation would be repaid to local authorities by the Exchequer. It also gave compulsory bleeding powers and defined the extent to which evacuees should be fed and looked after. Allowances to be made to householders were: for unaccompanied children, full board and lodging, 10/6d per week for the first child, 8/6d per week for each additional child taken. For mothers with children, lodging only, 5/ per week for adults, 3/ per week for children. For teachers and helpers, lodging only, 5/ per week. A revised scale, somewhat higher and based on children's ages, was introduced in May 1940. As the threat of war grew, so the emphasis of evacuation, once of the whole non-essential civilian population, fell more and more on seeing that the children, and mothers with young children, would be sent to safety. From about January 1939 a tremendous sense of urgency made itself felt in the Ministry of Health and those responsible in the evacuation areas, particularly in London, and the detailed plans for dispatching the evacuees by train were brought to as near perfection as possible in the time. This sense of urgency did not, however, extend in all cases to the reception and bleeding arrangements being prepared by the local authorities of the destinations at which the evacuees were due to arrive. It is important to realize that the prior assumption was that the war would start with immediate air attack by the Germans, certainly on London and possibly on other large cities as well. This did not in fact occur, but it is the reason why the actual declaration of war was anticipated by more than 2 days in giving the order for the by now carefully worked out plans for evacuation to be put into effect. The first evacuees moved out of the cities on the morning of Friday, September 1, 1939. By the evening of the 3rd, a few hours after war had been officially declared, 1,473,391 people had been placed in the reception areas. Most of these were children, with some mothers, teachers, and WVS-23 and other escorts. This was the official government evacuation scheme. In the 3 months previous to and in the first weeks of the war itself, at least 2 million other people had privately evacuated themselves to friends, relatives, or other accommodation. Not all the children went. Slightly more than half of London's school population stayed, while in Manchester, Salford, Newcastle, Gateshead, Liverpool, and Bootle more than 60% went. Other places were very much less enthusiastic. In Sheffield, only 15% availed themselves of the opportunity to go to safety. In all, the average figure for England was 47%, and for Scotland 38%. These differing responses to the government scheme probably reflect the local conditions and the confidence in the efficiency of their evacuation arrangements conveyed to parents by the various local authorities. In fact, the smaller response, the government had expected to move about 3.5 million people, meant that the arrangements in the underprepared reception areas were not in many cases overloaded, and in all but a few areas the accommodation available was adequate. The smaller number of evacuees than expected certainly helped the transport arrangements, too, but in any case they were well planned and efficiently executed. There was not a single accident or casualty during the whole 3-day operation. Rehearsals of the evacuation movement had been carried out, school teachers had been recalled early from their summer holidays on August 24, and there was an unexpectedly large number of voluntary helpers. The WVS report of 1963 says that many members who took part still regard evacuation as their most arduous task. As a result of the smaller numbers presenting themselves for evacuation, schedules were brought forward right from the first day. Then, due to an understandable desire to avoid congestion at the main line stations, groups from many different points of origin were embarked on one train, and some groups were split between 2 or more trains. As a result, many reception areas were sent both numbers and kinds of evacuees they had not made arrangements to accept. Added to the incomplete preparation already mentioned, a state of affairs approaching chaos was inevitable in some areas. Allocation to billets at random by reception officers, or free choice, either in a hall or in the streets, allowed to foster parents, were the two most usual ways of settling accommodation for evacuees. Though few of the contributors to this book can remember much about their journeys, which would seem to be evidence of their state of bewilderment, or even of shock, many of them have very eloquent memories of these auction sales of children. Again to quote Titmuss, "To be torn up from the roots of home life and to be sent away from the family circle, in most instances for the first time in the child's life, was a painful event. This was no social experiment, it was a surgical rent only to be contemplated as a last resort. The whole of the child's life, its hopes and fears, its dependence for affection and social development on the checks and balances of home life, and all the deep emotional ties that bound it to its parents, were suddenly disrupted. From the first day of September, 1939, evacuation ceased to be a problem of administrative planning. It became instead a multitude of problems in human relationships. A great deal of sociological research was subsequently carried out into these problems, but this is no place to give a summary of the results. Indeed, since the problems were on such a vast and varied scale, the results are in many cases contradictory. It was these problems, however, together with the fact that for about a year there were virtually no air attacks to confirm that evacuation had been necessary, which led to the widespread return of evacuees. By January 1940, only 4 months later, over half of those evacuated had returned to their homes. Those remaining represented 14% of the figure the government had originally expected to have to evacuate. This figure can be misleading, however, since 1/3 of the children of both London and Liverpool remained in the country. Much had been learned from this first evacuation movement, and the result was a virtually complete reversal of policy for the future. Instead of removing evacuees before possible air attacks, it was now decided to evacuate only when bombing had commenced. Furthermore, only limited and gradual movements, rather than mass ones, would be attempted, and mothers with young children under 5 were now excluded as being impracticable to accommodate. This left only the school children. There were of course numerous improvements in detail to these later plans, and in spring 1940 the government made a large-scale attempt, with much publicity, to induce parents to register their children for the new scheme to be put into effect when bombing actually started. But it was a failure. In London less than 10% of school children were registered, and in the reception areas only 2% of households were voluntarily prepared to state they would accept evacuees. The previous experience, on both sides, had been enough for most people to want to have nothing more to do with evacuation, and it took the impetus of actual bombing, which began in September 1940, to involve them in it again. The second wave of official evacuees was somewhat smaller than the first, about 1,250,000 were involved this time. A number of these were, of course, being evacuated for the second time. Daily or weekly parties from various bomb districts of London were sent to specific areas of safety. The arrangements this time were at once more careful and more complicated. The bombing was far more widespread than had for some reason been expected, and reception areas were fewer and in some cases different from those chosen in the previous year. Furthermore, evacuees were now competing for house room with workers from the new wartime industries which had been started mainly in the safer and less traditionally industrial zones. This evacuation was a distinctly different experience for those children involved in it. This time they were selected over a period of time and in small groups, and usually they went without their school friends. On the first evacuation, all the children had participated in what, at least at the beginning, was like an outing with their friends. Many children on the second evacuation must have been most likely to feel their parents' action as rejection, or even as betrayal. Their experience may be compared, perhaps even favorably, with that of those unprivileged 7-year-olds still sent away to boarding schools where they usually know no one at all. Several of the evacuees writing in this book declare they would never send a child of theirs away in this manner. A similar statistical pattern of return to the cities was followed. In February 1941 there were 1,340,000 people evacuated under the government scheme, but a year later, when the Blitz was over, the figure was down to 738,000. During the next 2 years, though there was little call for it and considerable pressure to end it from the reception areas, the government kept the evacuation scheme intact, and when the first flying bomb fell on London during the night of June 12, 1944, it was still functioning. Mothers and children were evacuated within a matter of weeks from that segment of the southeast whose apex was London, Buzz Bomb Alley. The third wave of evacuation lasted only about 2 months, and was again different in character in that some reception areas previously considered to be safe were now threatened, and the evacuation authorities in them found their duties reversed. The flying bomb attacks petered out, but were replaced by V-2 rocket attacks which went on throughout the autumn and winter of 1944. Yet again there was the phenomenon of a constant stream of evacuees returning within weeks of their arrival, and the numbers were largest during the first 3 months of the rocket attacks. But for areas outside London and the southeast the end of evacuation had come. From September 1944 progressive arrangements delivered the evacuated children back to their homes in much the same manner as they had been taken from them. By March 1945 there were only about 400,000 left evacuated, and they were chiefly Londoners. With the cessation of rocket attacks, and the end of the war obviously in sight, most of these came home without bothering to wait for the government to bring them. When the end of the war did come, only 54,000 availed themselves of the official return scheme. 3 months after the end of the war there were still 76,000 evacuees. They were there mainly because there were no homes for them to return to, or their homes were either too full or equipped with insufficient bedding and so on. A very few, no doubt, were still there because their parents had disappeared or had decided to abandon them for one reason or another. Within 6 months the figure had been halved, and then the remainder were reclassified with the other homeless and became the responsibility of the local authorities. For many of the children the return was evacuation all over again. They came back to a mother whom they probably remembered, but she was sleeping with a stranger who insisted he was their father. In some cases they came from a comfortable middle-class home to a crowded flat in slum or near slum conditions, from friends, again, to an alien society where they had to make friends all over again, from a situation in which they had perhaps been neglected, had learned independence, to one in which they were petted, fondled, embraced with a devotion perhaps guiltily overcompensating for the deprivations of the earlier years. They got us involved in something we knew nothing about, a game we weren't ready for. We played but we were too young to fight and we didn't know what they were fighting for. We thought they just wanted to win. The fighting stopped and the game went on and they didn't tell us the new set of rules. I'm glad they won, but I'd like to know where we were wrong. I'd like to know why they brought me back when I wanted to go on fighting, brought me back safely, I suppose. That's the whole point of being an evacuee. You're hidden away and saved. That's what to evacuate means, to withdraw. I wonder what they saved me for. Point 24. It may be objected that the evacuation of British children was a mild experience compared with that of those in Europe who suffered, say, machine gunning and dive bombing by Stukas on the roads of France, or the concentration camps, or even with that of those children who stayed behind to face the bombing of London and other cities. Nothing, certainly, can have been worse than the concentration camps, but it is possible to compare a sudden and relatively short outburst of violence, experienced corporately within the security of the family group, with what happened slowly and over more than 5 years in many cases, and conclude that the psychological effects of evacuation would in fact be more severe. Even for those who were evacuated with their mothers it was not the same. The mothers, taken from their environments, friends, work, and husbands, were as lost as their children, were different persons. Nothing can overtake these firsts, and the miracle that you know it's a revelation at the moment, knowing nails you to the spot, almost crushing the wind. Point 25. The effects of maternal deprivation were the subject of certain discoveries in psychological research before the war, but in 1939 they were not widely known and certainly not accepted if they were known by those politicians and educationalists responsible for the evacuation policy. Ironically enough, it was the evacuees who provided most of the raw material for the great amount of further investigation during and after the war by sociologists and psychologists into the importance of security in the early years for the subsequent development of a child's personality. Enough is now known for unaccompanied evacuation to be condemned outright as a way of safeguarding civilian populations. Not that, as I said at the beginning, it will be necessary. You cannot evacuate anyone very far in 4 minutes, or is it 8 we have now? A kind of chameleonism that made it possible to sense what would please, what would make us acceptable, what would dilute our outsiderness, what would not alienate or offend, what would not violate the way of living into which we had been transplanted, or, by being different, imply criticism. In other social contexts such attributes are often akin to insincerity and hypocrisy. Here they were a necessary adjunct to emotional survival. Point 26. I thank God I was evacuated, not because I avoided danger, but because it changed my way of thinking. It made me love the country. I could never live in town again. I found a refuge, quiet and peaceful. After an unhappy home life, I found another family whom I really loved, and still do. Point 27. We missed everything. We felt none of the unity that comes from participation and hardship. Sentimental songs and snatched weekends were no part of our life. If we were spared the worst grief and anxiety, we had none of the wartime thrills, either, and when it was over and we became adults, the country was restricted, spent, and poor. Point 28. The accounts which follow are by way of being an interim report concerning the effects of evacuation on what is virtually a random sample of those children experiencing it. All but 4 of the contributors are between 30 and 45 now. The others were teachers, and apparent. Some can be measured up against the public achievements of their first years of adulthood, others are unknown to the general public, but the way evacuation affected them is overtly or implicitly evident from what they write. Short biographies are provided as some little indication of what all have since become. Above all, these are personal accounts. As such, they are more valuable and meaningful, in my opinion, than the impersonality and generalization of sociology. Solipsistically, in the face of something as huge and important as this, all you can rely on is the personal, all you are ultimately left with is the subjective. It is a truism that anyone can write well about their childhood, when that childhood included evacuation. The quality of writing from people who do not primarily consider themselves writers can be very high indeed, as several of the pieces in this book confirm. Most of the contributors were children during the war, but the three teachers included have their own important experiences of evacuation to relate, and one mother, who surely speaks for all the parents in her conviction that she was doing the right thing at the time, that she acted for what she imagined to be the best. Evacuation undoubtedly did result in the saving of life. The figure of 60,595 civilians who died in the bombing of British cities would certainly have been increased without it. Whether the number of lives saved was worth the psychological damage to several million school children is one of those unanswerable questions of balance which war throws up. The full cost of this evacuated generation's suffering has yet to be counted. We have not yet come fully to power, and the next 30 years will be ours. Those who ordered our saving and suffering are already dead or dying. The Professional Viewpoint. Published, abridged, in 20th Century Studies, November 196,929. Incidentally, I doubt if the act of love, with its permutations, has ever been described with such detailed freedom in a modern novel. It is the date of this pre-publication trade reference to my first novel Traveling People which brings to my attention how much and how remarkably quickly the situation has changed. It was as recent as 1963. I have already written 30 of how an attempt was made by the printer to censor this novel, and rereading the passages in question for the purposes of this article I am still unable to understand how anyone, unless psychologically unstable, could have found them objectionable. Technically, the problem with writing about the sex/love correlate in Traveling People was the old and basic one of vocabulary, whether to use clinical, Latinized English or Anglo-Saxon derivatives compromised by use as expletives. I cannot at this point remember how much trouble the passages cost me, but I do recall being very pleased with them when I had finished. That is to say, they said all I wished to say in the way I wanted to say it. I avoided the naming of private parts, and I excluded euphemism and the sentimental velleities of flatulent imagery. The only images used are, if I may be permitted, organic to the situations. The result seems to me, some 8 years after writing Traveling People, rather too careful and studied. I avoided the obvious traps only at some loss of precision and explicitness. Albert Angelo had little about sex in it, but the point of breakdown between fiction and truth which I came to and dramatist in my second novel very much influenced the treatment of sex in the third, Trawl. Since I was trying to write absolute, that is, solipsistically absolute, truth within the novel form, explicitness and completeness were necessary as much for sex as for any other part of the material. The chief problem here was the embarrassment first of facing the truth and then of writing it down, exposing it for other to see. This was particularly acute in the sexual passages, and rereading them today I still feel the same embarrassment, amounting to pain, nearly as much as when I wrote them. The problem of vocabulary was not as difficult in Trawl, since the whole novel was an interior monologue and it was appropriate for the nearest word to hand, so to speak, to come tumbling out. Where necessary, 2 or more alternative words for the same thing could be used successively as the mind strove for accuracy. Attitudes towards sex in a particular situation were also distinguishable by use of either the cant or the clinical word, cunt, or pudenda, John Thomas or penis. It has always seemed important to me to mention contraception, or lack of it, in descriptions of heterosexual lovemaking, and in trawl I took this concern so far as to mention branded products. The Unfortunates, completed 1967, published 1969, was similarly an interior monologue, but there was, like Albert Angelo, comparatively little about sex in it. What there is seems to me as successfully written as I could wish it to be given its own terms of reference. And it is a source of some relief to me that I can now write about similar material far less self-consciously than in Traveling People, though I of course recognize that I am nearer to the Unfortunates than to my first novel. But there is still for me the problem of self-consciousness in writing about onanism, and this I am facing at the moment in writing a short story provisionally entitled Instructions for the Use of Women. At the age of 19 I was lent, by what I now know to have been a poodle-loving lesbian of indeterminate years and motive, the 4 limp volumes of Frank Harris's My Lives and Loves in the Obelisk Press edition. It is to that library borrowing that I trace my interest in trying to write down everything, my whole truth, and I particularly remember his observation that 1/3 of anyone's life is passed in the bedroom but is ignored by unbalanced novelists. That Harris was himself a great liar in print I discovered only much later, when I was both too far committed and had moved on anyway. The present freedom of expression, which from my point of view is absolute, that word again, in that I feel there is nothing to stop me publishing about anything I choose, is really the only part of my youthful concept of what the future would be that has actually been realized. More objectively, I see such freedom as being for nothing but good for the novel form, since at the very least no other medium has such freedom at the present time. Soho Square 31 on British Cinema. Published in Film and Television Technician, August 1971. One day very soon, next Wednesday, it will become possible for the definitive history of British cinema to be written. It will become possible because British cinema will have ceased to exist in any meaningful sense. And the first question to be asked will be whether it ever did exist in any meaningful sense, the sense of leaving a lasting impression, of having produced films which have stood the test of time. Look at what it must be compared with in the other arts during the same period, say roughly from the end of the First World War, and thus mercifully exclude the infantilia. During that time Britain has produced Henry Moore and Barbara Hepworth in sculpture, Robert Graves, W. H. Auden and Ted Hughes in poetry, Benjamin Britten and Peter Maxwell Davies in music, Samuel Beckett and Graham Greene in the novel. British acting has produced Gielgud and Olivier, British painting has produced Francis Bacon, Ben Nicholson and David Hockney, and British theatre has produced Samuel Beckett, again, and Harold Pinter. And what has British cinema produced in the same period? Oh! Mr. Porter and Carry On Puking. There is not one British film which could scrape into the world's top 100, judged from an artistic point of view, unless the judges were grossly chauvinistic. You know which film the French generally believe to be the only British one worth considering? Brief Encounter. That comically distorted view of what it was like to be here and at war, indeed, the French must like it exactly because it represents a cardboard cutout of what they think Britain and the British are like. No, there is not one British film which can compare with our high achievements in all the other arts. And the very selective list I have jotted down is only a sample of the top of the cream. These are all world figures, they command respect everywhere for their contributions to international art. It seems probable that British art in general has never been at a higher peak. We have never before had a sculptor of the stature of Henry Moore, for instance, nor a painter like Bacon. But why has cinema been so poor in this country? Obviously it is not because the acting and writing talent has not been available. Nor is it because British technicians have been inferior to those of other countries, for they have not. But their contribution to a film is one of craft, not art. Most British films are full of beautifully lit and shot rubbish. The fault lies with the moneymen, the producers, in the widest sense, who have treated writers, actors, and technicians with a disregard amounting to contempt. As a result, none of them have taken the medium seriously enough. Writers have accepted large fees for scripts, which were sometimes not even properly read, and often not used for the most arbitrary reasons, and with the money subsidized other more important and more properly appreciated work in the novel and so on. Actors took even larger sums for the trivial performances demanded by ignorant producers, while reserving their real work for the theater, and technicians equally responded to a money-sick situation by laughing or crying, according to their insight, all the way to the piggy bank with as much as they could squeeze out of the conman. It was a failure of artistic nerve on a really disastrous scale. After all, artists know more about art than anyone else, and not to give them freedom to exercise their skill and instinct but to make it subject to the barbarism of the counting house, the anachronistic term is used deliberately, is crass Philistinism. Indeed, it might be possible to formulate a law of increasing Philistinism: the more money involved in art, the more it is adulterated, and the less real art is produced. At least such a law would explain why as a nation we're so good at poetry. And now on television we see the last throw, the final deal of the gold-lickened money lovers. There the British film industry is really shown up, not in quite all its dishonour, for someone in television has had the bright idea of chopping them slotwise and thus making them better, since it is impossible to make them worse, shown up for the stinking crap it is. Displayed are fatuous stories about sexless lovers, quaint old trains, action pictures which move the stomach to retch and not the heart to feel, the class-riddled set pieces of a dead culture, desperately unfunny double entendre comedies, all forming a Victoria Falls of cesspool effluent. Only the purer water of the British documentary tradition prevents complete pollution of the environment. Whoever does sit down next Wednesday to write this definitive history of British cinema should name these men, the barren producers, describe their criminal irresponsibility, where they have not cunningly covered their webfoot tracks, attempt to discover why it happened, to prevent anything similar happening again. For these men have denied us the opportunity of being able to say this is our cinematic equivalent of a Moore, a Bacon, a Beckett. They have thus diminished and impoverished us all, the bastards. The Greginig Press and the Greginig Fellowship. Published in the Private Library, Spring 1973. I had not heard of the Greginig Press before the poet Zulfikar Ghose rang me up one morning to say that he had been sent some forms from the Welsh Arts Council about a fellowship to be established at Greginig. It must have been July or August 1969. Zulf was off to America shortly, to teach at the University of Texas. I had just moved into a Seine-Saint London house, of which perhaps the best thing that could be said was that it was my wife's and mine. Next morning, forwarded from my old address and also forwarded by Zulf, came 2 sets of application forms for the Greginig Fellowship in the University of Wales. I had had a certain amount of contact with Wales. My first novel Travelling People is set there and partly based on the experiences of 3 summers working at a country club in Carnarvonshire, and this was what had prompted Zulf to contact me about the fellowship. I read the details and I think sent the spare set on in my turn to another writer. Almost totally absorbed in trying to staunch the trauma caused by moving into a ruin, I mentioned the fellowship to my wife, saying, "You don't want me to apply for this, do you? You don't fancy another move after this one?" They were rhetorical questions, expecting, even demanding, the answer no. But yes, she said, I would enjoy 6 months in Wales. So I put the application forms in a pile of correspondence and forgot them. What other business took me through the pile I cannot remember, though I can guess it was an unpaid bill, but I did apply, only just in time and so hastily that I did not think it worth giving references, thinking, if they know my work I shall not need references, and if they do not know my work then I have no chance anyway. But they did indeed know my work, and sometime in September I received an invitation from Dr. Glentegui Hughes, warden of Greginig, to go for interview in October together with 5 other candidates on the short list. The interviews were a very civilized affair. We candidates were invited to dinner with the 8 or so members of the selection committee on the Friday night, and the interviews took place the next morning. I arrived before daylight ended on the Friday, having been driven from the station at Newton by Ted Walters, who had been chauffeur to the former owners of the Press and House, the Mrs. Davies, in the Greginig Volkswagen minibus. As we approached along about a mile and a half of drive, Gregynog itself appeared through the trees, an enormous black and white house, finely impressive, so much so that it actually brought the traditional tiny gasp in exclamation from me. As we drew closer, it was clear that the house could not really be of timbered construction, it was 4 stories high. Shortly afterwards I could see that the black and white effect was stucco. But it must have been very early imitation Tudor, the present house dates from the 1830s. And of course Montgomeryshire and the neighbouring counties have many genuine black and white buildings. So it was possible very early on for me to forgive the house its deceit, and I shortly became very fond of it, and later, as a sort of compliment it would never be able to appreciate, I included a description of it in the novel I wrote in its small library. Gregynog has 2 possible etymologies, either it may come from grugin, the old form of the Welsh word for heather, or from the personal name Grugin, but in both cases with the place name Og added. So convivial and civilized was it that October evening that I was not sure who the candidates were and who the committee. Certainly Peter Porter I knew and liked, and had been introduced to the sculptors Michael Penny and Jonah Jones. The girl must be the painter Gillian Ayres. By coincidence I also knew the professor of English at Aberystwyth, Arthur Johnston, who had been at Birkbeck College when I was an undergraduate there for a year. But not long after dinner, when the committee went away to take the opinion of one member who could not stay overnight, Peter Porter and I were joined at the unaccustomed port by the highly respected and senior novelist Richard Hughes. After perhaps the second glass I asked him, following some writerly chit-chat, if he should not be in the main library with the committee. No, he replied, he was one of the candidates. This came as a surprise to Peter Porter and to me, and I could not help myself, for the second time that day, exclaiming that this seemed to be unfair competition. But we all took it very well. As part of the preliminaries that evening, Dr. Hughes took the candidates all round the houses and outbuildings. In the stables we saw where the Gregynog press had been, and, indeed, what was left of it. The machine room still had the original Albion on which the first of the Gregynog press books had been printed, a great hand-operated guillotine, a proofing press, and rows of wires with pegs on them across the ceiling over long benches. Next to this was the composing room, upper and lower cases displayed, old type, dirty, all largely neglected, disused. Upstairs had been the bindery, and part still contained some of the original equipment, since one of the few surviving from those days, Mrs. Gwen Edwards, continued to work there binding books for the library maintained by the university at Gregynog. But most of the machinery had been removed to the National Library at Aberystwyth, together with the tools, dies and stamps used for the bindings. A few whole hides remained, and a symbolic tool or two, to show visitors. And the smell of the place was entrancing. The idea of showing the candidates all this was really that one of the upper rooms with a ceiling light could have been converted into a studio for a painter, and one of the lower rooms could have been adapted as a studio for a sculptor. We were also shown copies of the Gregynog press books. The university kept complete sets of both special and ordinary bindings on the premises. I had never seen anything like them, printing and binding so fine, as perfect as it was possible for me to imagine. The content, however, in many cases seemed to me to fall short of the standard achieved in the form. You are not interested in my interview, nor in the reasons, whatever they were, why they chose me as the first Gregynog Arts Fellow, nor in my own writing during those idyllic, not a word I have ever used seriously before, I believe, months, but, this being a learned journal, only in my relationship to that historical Gregynog press whose books are so highly regarded and which fetch so much today. Suffice it therefore to say, as they say, that they did choose me, and that I moved there for 6 months the following February, that of 1970. And it is also relevant that they appointed Michael Penny to follow me as the second fellow later that year. Gregynog is now used, and much and usefully used, as a residential study centre for students from both inside and outside the University of Wales. They come, about 50 at a time with their staff, on short courses usually of 2 or 3 days' length, covering most disciplines. The first course that came to Gregynog after I arrived that snowy February was, as it happened, from the College of Librarianship at Aberystwyth, and part of their course was to see and have demonstrated to them how things were actually printed, on the Albion and other bits and pieces. I very much enjoyed talking to them, the students, but even more to the staff, who included Dorothy Harrop. She was then writing the chapter on the press in the official university history of Gregynog due to be published in 1974. After that first course, however, I had little to do with the press, becoming absorbed in my own work. During the time I wrote about a dozen poems, a novel, 3 short stories, and edited my selected shorter prose, besides talking about writing and film-making to hundreds of students, formally and informally, in the pleasant course of the other part of the reason I was there. The press was always at the back of my mind, however, as one of the things I could especially do at Gregynog. I have always thought that the way a book looks and feels to the reader is as much my concern as the choice of the actual words, and have almost always had a major say in the design of my own books. The other day I heard a rumor that I had once been a compositor. It was not true, but who am I to discourage the thought? Ever since I was a student, editing the college magazine, I have been seriously interested in typography and book production. Mrs. Edwards bound a book of mine, with a special label indicating her part in it. She and Ted Walters also talked to me about the press and its relationship to the agent for the estate, some of which information I used in the novel. For both of these reasons I used to pass the Albion on my way up to see her, hoping to find time to print something, but it was like fishing in the Bichen and the private reservoir Gugia, and learning Welsh, and taking advantage of the library to fill in some of the acres of gaps in my reading, and finding out what students were really like now. None could be done properly except to the exclusion of most of the others. It was towards the end of July when I was confronted by the fact that if I did not do something on the press within the next 4 weeks, then the chances were that I never would. Michael Penny's tenure approached. I could either spend the last month of mine typing the fair copy of my novel, or I could postpone it to London for a rather hairy deadline and toy with the Gregynog Albion instead. Mrs. Edwards showed me how to use the Albion. She had originally, she told me, wanted to be on the printing rather on the binding side, but when she had joined, as a teenage girl from the village, there had been a vacancy only in the bindery. By such things were one's life determined in a community where there were few alternative sources of employment. But she had retained the interest in printing, and the Albion on which the first book had been printed had been left, not raped by the National Library as a museum piece, because Gwen Edwards needed it to print paper titles for the spines of the books she bound for the university. So she was able to use it to her own satisfaction now, towards the end of her working life, and she only too gladly, it seemed, made me free of it, showed me where everything was, the rules, the chart of a typecase she had made for herself, the shelf of tins of inks from the 30s, the stone, the cracked rubber roller, all that was left there of what the Gregynog press must have been. Glenn Takei also joined me, and together we arrived at various rationalizations of the way the equipment must have worked, though he did have the advantage of a book on the subject. What quickly became obvious was that there was an enormous amount of work involved, work requiring a combination of physical and mental energies which I had come across before only in filming on location. That is, at the same time as one was physically humping heavy metal about, one was also having to make aesthetic and formal decisions of an excruciatingly difficult kind as well. The physical labor of it, and the limited amount of time I had available, convinced me that I should not be too ambitious about what I intended to do, and the fewer characters there were to set and print, the less there would be to go wrong. During my fellowship I had been tinkering with various kinds of the Welsh verse form called England, trying to see if it were possible in English. Anyone who wishes to know about the form will find it where I did, in Gwyn Williams' excellent An Introduction to Welsh Poetry, Faber. The first I chose to print was the first of 3 I had written. Fern, England pen fir. Hook-headed hairy young fern, springy, curled, coy green, a thruster set on its own spread revelation. It was to be, of course, a limited edition. Quite how severely limited became apparent as I went on, 4 days' work, perhaps 100 trial pulls, and much shortness of temper produced an edition of 3 copies. At the end of was it the 3rd day, late in the evening, I found that the F in the first line had disappeared, presumably broken off somehow. It finished me for the day. I signed the last pull for Glentegui with greetings from Harry Young Ern, and went home to watch television. What was I doing bothering with this obsolescent medium anyway? The paper was difficult, too. I was using, with the permission of Glentegui and the university, some stray quarto sheets of handmade paper that had been there since the 30s, perhaps since the 20s, and the dogma was that these had to be dampened before an acceptable impression could be made. I tried dampened and undampened pulls and was damned if I could see the difference. Nevertheless, I continued to sprinkle as though it were some religious rite. Then there was the bloody ink, not that I ever used red. It had thickened almost solid, the ink, having been sitting there congealing since the last book was finished in 1940. On the stone next to the Albion there were at the head 2 conical canisters, one marked P, and the other B. Petrol and benzol, I thought, sniffing for vaguely related smells. So I went down to Dilwyn at the garage in the village, who had no B but plenty of P, and filled up one of them. This I sprinkled on the stone with a slice of ink and worked them about with a spatula in a curiously satisfying manner until a consistency was reached which stayed on the roller in a state which was neither lumpy nor wishy-washy. Some months later, when I told Asa Benveniste 32 of Trigram Press what I had been doing, he told me P stood for paraffin. Was I wrong, then? I asked him. Not wrong, only dangerous, he said. You could have blown yourself up. The actual setting I enjoyed, for it was like a simple linear crossword puzzle to which I knew every answer in advance. Once I knew which way up each character went, by the neck on one side, it was child's play, though I would not have liked my living to have depended on my speed. The more I worked with Baskerville the more I appreciated it. I had thought it very ordinary up till then, but physically touching it led me to prefer it to the small choice, Perpetua, Cloister, of other faces available. The morning after the birth of young M I went back, replaced his F and finished the edition. Then I did another, similar but on paper watermark GG. I was pleased enough with these, and began to form even more grandiose plans. Why not a collection of all 3 Englenian I had written? Why not a title page, too? On foolscap? And make the move into mass production with an edition of 5 copies. It did not satisfy me quite as much as my first attempt, but it still pleased me a lot. It was worth all the neck-bending, squinting, the moments of despair which could be relieved only partially by destroying what I had done by a thunderous juddering whirl of the guillotine flywheel. About the time I was finishing this second undertaking, there came to stay with us for a few days the poet Philip Pacey and Gill. Philip had been trained latterly at the College of Librarianship, Aberystwyth, and had been to Gregynog briefly before. In partnership we evolved a project which was so breathtaking that I would never have attempted it on my own, an 8-page sheet folded to 4 printed sides devoted to one each of our poems, a title page, and a credits page. Furthermore, such was our hubris, this was to be an edition of no less than 20 copies and was to be on green-tinted paper of an unknown dampening quality. It was inevitable that such effrontery would be punished. It was the 19th pull when I noticed that, on the title page, too, the second O of my surname was not in the same font as the first O. Since this is a scholarly journal in which only the truth may be told, it must be recorded that it was Philip who set the title page, and he had not, by several days, as much experience of typesetting as I had, of recognizing the faces, the bodies, the OS. It is also probably necessary to state that we were not under the influence of alcohol at the time, neither Philip at the time of setting nor myself at the time of not noticing during machining. As if it were relevant. At the time, it did not seem to me to make a curiosity of the edition, it made a cock-up of it. But there was no time to start again. We both signed the edition, and divided it equally between us, the chances of its being held against us we were prepared to accept. But now, more than 2 years later, I still do not know what to do with the work of those weeks. The second edition is still complete, one copy from the first, several from the third and fourth have been given to friends. Should I keep them for, as if I were an optimist, 300 years to give possible amusement to my posited descendants on Mars? The cost of keeping them in the bank might be excessive, while the risk of keeping them at home is uninsurable. Should I offer them for sale at 4d each in the public gazettes? Should I destroy them, and allow only the myth to survive in this highly respectable place? Does it matter? It passed the time more enjoyably than typing, though time being what it is it would, of course, have passed anyway. Opinion. Published in Poet, 2, Summer 197,433. What, as I subject my taste buds to English fish gum, what, as I overactivate them with American variegated flavors, what, yet again, as I perform those other acts of clerical drudgery I thought myself freed of at the age of 23, what, is there no end to this? What do I imagine I am doing in my capacity as poetry editor of Transatlantic Review, 34? So fond am I of the opening of David Hume's essay of the standard of taste that I shall paraphrase it here. The opinions even of one's closest friends are noticeably different, though with these friends one may have been brought up from infancy, had a similar education, and been subjected to the same forces of prejudice. But step outside one's own community, let alone country or language, and then the differences are even more marked. So much so that, and I feel sure you can do without Hume's own words no longer. The highest arrogance and self-conceit is at last startled, on observing an equal assurance on all sides, and scruples, amidst such a contest of sentiment, to pronounce positively in its own favor. So there I thought we all were, but are we? On at least 2 sides in contemporary poetry, those mentioned in the opinion of the last/first issue of Poet, there are displayed opinions which are arrogances and self-conceits which are even higher than the highest, so much so that one can only say they aspire to sublime stupidity. For both sides, and there are others, sides, that is, though I am not concerned to align them here, pretend to act as though they were right, and as though no one else could be right. And, what must indeed be the very height, they do not in the least scruple to act as though they were right for other people, too. Now it is sometimes necessary for a poet who is interested in originality, rather than in the act of imitating being a poet, to believe that his way of writing is the right way, the only way, and that everyone else's ways are wrong, because if he did not commit himself to this belief then he would not be able to write in his own special, original way. But if he is honest he believes this only for himself, and for his own purposes, he does not say that this is the only way for others to write. So what, then, do I imagine I am doing as poetry editor of Transatlantic Review, setting myself up as an arbiter of other poets' work? I try very hard to suppress any feeling of power in making decisions about accepting or rejecting, though it is, in all honesty, difficult to do so on some few occasions. Simply, given the amount of space I have for poetry in a quarterly, I take those poems which move me in some way or another, purely subjectively. I can find no other reasonable criterion. There are no other standards that seem to me relevant. So that the appearance of a poem in Transatlantic Review means that it moved me in some way that resulted in my wanting to be the instrument of its being made into print and therefore having the chance of a little wider currency and, possibly, permanency. There are no schools to be discerned, no fashionable trends, no axes being ground. There are advantages in this Catholicity, of course. I have never once been invited to any sort of literary function as poetry editor of TR, nor am I part of any faction to be manipulated this way or that by the cultural bully boys. It also seems to me an important advantage that the editorial policy of TR in general is to carry no reviews or criticism whatsoever. The furthest we stray from actual writing is to have interviews with writers in which they talk about what they have done or are doing. The opportunities for publishing criticism already vastly outnumber those for publishing real writing, anyway, and they continue to increase. That this is remarkable in a magazine is indicated by the number of publishers and poets who send TR review copies of their books, insulting us by revealing they have not done so much as glance at an issue. One might have special pleasure in selling such copies at Gaston's 35 if that was the sort of thing one did. Every few weeks, as I go through the 200 or 300 poems which have been submitted to TR, I feel. But this is not going to turn into the usual poetry editor's piece on his job, full of sneers at those who are no poets, at their daring even to send in their work, categorizing their ineptitudes. For I do take the job seriously, so seriously that it reduces the tiny amount of money involved to a matter of pence per hour, if I was bothered to work it out. Why do I do it? Because I believe it would be worse done if I were not doing it, and, I think it could be demonstrated, perhaps, am sure it was being worse done before I took over some 8 years ago. It means that I have to read a great many boring poems, and I have to find time out of that in which I might be writing myself to read those boring poems. But even they keep me in touch with what a lot of people consider to be poetry, and if only by aversion help me in defining what I think my own ought to be. The habit of reading a lot of contemporary verse can in itself be no bad thing. At the very least it is concerned with the problem of writing poetry now, which no poetry of the past is, obviously, whatever else may be said of it. And there are compensations. This is not going to be the usual piece about who published whom before whom in what, either, but I have published my share of unknowns who went on to become known as well as my share of unknowns who have remained so, deservedly or undeservedly, in all cases. If that is relevant. I would certainly not claim to have published all those who have become known in the last 8 years, which magazine could? And I am also aware that there are poets who simply would not submit poems to TR even if I asked them. There is an animosity that initially depended on some overheard slight, perhaps, or second-hand condemnation out of malice or ignorance, or sheer class warfare. I find such petitions dismaying, sapping energy and patience, sad. Perhaps I am being naive, perhaps it has always been like this, perhaps that brings us back to David Hume again. For while I agree with him that there is no more absurd figure than the man pretending to certainty, especially in aesthetics, we now have numbers increasing at least in proportion with the population. Ian Hamilton 36 to name nearly one. Let me say at once that Ian Hamilton may well be adopting absolutist attitudes at least partly in order to provoke reactions and have notice taken of him, and I am very conscious that I am serving that end at this moment. But it may also be useful for each generation to have a Hamilton figure there to hate. It used to be old Er.Wattis' name, remember, without going to the extreme of saying it would be necessary to invent him. It is good to have something against which to react, that is about as much as is worth saying about him generally. As a poet, I have thought him quite good ever since I first saw his work as advisory editor of University's Poetry 4 in 1962. There seems more of the literary politician in him than the poet. However, he is a perhaps typical lame dog of our time, tragically, even pathetically, caught between real work and criticism, the two opposites, synthesis and analysis. If only Hamilton could direct all his energies into writing poems, he might develop into a minor poet of real interest. Provided always that he had the necessary luck, too. Poets in general might concentrate on the business of writing poems, and have as little to do with criticism as possible. They might, simply, do it and not write about someone else doing it. The only important use of criticism would be if it helped poets to write better, yet how many critics try to do that? I cannot offhand think of any who would not find the idea laughable as a prime concern in any definition of their activity. Anyone's opinion is really only as good as anyone else's. When the desire to express such opinions is combined with an urge to impose them on other people, then the danger is that such absurdity is not seen but overwhelmed by the politics of publishing and academicism. But perhaps this piece was so difficult to write because the whole problem is not apodictic in any case. Soho Square on the Angry Brigade. Published in Film and Television Technician, January 1973. It may be by the time you read this that the Angry Brigade 37 trial will be already forgotten. Certainly the way the newspapers ignored it for all except the last couple of weeks of the 6 months it took seems to indicate that they want you to forget it. As well they might. For it smells very nasty indeed, and raised some crucial issues about what British law and order now mean, which the establishment would prefer to remain undiscussed. In case you think this is going to be another political piece unrelated to ACTT 38 activities and members, let me explain. On January 12, 1971, Robert Carr's house was the subject of a bomb attack. It was also the day massive protests were taking place against the then proposed Industrial Relations Bill. I was amongst those who were working anonymously on part of ACTT's protest, Free Prop Films, at the time. I say anonymously, but a week before some generous-hearted brother had blown a number of our names to the Times. Immediately after the car bombing my telephone was, I am as certain as I can be, tapped. After the first amused and flattered surprise, they think me worthy of surveillance. I became annoyed not because anything I said on the telephone could get me into trouble, but because my telephone service became appalling, crossed lines 3 times out of 4, wrong numbers, silence with the sound perspective of a huge hall with occasionally a whistling phantom, no dialing tone until someone presumably threw a switch, and a perhaps paranoiac feeling someone was listening. Several times I rang up my telephone manager and complained about the poor service. At length I suggested to him that the cause might be that my phone was being tapped. The conversation then went something like this. "We do not tap telephones in this country, sir," he said. But it came out in court recently that Rudy Dutschke's 39 phone was constantly tapped. We know that from the papers. It can only be done with a Home Office order, sir. And is there such an order on my number? No, sir. But that's just what you'd say anyway, isn't it? And I've just caught you out in one barefaced lie. A lot of people reading this must know from similar personal experience that the car bombing, which was only one of a series, news of earlier ones had been suppressed by the media, sparked off a massive police hunt which covered anyone who had anything to do with opposition to the Industrial Relations Bill. It was, of course, denied at the trial that this had happened at all, let alone that someone at cabinet level had ordered it. What it now seems to me must have happened is that the police just did not know where to look, so there was blanket surveillance of everyone connected in the slightest with opposition to the bill. Panic in the cops' hops, in fact. Why am I telling you all this? I am not here concerned to debate whether it is right to seek to change democracy violently, nor even with the hypocrisy of the media in condemning it in this case while supporting it institutionally in Ireland and elsewhere. What I am concerned about is that justice should be, at least more or less, what we teach our children it is. If there is a reasonable doubt, then you do not convict people. And in the Angry Brigade trial there were many reasonable doubts. The senior police officer in charge of the case, Commander Bonforti, was caught out, like my telephone manager, in at least one barefaced lie. The police evidence in general was riddled with inconsistencies, and chopped and changed too. The harassment of one of the accused, Stuart Christie, by the special branch was prolonged, crude, and, one would have thought, basically illegal. Repeated requests by virtually all the accused for a solicitor to be present at interviews were blatantly ignored by policemen from Bond downwards. How, you must be asking yourselves, since the media hardly reported this trial, can I know all this? Well, first of all I was concerned enough to go along to the Old Bailey on 4 occasions, and then each week Time Out carried an excellent report of the main points. Time Out, whatever else one may think of it, may be said to have come of age during this trial. It really showed up the national newspapers. The Guardian's attitude, for instance, was transparently demonstrated on one occasion during the last few days of the trial when it gave more space and prominence to a report concerning the possible prosecution of Princess Anne for speeding. Even so, I, no more than you or anyone else, do not know whether those on trial were guilty or not. What I am sure of is that there was a reasonable doubt. And, once more, at the risk of seeming naive, I want British justice to be as it says it is, otherwise we really do have anarchy, and there are no standards, and it is all chaos. But those who engineered the vicious change from unanimous to majority jury verdicts must be congratulating themselves that they would not have convicted the four in this case without having altered this basic tenet of centuries of British justice. They are themselves the cause of disorder, of disregard of the law, and they wish to make further changes so that it is even more heavily against anyone accused. British justice cannot afford many more angry brigade trials, or, for that matter, any more Oz trials. 41 The one hope, as in the Oz case, is the Court of Appeal, the last defense against overzealous police and biased courts. Meanwhile, there is Commander Bond. If there were any justice, he should of course have been required to resign. As it is, he may well have been discomfited privately by his bosses for his failure to convict more than 4 of the 12 he arrested, and for the revelation of police incompetence and unscrupulousness during the trial. But what he should really be asked, loud, publicly, and often, is, who bombed the post office tower, then? 42. The author's plight, the need for a union. Published in Tribune, June 1973. In 1965 the Society of Authors took a survey amongst its members to find out how much writers earned. The answer, it turned out predictably enough, was very little. Then last year the Society repeated the survey, and found that writers were now even worse off, not only relatively, because of 7 years' inflation, but the earnings themselves were actually markedly lower. If the Society of Authors is not to blame for this remarkable failure to defend the incomes of writers, then who is? Surely it is its job to see that such things cannot happen? But no, that is not how the Society of Authors sees itself at all. The truth is that it is a weak, reactionary, badly led organization with a rigid, undemocratic structure that reduces its effectiveness to virtually nil. It is not a trade union, it is a limited company, yet probably in breach of the company's acts in that its members do not have the right to dismiss its board of directors. Trying to change anything by democratic means at the Society of Authors is desperately hard work, and certain of the leadership react to the term trade union with an old-fashioned class fury that would be comic if it were not to do with the serious business of seeing that writers earn a living from their job as everyone else in the book world does. And the onus should be on the Society to prove how writers benefit from its not being a trade union, since musicians, actors, filmmakers, and others concerned with the arts have all formed themselves into trade unions and are affiliated to the TUC. As such they gain enormously in strength and expertise, they are part of something much larger than themselves, and have a shared interest in so much more. Since Colin Davis, Lord Snowdon, and Lord Olivier are prepared to be members respectively of the Musicians' Union, ACTT and Equity, I fail to see why any writer should be toffee-nosed about joining a union. Furthermore, to nail that old one about writers being impossible to organize, there is a union for writers in film and television, the Writers Guild 43, which despite being only a quarter of the membership size of the Society of Authors is very effective in seeing that screenwriters are adequately paid. The Society of Authors by all logic should turn itself into a trade union. The first benefit would be that publishers would start to take the Society as seriously as the television companies do the Writers Guild. Another immediate benefit would be that it would be able to go to other trade unions in the publishing industry for help. Think of the difference it would make to the Society's position if it could suggest to a publisher with whom it was in dispute that he would have difficulty finding anyone to print his books in future because of our friendliness with the very important printing unions. Such cooperation is happening all the time within the trade union movement. The Society as it is at present constituted and run has no right to ask for or expect any such help. It might then have some strength to apply in solving the basic cause of writers' financial problems, that they do not receive a fair proportion of the money available from the sale of books. Everyone else in the industry, publishers, printers, booksellers, earns a living from the same source, the book buyer's money, but not writers'. This is because the writer receives on average only 10% of the price of his book compared to, for instance, the bookseller's 35%. Does any bookseller think that his part in society is more than twice as important as Graham Greene's? Put like that, it seems absurd, but financially that is exactly how he does think of himself in relation to Graham Greene, and in relation to less distinguished authors he thinks he's worth 3 times as much. Publishers would object, of course, that any increase for writers would put up the price of books, but in the last 8 years the price of books has doubled, and yet still more copies are sold every year. That argument must be exposed as the falsity it is. The Society should propose to the Publishers Association that some increase in royalty rates be agreed, say by stages of 1 or 2% a year for the next 10 or 5 years. Such an increase might go some way towards seeing that writers make the living from the publishing industry that others expect and take. And yet is the royalty scheme the best one for authors? No one would advocate a return to the old outright, lump sum system that existed in Victorian times, but it should be possible to arrange for a guaranteed minimum advance which would cover what it cost the writer to stay alive to write the book, with a later royalty if the book sold well. It is worth asking, too, in connection with royalties, the very word itself derives from the divine right of kings, why it is that publishers choose to apply it only to writers. They do not ask their editors, warehousemen, or even less their printers to accept remuneration only according to how many copies are sold of the books on which they work. Yet let us not be naive. Publishers do these things because they can get away with them, and they can get away with them because the Society of Authors historically has never stood up to them and fought them. All right, so authors could never go on strike, though important authors withholding manuscripts at key moments could cause much the same effect, but there are other forms of action which are possible and practical. And the very least the Society could do would be to draw up its own standard form of contract for the publication of a book, containing the minimum terms it recommended its members to accept. You are surprised it has not even done this? So was I, but it was just one of many surprises about that curious organization. The main argument so far advanced for not turning the Society into a trade union is that authors still living who have intimated that they are leaving a bequest to it would not do so if it became anything so common. The amount of such bequests is not generally known, nor how many people would agree to change their wills if asked. The Society says it is able to keep its fee down to 10 guineas a year largely because of bequests made to it in the past, notably by the George Bernard Shaw estate. And really this money, plays a big part in the doings and outlook of the Society, which is ironic considering that the members themselves see so little of it from their writing. But the Society is, to repeat, a limited company, and tends to behave as such. And how ironic, too, Shaw might have found it to see his money being used to support the reactionary policies the Society now follows. It has been fighting, it says, the battle for public lending right. Shouldn't it in any case be authors' lending right, for 20 years now? There is every prospect it will continue to do so for another 20 the way it is going about it. It should see that authors should take direct action like any other pressure group. The lesson of such campaigns, from the suffragettes on, is that only in this way does the government take notice of you, do changes come about. And the scheme it currently backs is both unjust, expensive, and takes no account of books already published. Furthermore, the Society has had the incredible insolence to propose 25% of its members due from PLR to publishers. Never once has the membership been given a chance to vote on whether it wants the scheme or another, never once has it been consulted over any other of the issues involved, either. Such arrogant autocracy must be challenged, even if it does react with its usual weapons of innuendo, slander, and the machinations of the old boy network, even if it does meet reasoned argument with evasion and misrepresentation. Given its nature, the Society of Authors is not likely to give way to the pressures now making themselves felt from certain writers and groups of writers. But if it does not, it will probably atrophy and die, for there is already the nucleus of another organization formed in the 200-odd members of the Writers' Action Group. 44 The society made a serious mistake in the early 50s when it allowed television writers to go off and form the WGGB. If another organization begins to represent book writers, then it will be difficult to see any function left at all for the old lady of Drayton Gardens. The Happiest Days? Published, abridged, in Education and Training, March 1973. Usually one can find a pattern in an experience as long as an education, draw the threads together to shape an article like this. I have thought for a long time about my own, but it has not been possible. How can you impose a pattern on chaos? I started early. It seems that there was some distinction in being sent to Flora Gardens Primary, in Hammersmith, at the age of 4, and that I was proud of it. Most others went at 5. That must have been 1937, presumably September. We had to lie down in the afternoons on canvas camp beds. I competed at Hopi-Shiastupthul in the boys, and was disappointingly too well built to qualify for free cod liver oil and malt. Of the learning process I remember nothing. On the outbreak of war I was 6, and was privately evacuated with my mother and the son of a Westminster publican to a farm that was really only a small holding near Cobham, in Surrey. I went to the village school, St. Lawrence's I think it was called. Again I can remember very little of it, though my life on the farm has left me with very many sharply felt memories. But I did learn to read during that time. I can date it no more closely than somewhere between my 6th and 8th birthdays, but it was at the end of some days in bed and I was feeling quite recovered from an illness but still not allowed to get up. The story was in one of the kind of comics which contain both picture strips with speech balloons as well as stories in words with only a heading illustration, and I read it out of boredom, in desperation almost, after exhausting all the picture strips had to give me. It was a spy story with a boy hero who sent messages across the channel by means of a petrol-driven and radio-controlled model aircraft, a highly improbable tale, I see now, but that afternoon I read it over and over again, with infinite pleasure, glorying in the fact that I could now read stories. It would be dishonest not to give the school some credit for that, though, as I say, I can remember no one teaching me there, nothing learnt there. I am reduced to circumstantial evidence. In 1941, after a brief period spent in London during the bombing, I was officially evacuated on my own to High Wycombe. At some point and at no cost my name had been put down for Latimer School, then in Hammersmith Road. I think going to Flora Gardens was a preliminary to this, and I would normally have gone to Latimer at perhaps 7. Latimer had earlier been evacuated as a school to a small village outside High Wycombe called Sands, and some administrative logic sent me there now I was of age. To accommodate the overflow, the village school had taken over a Presbyterian church hall opposite. The Latimer boys still wore their uniforms, were not assimilated. I wept at my first billet, was given another the London side of High Wycombe, and for the rest of the next 3 years I made the long bus journey there and back to Sands every school day. At some point, perhaps after a year or so, Latimer returned as a school to London. For some reason 2 of us were left behind at Sands. Virtually the last link with London was gone. From then on my isolation grew. My whole life was dominated by the fact that I was away from everything I had known. I was wretchedly miserable, weepy at the slightest cause, or for no cause, bad company, a thoroughly unrewarding pupil for any teacher, even for the odd saint, I suspect. In 1944 I sat what I now know to be the 11 plus. At the time I did not understand what it was about. By post came a promise from my parents, my father an RAOC 45 private in Germany, my mother working as a shop assistant in London, of my first 12-wheeled bicycle if I passed, so I knew it was important. 2 of us took it, in the headmaster's room. From this I presume it must have been a London paper, for the other candidate was the only other Latimer boy left. Afterwards the headmaster called me back, pointed with his pipe stem at my attempt at one of the questions. "Couldn't you do even that one?" he said. I had on a previous occasion been caught thieving fruit from an orchard in a mill, and humiliated went up before him by an offer of fruit from his own garden if that was what I needed. That was not what I needed, at all. I do not remember being told I had failed, and they still gave me the bicycle, anyway. The secondary modern they sent me to for the last year of the war and my evacuation was called Highfields, I think, but certainly the headmaster was called Perfect. Here my form master was the teacher who meant most to me throughout the whole of my education, and his name, remarkably, was Prophet. He took us 11 plus rejects and shook us, restored our confidence, showed us we certainly mattered to someone, to him. He really worked us, worked himself. All my memories have him on his feet, usually marching about, delivering, cajoling, enlightening, a balding, gray-haired, springy little figure of about 55. He really brought something out of me, but he could also be cruel, both physically and verbally. Principally, he made us compete. There were exams from the first week, placings, encouragements to do better, to go up the scale of Mr. Prophet's esteem. At the end of the first term I ranked third in the class, which position was physically recognized by his placing me in the back row 3 from the window. The nearer you were to him, the less well you had done, the more you felt he had his eye on you. It all seems rather old-fashioned now, but it worked with me. I was now being stretched, for the first time in my life I think. No one had ever made me work before, had shown me what I could do, what I had in me. Before the end of my first year at Highfields the war was over. I suspect they sent us home within weeks, whereas they could have waited till the end of term, July instead of June. But no. I remember saying to Mrs. Bailey, my foster mother, that I would not have minded staying on in High Wycombe to finish my schooling. Whether this was an expression of dismay at the prospect of yet another change I do not know, but I cannot think I meant it. During the war my parents had moved over the river from Hammersmith and London to Barnes and Surrey. Hence I could not go back to Latimer for administrative reasons, and I was sent to Barnes County Secondary Modern School. All my previous prophet brightness was now displayed outside the classroom, in cleverness, in putting people down. This I am sure was because there was no teacher in the school to bring it out, to give me a reason to compete. The other kids seemed to accept they were bound to go on to dead-end jobs. I met one of them again recently, as a conductor on the number 9 bus to Barnes. 13 years later I was to do 4 or 5 months there as a supply teacher, a bizarre and unenlightening full turn of the wheel. At 14, after passing some sort of simple examination, I went to Kingston Day Commercial School, which was then at Hinchley Wood, near Esher, and a long bus ride round the Kingston bypass from Barnes. Doug White was the other of my contemporaries at Barnes CSMS to go with me, and we felt ourselves privileged, for by the standards of Surbiton and environs Barnes was then largely rough and working class. At KDCS they taught shorthand, Pitmans for the girls, Greg for the boys, typing, commerce and bookkeeping, besides the usual things. Ted Britton 46 was teaching maths there then. It was a 2-year course designed to turn out shorthand typists and clerks. Those able and whose parents were willing could stay on an extra year and take the school certificate. 47 I did. The Korean War broke out as we sat the papers. In the summer holidays I had a note from Ted Britton saying that he was pleased that White and I had gained matric exemption. I knew that this meant I had qualified for university, but no one had ever suggested that I stood any chance of actually going. No one had ever gone to university from Kingston Day Commercial School. There followed 5 years of various accountancy jobs. I already knew I was a writer, though I had not actually written anything. I was lazy, cocky, distracted by, in particular, sex, soccer, and motorbikes. Gradually I saw that further education, perhaps even a degree in English, were there for the having, but the initiative had to come from me. No one was going to bring anything out. A friend at work showed me the Birkbeck prospectus, explaining the college was part of London University but held its lectures in the evenings for students with full-time jobs. From it I saw that my matric exemption was nothing of the kind. I had, in particular, to pass O-level Latin. The same West Indian friend told me about Davies's, the crammers in Addison Road. I did O-level Latin from scratch in 8 months with them, sitting 3 different boards in the hope of passing one and actually getting all 3. My tutor was an old man of 70-odd who was gross, ugly, fat, slobbery, and he overindulged in Dr. Rumney's pure mentholiptus snuff. I loved him, he was a real master/teacher. He died not long after I started at Birkbeck. I worked for an oil company in Kingsway during the day, and at 6 most evenings went to Birkbeck for 2 or 3 hours. The course was an internal equivalent of A-level called Intermediate BA. I did English, Latin, and History. I became secretary of the Literary Society, arranged a visit to and a discussion on the first production of Waiting for Godot, made friends I still have. Of the staff, Barbara Hardy ravished me with her intellect, Geoffrey Tillotson bored me with his pompousness, and Arthur Johnson made sense of Chaucer by reading the prologue in the original pronunciation. In the summer term I applied to go as a full-time student to 2 London colleges, King's and University. Both required applicants to declare which they preferred. I was honest and put King's on both simply, and now it seems so asinine, so grossly irresponsible, because I liked the sound of the name better. I made no attempt to determine the respective qualities of the English departments, or to ask for any other help or guidance. I still wince at the naivete of that choice. Of course I was not even interviewed by University College, but I was promised a place at King's for September 1956, at the age of 23. When I told the Birkbeck registrar, he tried to dissuade me. "You'll be surrounded by 18-year-old girls," he warned me. The fact that they were girls worried me not at all, but what did make me apprehensive was that they were all bright enough to have come straight from grammar school, glowing with high achievement, and the roundabout way I had joined them after my failure at 11 led me to believe I should have to work very hard indeed merely to stay in their company, let alone compete with them. Not so. After only a few weeks I found very few to whom I might feel myself inferior. No doubt my 5 years greater maturity made a big difference. I edited 5 issues of the college literary magazine Lucifer. I wrote, directed, and acted with the Drama Society in London and on 2 tours of German and Danish universities. I had a disastrously important love affair. I read Tristram Shandy and Gawain. But the 3 years were unhappy and painful for me. I think, though there were other personal and emotional factors involved, it was because the course I was following unexpectedly seemed insufficiently related to the reasons for which I was following it. That is, much of what I was obliged to read seemed, by any standards I had and was taught, bad, boring and irrelevant, and the London English degree is notorious for falling between the stools of language and literature. Perhaps it is too much to ask that English departments at least take into account the possibility that they may have young writers amongst their undergraduates. It has always seemed to me strange that teachers in art schools are presumed to know how to paint in order to be able to teach it, but that English teachers are not required actually to be able to write a sonnet in order to teach other people's. At the end of my 2nd year I was interviewed and told how much they admired my efforts with Lucifer and the Drama Society, but when was I actually going to do any work? I came down with a 2:2. I thought it was very fair. I would have been pleased with any sort of degree at all, in fact. According to their rules, I was a lower 2nd class of person. I accepted that, as long as it was clearly understood that it was according to their rules. For the next 5 years, until I could support myself wholly by writing, it counted, somewhat ironically, as a good honors degree to increase my salary as a supply teacher through dozens of schools in West and North London. I will not say I necessarily knew which ones they were, but I think I saw many of my earlier selves going to waste, in those 5 years. All my life I have been underestimated by the educational system, I feel. Now when I win the odd literary or film award it is often against, in spite of those teachers and contemporaries who so misjudged me that I feel I have won them. Not that it matters, of course, no doubt none of them even remember me, and I now know none of them. Do I sound paranoiac and bitter? Yes, I am, that is indeed the way I feel about my educators, that is the way they made me. No doubt the war was not their fault, no doubt there are worse things than a fractured, fragmented education like mine. David Story's novel Pasmar is about someone who has a breakdown at 30 after a long smooth progression on an educational conveyor belt. Perhaps the usual optimist is already contemplating a letter saying, but you did win through in the end, you did get the university education for which your mind qualified you. Obviously I was university material, in the end, whether I was or not at 16 seems doubtful. I tried hard to be an accountant, to be what my education had fitted me for. Even now I have the marginal benefit of being able to touch type this article. My new novel Christy Mallory's Own Double Entry leans very heavily on knowledge I gained in learning bookkeeping, and I could have annotated almost every paragraph of this account with page references from my books where I have made professional use of material related to my school days. The point is that very few people are writers and thus able to make some positive use of virtually everything that happens to them, including the disasters, the chaos. What do the others do?